chance to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. And if I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, but live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole. If I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, standing with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, but live within the walls. I feel the fire burning deep inside of me. With every beat, my heart is screaming, set me free. And I see the shadows, they can't block me out. I hear the thunder, it don't shake me down. I feel the lightning that strikes in my veins. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I'm worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. just when I lift my mic into the storm.
디플러스 기아 화이팅!
디플러스 기아 파이팅!
김진도 화이팅! 밀러 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Ox for the AA broadcast here today on a beautiful Friday. And it is time to get into an interesting one. D+ Kia looking to try and bounce back after some problematic series, one could say, especially in the road to EWC, where they were up against Humble Life Esports, a team that they were able to defeat, and proceeded to get absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, it was pretty tough for them ultimately.
Yeah.
But their position now, they are locked into the Legend group.
True.
But there's a lot of space they're going to have to make back up. The other teams are within 2 series wins of each other. D+ is 3 series wins behind KT. And remember, these scores carry over to the next stage of the tournament. So even if their fate is locked in, the Legend group locked in, road to MSI, and even locked in at that 5th seed position, can't go 6th, can't go 4th, getting more wins on the board still important.
Oh yeah.
If they want to try and move up the standings when we go to round 3 and 4 later in the year.
Yep, and this could have been a battle for KRX to overthrow the Bros, but that is no longer the case, as they did lose to BNK KRX a little bit earlier on in the week. But it doesn't mean that things aren't going to be changing up. Jiu is coming back in after 57 days. We've had a lot of lazy feelings on the side of KRX so far this season, but Jiu was here for their first match, I'm pretty sure. And then they lost to DNS, so that might be a reason as to why he was removed, but has since been playing down in Challenger, and hopefully he feels reinvigorated and ready to get back into things, because this guy is someone that we've had in our minds as far as massive potential is concerned. You know, there are a lot of names in his sort of generation of 80 carries, Smash, Pays, like there are a few that ring some pretty loud bells. Jiu just didn't really take off like they did.
I feel like Jiu was the best player when he was on Nongshim earlier on, and it was the Challengers roster that had been brought up. We often looked at Jiu being the carry, and then we saw him move into the roster with Lahens as a support, and it felt like he really was struggling.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a different look, definitely him struggling. He's now on KRX, had a chance to get some time in Challengers.
This
and
is
another
a
Challenger
fun one.
player. Yeah, Sharvel.
Yeah.
Young in the LCK, Lucid going down to Challengers in return, and hopefully going to have the opportunity to pop off.
And D+ Kia are doing okay in Challenger at the moment, currently in 2nd place. But now it is time to hear from Sharvel himself.
이번에 챌린저스에서 올라오게 된 샤벨 김단우라고 합니다. 꿈에 그리던 무대에 처음 뛸 수 있게 되어서 정말 영광이고 좋은 기억 가져가고 싶습니다. 플레이 스타일은 좀 영리하게 게임을 하는 스타일인 것 같고 가장 자신 있는 챔피언은 키아나인 것 같습니다. 캐년 선수랑 루시드 선수인 것 같고요. 이유는 캐년 선수는 제가 처음 담원에 입단하게 되었을 때 정말 잘하는 선수분이시구나 라고 느끼고 들어왔었고 3군에 있으면서도 2군에 있던 루시드 선수가 1군 캐년 선수 못지않게 정말 잘하는 선수라고 생각을 했어서 옛날부터 롤모델로 삼아왔었던 것 같습니다. 제가 DK 용왕주 정글러로 기대를 많이 받는 이유는 캐니언 선수랑 루시드 선수가 위에서 잘 많이 공을 들여놔셔가지고 나오게 된 결과라고 생각해서 감사하다고 전해드리고 싶습니다. 많이 떨리기도 하고 걱정과 기대가 있는데 좋은 기회 주신 만큼 열심히 잘해보겠습니다. D+ 기아 화이팅!
Oh, what an absolute cutie. Charvel, we have seen him before. If you guys have been watching Korean League of Legends quite avidly, he was in the Kesper Cup a little while back. But otherwise, this is the first time he's been on the LoL Park stage for the LCK proper. Even though I feel like we've heard his name floating around for quite some time. Just haven't really got to see him perform. So, here we are. Lucid down in Challenger. Not entirely sure what that means personally, but D+ Gear were having some trouble. And so perhaps this is just to try and get some fresh eyes into the squad.
Yeah, and I think D+ are coming into this as favorites pretty heavily. So expectation is they can push Charvel in, giving him an opportunity to see what he can do, and still chances are coming away with a win, but we emphasized before there's still impact from these series. So I do not feel like this is the sort of change you make when there's no stakes. Sometimes we see teams pull a challenger player up because there's nothing at hand. That isn't necessarily the case here, but we are kind of continuing this situation with D+, where it's Showmaker, the experienced veteran.
I was going to say,
and
this
four younger players alongside him.
Doesn't it feel like we're on the road to Bree, you know, in the Fellowship of the Ring? And Showmaker's there with his big stick and his grey robe, you know, and he's got all of these hobbits around him. Oh man, that's what it kind of feels like to me. He certainly is the older of the players here on this roster.
Who from the hobbits?
Oh, that is a very good question. Smash is Frodo, 100%.
Okay.
Career is Pippin.
Yeah.
There's no doubt there. Oh, I guess Shiu has to be Sam because he's not Merry. And
he doesn't get phased very much.
And Charvel doesn't. No, maybe Career has to be Merry because like the one that's the most like mischievous. And I think that's Career.
Okay.
And so I guess Charvel's just Pippin in this one. Fool of a took. Throw yourself in next time. Rid us of your stupidity. Let's see whether Showmaker is going to be saying that after his first gank. That could be what happens here. And look, you can see he's already feeling a little bit upset about it.
Yo, can you imagine what team morale would be like if one of your teammates was phenomenal at voice acting and just did the whole game in Gandalf's voice?
If Showmaker could do that, oh my lord. And then he did his whole Cassante copy pasta in the Gandalf voice as well. Oh,
that's a winning formula, right?
Oh, yeah.
How do we know Faker doesn't do that?
He probably does.
He probably does.
Outside of the matches that we have voice mic check on, because then we definitely know.
They edit them to save his secret.
Yeah. Oh, my lord. Okay, well, this is going to be a little bit of fun here, and I think there's a lot to be discovered about both of these teams, especially with Jiu now back on the roster. We can see him here. Big smile on his face. DK looked really, really jovial as well, actually.
You know, it's funny. I'm just bringing it back to that previous conversation.
Yeah,
there was that content we saw, Hedgie's content, where they were doing the voice acting. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, true. Yeah.
But they've been practicing.
They certainly have. I watched some really old content as well. I think my wife linked it to me or something like that. Cloud Templar was interviewing Faker in like 2013 and asked him to do the Fizz ultimate voice line.
Wow.
And it's so, his voice cracks so much he shocks himself. Oh man, it's absolutely adorable. And in Korean, it's not just feeding time, obviously, because that's the English line. It's ready to get into pick and ban here for game number 1. The Hobbits have put all of their bags together. I imagine Sam probably has the largest of the bags. And hopefully Shiu is going to be able to carry them effectively here. As it makes sense, I think, that the top laner would be the workhorse of the roster.
Yeah.
That's what I would be assuming. Anyway, here we are.
You say that. I feel like Sam was the GOAT support.
That is true.
Supported Frodo. They're underappreciated.
But Career is definitely Merry, and there's no way around it.
Not wrong, yeah.
Unfortunately. All right, so Sam will be up there. He's going to ban away the Nocturne here, and we're going to do away with the references, I hope, from now, unless I come up with any more.
But this is interesting.
Bard and Karma.
A Bard ban from KRX when Bard has been banned against them.
Yeah.
Quite heavily in respect to Andal, so opting to take away from Career, respecting some of the big plays he's made.
And he's also, they've got first pick. They could have first picked Bard, theoretically.
I think the theory is that there's probably going to be more important in their view things to take his first pick, so they don't want to... And it also protects the Bard for a future game.
Yeah.
in terms of Fearless, so I think it makes sense in that regard.
Man, there are a lot of things available. The Orianna and Cassiopeia trade could happen here as far as the bans are concerned, or we could just ban Jarvan and see what happens.
So many. There's Ori, there's Cassio, there's Lucian, there's Rumble, there's Jarvan.
Oh dear.
Jarvan gets taken away, but still a lot of picks possible in this situation. What are D+ going to do? I feel like banning Cassio or Ori means the other one is going to go into the hands of KRX, so dangerous. We have seen Showmaker developing some pocket picks to answer some of these meta picks, so we'll see if he goes in that direction.
I also really didn't like Showmaker's Cassiopeia last time he played it, and so maybe banning like the Orianna, baiting out a Cassiopeia pick could be an option here, although they are going to just ban the Rumble. The Orianna will be the first pick here, and we'll see what Showmaker does have as an answer to the Ball Lady.
Interesting they go for the Orianna immediately.
Why is that interesting?
I mean, she is really strong, but I feel like with Lucian open as well, the value of Cassiopeia can be pretty high in that situation. Like if you pick Cassiopeia and they go Lucian, it's a bad time for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think the Orianna is really strong, but they've eliminated the Jarvan and the Nocturne as well to kind of limit the power a little bit. But knock on the Cassiopeia, Showmaker just going to pick up the Victor and play a mage vs mage matchup.
Yeah, and I think this makes some sense. I don't think he's all that excited about playing Cassiopeia again, and I kind of understand his Victor has been absolutely fantastic.
Had that great game. Was it in the LCK Cup? He had that great game on
yeah, no, he's had phenomenal games on it. It's just more recently, things didn't go as well.
Yeah, I think he needs to get the confidence back.
I agree.
To me, I feel like Lucian is kind of a standout that's left in this situation.
All right,
so the
I'll
weight
lock it in.
of picking this Lucian means that your third pick is kind of locked. It's fixed now. You're going to be going Ilio most likely. Now the question for KRX, do you secure a bot lane here to match it? Or do you secure perhaps a jungle on top and give limited response for D+ to answer it? If it is going to be the AD carry support, probably just something like Ashe Seraphine going to come through. But they go for the jungle instead. We've seen Vi be really popular into Lucian in terms of lockdown. And they don't just go Vi, they go Vi Nautilus. They do not want Smash to play the game. They're like, you step up in the team fight, you're getting ulted by one of us, and you will be held in place. So, pretty powerful. Also means that the Vi can obviously serve as a delivery system for the Orianna.
Yeah, I think Nautilus can do that as well. I think there's decent synergy between all three of these champions.
They're considering what to take here. Nami, I feel like, would be the worst here.
Braum!
I was going to say, I feel like Braum is the one you take if you're worried about playing into a Nautilus. We've seen Braum be a pretty good matchup in that regard. Milio does better than Nami into Nautilus, but still, there's definitely that vulnerability. They go for the Braum. Also means if they do ult onto the Lucian, you can jump in front and block the follow-up from coming through. You can even, if the ball's passing and hits the shield, can disrupt that as well.
That's true. The Unbreakable can be pretty powerful. And we've seen Lucian Braum be a combination in the past. It's not necessarily the, the be-all and end-all, but you can certainly proc the passive incredibly quickly with the Light Slinger. So can kind of work out pretty well here. And you then, of course, boost your damage as well as the Lucian. As they do ban away his wife, if he doesn't get to have her in his lane, I guess no one can.
Yeah, Braum did get nerfed a while ago, which is kind of the reason we've seen less Lucian Braum, but still makes sense here. Now, they're going to target some junglers in this regard. I think the ban of the Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense. The skirmishing power of Lucian Braum Xin Zhao very strong. I like the center ban, though. It's a pick that we've seen rising in priority, especially if you go for that Deathfire Touch build with it. It's been pretty strong. Sivir then going to come out as a ban.
Interesting.
I feel like there's still a good amount of things you could play here for KRX. As much as Lucian Braum can be a scary lane, you can kind of just farm it out from a distance if you pick something that can play from a safe...
Yeah, I think Caitlyn is pretty good at that, isn't she?
Caitlyn, Cat, Ziggs, Ezreal,
hey, true.
Even Smolder would work in this regard.
All right.
But Jace is going to come through as a ban. It is D+ with first pick here and then counter pick as well. The assumption is you're taking a jungler here, unless you're very set on securing something immediately for Charvel. There is still the likes of the Pantheon, the Lee Sin, Neferi, Wukong. Neferi would be really good here because Into Vi was specifically where we saw it kind of prioritized first and foremost as a counter to that. Going to do well against a lot of this CC.
Not to mention Nautilus as well. You can sort of annoy him by having his ultimate not necessarily work.
instead opting to go for the Wukong. I think the thought process behind this is we have a Braum. We don't really have that engage going for us yet.
Yep.
We want someone who can dive in and cause disruption. A bit more than a Fairy can do.
Well, I guess now Rich just picks a blind Scion or something like that. Could just gnaw towards the top lane as well. Does deter someone from picking up a Scion into it, as there's the Ezreal for Jiu, and there is that blind gnaw that we were considering. I don't know whether I'm like super enthralled with the gnaw pickup here for Rich, but he has had some decent performances on the champion in the recent future.
It just feels like the Rich
Recent
classic.
past.
It's just the blind gnaw.
Yep.
Something he's comfortable on, been comfortable on for a lot of his career, and it has ultimately been pretty successful in the LCK this season.
Aurelia time.
Perhaps.
It could be time for him to upgrade his previous performance. Maybe we can get to 0-10.
The pretty stock standard LCK response
Whoa.
seems to not be what she was going for, hovering the Vayne.
All right, let's see whether he does it, and he does lock it in. All right, we are hunting for demons, and let's hope that this prehistoric Yordle is also part demon. Otherwise, it will be a little bit off theme for Xiu in that top lane.
I think one thing is that the short-range illusion is certainly a threat into this KRX composition, but by having the Vayne, you have a second target, which means KRX, even if they manage to kill off Smash, they still have to worry about Xiu on the Vayne. Can obviously stack up the Braum passive pretty well.
They have 2 undodgeable ultimates, though. So they've got 1 for each AD carry.
The thing with the Nautilus ult, though, is if you use it on the Vayne and she ults and tumbles, it like just gets kind of, it stops, it just gets refunded.
Does it really?
Yeah.
If you go into stealth after it's going after you?
Yeah, it's really weird.
I didn't know that it popped like halfway
like
through the animation. That's crazy.
Like a specific timing with it. But we saw it the other week with Keen when he was on Vayne.
All
And
right.
spamming the Nautilus ult every time he came out of stealth, and he just kept going into stealth. It was really annoying.
Oh my god, that is actually so frustrating. I remember you mentioning that, actually. Okay, wow, I thought that was only because like he was trying to do it, and every time he was like only very briefly visible. And I guess, you know, after a little bit, you kind of just are as the Vayne.
But you sometimes see like the little shockwaves start coming out, and then it just goes back.
Yeah. Well,
Get
so
around
it's
it.
going to have to be Willa that takes care of the Vayne. Let's just say that, unless hers gets popped as well. Which would be very, very frustrating. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Let's get it onto the Rift, get this fellowship on the road. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 and Charvel's debut here in the LCK. Very exciting stuff. Jiu also back after a very long time, as she was going to get hopped on here by Rich. Does have the exhaust, but I don't think that Xiu wins this one, as he's tumbling, and Rich is just going to kill him. Flash! And they kill each other, but first blood goes over to Xiu. And there's a teleport for Rich. So Rich is actually in a much better position.
Rich was actually winning, despite the fact that Xiu did the short tumble against terrain
Yeah.
to reset as quick as possible. Rich also having lethal tempo, helping out a lot there, making use of the hop, but the flash, a missed flash comes out from Rich, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
That was crazy. I really didn't expect Xiu to stand his ground, because I kind of thought that, you know, Rich gets his hop off cooldown. I guess the cooldown of hop level 1 is ridiculously long.
Yeah, also the attack speed from the hop, I think, was a big factor in Rich.
Yeah, it looked like Rich was in a really good position, as Xiu is able to walk his way back. Does do a fair bit of damage there with the empowered auto from the tumble, as Rich just has his hat still up and available. Border refillable as well, but it's a longsword on Xiu. And they are just continuing to fight. One more auto and he's dead! Xiu just finds a solo twice in a row, I guess.
Yeah, first time round, we see Rich make a little misplay that allows it to be a 1-for-1, but now Xiu is taking control of the lane. And all I'm thinking is what the rest of these two teams are thinking.
Yeah.
When you're just like, guys, what is going on top lane? I mean, D+'s probably pretty happy with how things have panned out, but it's just a bit chaotic. This is that level 1. So the hop coming in, giving that attack speed, and also getting the damage onto Xiu's head. But Xiu knows there's no ward. We put down on this brush, and it's so close to finding it. But when he gets that last order, that gives vision, allows Rich to turn it around.
All right, we see it again as I think Rich missed a boomerang. Although actually hit that last one, just doesn't have the damage. Longsword advantage here for Sheer.
Yeah, he hops in, and as you said, so when the first back came in, Richard just bought refillable, and she would bought a whole longsword. And was kind of like, I'm level 2, he's level 1, I can go aggressive here, find pressure, but the level up for Shiu turns things around.
Yeah.
But now lane's going to be pretty tough for Rich in the top lane.
Yeah, I think Rich is kind of used to it, right? Has had some difficult lanes in his past, but yeah, this could certainly be a rough time. Does hit level 4 before Shiu, as he was able to teleport to lane very early on, as we remember. Which is helpful. Shiu has already got a win on this one in his back pocket. But Smash hasn't won on Lucian yet, which is kind of crazy. Miller making his way over here as Andel's going to move in as well, but it looks like no gank onto Showmaker this time around. And Yukal just going to go back to farming. The Orianna has been very successful here in the LCK and is a pretty coveted pick, and has also been one that Yukal's looked out for a really long time. Like, they've been prioritizing Orianna higher than anything else before anybody else has here in the LCK.
Definitely a pick he feels super comfortable on. So far, doing a decent job into Showmaker.
All right. The door comes up here as Andal is going to go for a bit of a re-engage, but Korea takes a lot of damage from Shiu.
Yeah, you can honestly, if you're playing Nautilus into Braum, one of the ways you can play the lane out is just going extremely short trades, because Nautilus around his Aftershock, around his shield, and his upfront burst, if you actually hook onto the Braum, you can get a decent amount of damage down. The important thing is getting away afterward. If you stick too long into the play, you'll get stunned up, you'll end up getting shredded down. But if you go for those quick, short trades...
Oh, that's what they're going to do here.
Just like that.
Korea puts up the door once again. There's the Titan's Wrath, though, as they do manage to get the concussive blows. Smash gets exhausted here, but they stay in the fight. Korea in a bit of trouble, though, as we can see, as Shiu is continuing to throw out the damage, really making sure that he shares it amongst the members of DK, as that hook does go a little bit wide. We do now have a monkey making his way into this bottom lane, as Jiu, the other one, is not able to see him, but I think they are backing off successfully.
So I think the upfront trade from Andal was good, but I think he overstayed in it a bit too long, and by the end of it, both the supports are kind of even in terms of HP. Jiu got a good amount of damage down, which helped, but I think you go in, you have a good trade, and you think, hey, we're on top, but your Aftershock times out, your shield gets taken out, and suddenly it's not feeling as good anymore.
Yep, and the concussive blows connect as well, which can make things a little bit more difficult in the Smash. Taking a bit of damage here, dashing forward once again as he actually finds Andal with that piercing light. Really nicely done. Shovel at level 5 is now thinking about making something happen towards this bottom side, but Willer is able to get down here first. He was going to be able to win the race to level 6. As we can see, both of the junglers very similar on experience right now. The RNG does put the Scuttle on the top side, and that means that we do have a bit of a 2v2 in the mid lane for now. All right, Yukal is actually going to take a fair bit of damage here as Showmaker does push him out of the lane, but that is all to try and get this Scuttle.
Yukal able to move first. Showmaker still has some minions he'd love to clean up, but right now,
Yeah, Shockwave onto Showmaker here, who just flashes away, doesn't want to mess with this at all. And now Korea comes over. That is an Arcane Storm onto the Orianna, and the Gravity Field holds him in it. So Yukal's out of this fight should mean that this Rift Scuttle will go over to Shovel and going to win that first Scuttle fight of his LCK career.
Yeah, I mean, KRX not wanting to opt into that with the Vayne moving over, being a big threat. Showmaker sacrificing some minions to get in position to help. Right. Mash is level 6, by the way.
The dash in from Shiu as the culling comes down, the barrier comes in, and Jiu just dies.
I think he was of the mindset of having the minion wave there would protect him, stop the culling from being relevant. But the big factor was that Smash had barrier, and Jiu used that exhaust earlier in that trade.
Yeah, that was just a pretty clear advantage.
Yeah, so hyped up a little bit, trying to find an angle, overestimates his strength.
Oh, there is the Vault Breaker flash. Shiu is extremely dead.
Mega dead.
Yeah.
Not much you can do against that when you get ulted by the Gnar and then the Vi as well. So we'll see the replay of this. The level 6 is hit by Smash, but Jiu is kiting into the minions and then flashes in to try and get the damage with the barrier. Is a difference maker.
I think he was trying to like flash the piercing-like damage, but flashed into it and still got hit by everything.
It do be that way sometimes.
It does. It definitely does. Either way, didn't work for Gio there at all, no matter what he was thinking. And so it is going to mean that DK now move themselves to about a 300 gold lead, and the bottom lane is very far ahead. In good news, though, Rich has been able to create a pretty good lead for himself after that kill. Now is about 10 CS ahead of the Vayne, and is feeling a whole lot better. So what we were saying about Rich having a terrible time is now completely over, and Willer also, with that kill under his belt, is feeling pretty good in this jungle matchup as well, as the Vi has hit her usefulness stage of having level 6 access to the ultimate and the ability to lock down targets.
I will say that with Shovel having his ult, Jiwoo no flash, Willer no flash, looking to see where he makes use of that. I feel like especially with the changes for the ult doing more damage from the clone, Wukong can be really scary on the level 6 spike.
Well, Shio is just going to push this wave in, has evened out the farm somewhat for now, as there's control vision all over the place here for KRX. Shovel is going to come on over here and clear out a whole bunch of it. There is going to be the grub started up for Willer, so it looks like it's just going to be a neutral trade. And with a Gnar, I think you're very happy to grab yourself some grubs. I think that he should be able to get some value here. Shio is going to stand his ground once again. Narbar in a good spot here for Rich, as Willer could potentially come up. Doesn't have the cease and desist, but would certainly be able to help in this potential 1v1 that the Vayne does want to have. And the grubs will be going down here. Shovel is able to take out the Dragon. And we do just slink back into our respective jungles. It looks like Shio is going to play defensive in the top lane as well.
Yeah, nothing too crazy is going to happen. Shiwu respecting the fact Willer could have moved over to threaten. If Shiwu gets a bit lower, it could be potential to set up a dive, but not sure if they're that interested in that right now. We see already, though, Korea moving up towards the top side, providing potential cover. He kind of sends the potential for that play to come through, and they're just not even going to let it happen, but I think KRX win interested regardless.
Nope. And now the wave in a very good spot here for Shiu, so he's very happy about how things are going. So things calming down on the Rift. About 700 gold is the lead as things all settle. I don't think KRX are too worried about it. I think their composition plays front to back pretty effectively. But I am a little worried about the DPS potential of an Ezreal composition where you do have DK able to kind of isolate a target relatively comfortably with the severe amount of AoE CC that Wukong provides. It's hard for even an Ezreal to get himself out of the way. Will not be all that durable if Showmaker manages to sink his claws in. But we'll see what happens as we get to later game teamfights and how well Jiu is going to perform. That's right, there is a Gnar avoided very nicely there, but the wallop is not. Shiu going to be taking some damage there. Does use the final hour, but I think there's still a few hours left in Rich. I think maybe it's a little bit of a lie this time.
Yeah, Rich doesn't connect with the ult, but gets a good trade down, just able to disengage as he goes down a mini. Timing was good, even if the ult didn't necessarily connect.
Yep. As Korea making his way over. Yukal has been at 50% this entire lane, is what it kind of feels like. But is otherwise absolutely fine. Just a wave down versus Showmaker. Trinity Force is now done for Shovel, though, and a very slow early game. And I imagine Shovel is pretty happy about it, right? He did mention that he prefers to be more of a smart jungler. And having a more slow, cerebral game seems to fit that selected playstyle. But it doesn't feel the same as what we've been watching more recently with some of our more bloody affairs that we've had, especially in the road to EWC. But here in the LCK as well, things have certainly got a little bit more exciting.
It doesn't suit the challenges vibe as well.
No, and there's so much challenges in this as far as the players are concerned. You know, there's Challenger plus Showmaker Yukal Rich is what it kind of feels like to me, and Willer, I guess. So, but otherwise, I mean, everyone's a Challenger player, really. Let's see whether Gio and Andal can bring some of it out here against Smash and Korea. Two players they used to play with in Challenger quite a lot.
I feel like at this point when the Lucian gets Essence Reaver, because you do definitely have some mana issues earlier in the game, but now you can just play and go for these aggressive trades.
No mana issues right now because he gets to go back to the fountain. Actually, no, he is going to cancel that one. At least that is, we're not going to have that amount of passivity. Gio, though, just going to vacate the lane and have the wave being pulled back here by Smash. So the bottom lane is just fine. The jungle is just farming Having a look, there's not a whole lot of camps left after they've done with their wolves. So that means that we might see something. And I guess there's a minute and a half left on this dragon.
Yeah.
Not going to be an Ocean Soul as well. I think the theme for this game would be very Chemtech Soul favored, but there's the ulti out of Korea, finds a lot of value. Flash out from Andal, avoids death. And Jiu not going to get hit by the Winter's Bite. But still, they are going to get pushed away. Some Crystalline Overgrowth should be eaten here by the D+ Kia 80 carry. And that will put them a little bit further in the lead. Somehow they've moved up to 2,000 gold now. Just kind of out of nowhere based on Smash having a ludicrous amount more money than his opposition. Cashing in the cull, I believe, really did help push that over the line.
Cashing in the cull goes a long way. Bit of a farm lead as well. Getting some plates too. So Smash in a pretty good spot. Also that solo kill, obviously.
Yep.
But a sizable lead to have already.
Oh, some action perhaps? No, not really. I got a little bit enthused, but sometimes you just, it's just more about moving the chess pieces around the board, Ox, you know?
Yeah.
And this chess piece is now moving back and forth. You know at the start of a game of chess, like they're just not really taking very much, they're just moving things into position? That is what we're watching right now. And by that, I mean, I don't really play very much chess. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know whether you do actually do that. But I think you could, in theory, just move a bishop back and forth.
I'm pretty sure you do move pieces around in chess. I think you're correct on that front.
Yeah, but like I imagine you do take pieces in the earlier stages of chess as well, strategically.
Yeah.
And sacrifice pieces and all that sort of
depend on the opening, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like you know a thing. You know, at least you know that there's an opening that you can do. All right. You've watched one of those videos that says Magnus Carlsen did this.
I have.
I haven't clicked on that many of them. I'm not going to lie.
I also watched Queen's Gambit.
Oh, I did too!
Yeah.
I didn't learn very much about chess, though. It was
I learned that when you play chess, you're supposed to look at the ceiling.
Yeah.
I haven't had this yet, but apparently you're supposed to see a chessboard in the ceiling.
Ah, that's pretty cool. I did also learn that, like, 60s houses had, like, kind of cool stuff in them.
Yeah. I wonder
that was a bit of a vibe.
I wonder if any of our players look at the ceiling and see, like, the Summoner's Rift.
You just look up and you just see the mini-map.
I imagine you look up, you're like, oh, I see it now. You look down, it's just gray screen. Perhaps shouldn't have looked up for so long.
Maybe we shouldn't have been doing that in-game.
Yeah.
Maybe they just, imagine that. In the player house, you just have a giant Summoner's Rift printed on the roof, actually. Brilliant.
Honestly, we should put a giant Summoner's Rift above the players in LoL Park to
there's a flash.
Help them out.
Something happened, Orcs, I think, almost.
There's
Rich and Shield fighting.
Happening.
Look at that. They're hitting each other 3 times, and then after the 3rd time, more happens. More damage.
Oh, yeah. What do you call that?
I think it's Hyper and Silver Bolts. Or a 3-hit passive. Now Shiu's going to get ulted back. Not sure about this one. Final hour does come on down. He's got the exhaust as Rich. I think might have been baited out of that one. The flash over the boomerang is gorgeous. Smash is dead as well, though. And we go 1-for-1 across the rift.
Yeah, I think Rich just doesn't need to do this. I think he keeps looking for the all-in opportunity. It's just wholly unnecessary. Like, you're going to be useful in team fights.
But I mean, the game has been pretty boring thus far, and Rich is providing the action.
From an entertainment perspective, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But from a helping your team win perspective, it's definitely not. I mean, the fact is, Vayne has exhaust. So you go for this play, he's not close enough to get the slam into the wall, and then he also goes invisible and exhausts you. And it's like, okay, well, what are you supposed to do? There was a nice flash you as well.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, really nicely done there.
Levels up on Jiwoo, but unfortunately he's playing into a Vi. He was feeling the 1v1.
Yeah, he wanted it again. Did get a few flashes for his trouble, but will just be punched to death. And that is 488 gold going over to Willem. That's going to cut down the gold lead quite nicely as Shiu, oh dear. Well, Rich is not going to get condemned, or at least not stunned by it, but still going to take a lot of damage here. Charging up the Nahbar though, so I don't think was under any kill threat. But will just leave, did get the message.
If he got stunned, maybe he still survives, but would have been close. Touch and go.
You're taking a lot of damage here as he's just going to have to flash out of the way of the culling. Smash is angry today, man.
Yeah, also he's hit that 2-item spike of the Lucian where you can kind of just ice skate and permanently have abilities available. You were not able to step up. And even without the Milio, we're seeing the Lucian have a lot of strength playing around mid-wave. We have to talk about Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami, just making it so hard to contest that mid-wave, but apparently Smash, just Lucian is enough.
Yeah. Maybe mid Lucian is going to come back. I know his passive was entirely changed so that he wouldn't come back, but that looked pretty strong. Didn't have a Braum there.
Yeah. I hope not.
Yeah, me too. It was not a fun time. Rich remembers that time. Lucian was one of his favorites. Playing it against Summit over and over again. I think even Huni was playing. Yeah. When Huni was in the LCK, damn, he played a lot of Lucian. Remember,
I just remember,
he actually he was pretty good on it as well, if I remember correctly. I'm not saying that just because he's here.
I just remember from, I can't remember specifically which player who said it, but it was one of Huni's teammates in NA, and apparently Huni and Raynova were playing Kalista top, and they just didn't know how the ult worked. And it was just like they practiced this in scrims and they'd win lane all the time, but they just didn't. They were like.
There's no idea why it was winning, as Showmaker is playing this one very effectively. Rich hits Mega, though, and that is going to deny the kill. And Showmaker will be taken out. Willa gets another one. Shovel comes in, but a little bit too late, as Rich is just teleporting away. And Shiu just wasted his teleport. And it's going to be now Rich going back home. He's in the top lane now. And there is an Orianna pushing an inner turret. At this stage. Smash going 1v2.
We talked a lot about the Vi Nautilus into the Lucian being a good answer, but those ultimates are still just very effective against the Victor.
Yeah.
Who has no flash in particular. Here, Showmaker just doesn't have the damage to cut through, gets ulted, doesn't get to play the game, and then it's just great read from Rich and Willa to split up and Rich to TP out. And because you're trading TPs, you feel so good about this.
Yeah. He even gets 500 gold for his trouble as he was exiting. Not entirely sure what that was for. I imagine it might have been a turret going down or something somewhere. But was pretty amusing. And that is going to mean that the gold lead has gone. It is just not there. But there is still a dragon lead, and D+ Gear are looking at Hextech Soul Point. And that would definitely be something that they could use to leverage a victory here in this game.
KRX need to contest this, but Jiwoo's so late. He's still clear in the mid wave. It's just going to be gone.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to be able to get in here. Let's see whether Willa can make something happen, as Korea just trying to play bodyguard. They're not going to be able to get to the dragon, but can they find a team fight? That's the question. Shiu has found Jiwoo, and Jiwoo is just going to die, I have a feeling. Instead, Shiu's going to let him live as he's looking to help his teammates. Korea is going to go down, though, as Charvel gets in there with the Cyclone. Andal going to get popped. As Shiu and Smash, the double 80 carries, are looking to try and clean up, and they will be able to do so. Shiu grabs that one against his opposite number. It is a 1-for-3 in favor of D+, and they get Soul Point.
KRX with not a great setup around that dragon. We're there in time to contest it.
Is that fair, though, Ox? It didn't look to me like they had much of a setup at all.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Jiwoo is approaching solo and just ends up face-checking into the Vayne. But then I love the decision from Shiu here not to chase the kill. He's like, Jiwoo's at the fight, I can participate, and ensure we sweep them. They manage to get Willa knocked up by the Wukong, Andal just gets shredded, and then Rich is trying to do what he can, but just can't really step up to all this damage in return. D+ had a clear goal in mind, they got the dragon, they got the kills, and KRX just seemed a little bit lost, especially their AD carry.
Yeah. That's a Rage Blade now done here for Shiu as well. It's not often what we see as item number 2 for a Vayne top.
A real Vayne item?
That's crazy. Isn't it almost always Essence Reaver that comes in second?
Yeah.
We have seen some Storm Razors as well and weird stuff like that, but it's not often a Rage Blade. That is a very fun item. That means you get Silver Bolts more often. We'll be able to do a lot of Baron damage, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of cool. Shockwave comes in the bottom lane, and Shiu is just going to show Yukal what this Rage Blade does. Don't know whether that was massively due to the Rage Blade. The fact that he took so much damage there. It might have been the final hour, just giving you a whole lot of flat stats.
Also a lot of attack speed from the...
That's a bit Rage Blade. Yep. That's you can make something happen out of that. But DK are sort of taking this last one team fight and really running with it. This is the largest gold lead of the game so far, sitting at around 3,000. I'm a little bit worried for KRX because this game has been so slow.
Yeah.
And they are just slowly falling even further behind.
Not a ton has happened, and they really need to be the ones making the plays from here on out. If they just continue to play out in this slow manner, let D+ have complete control of the map, they're not going to be able to contest this 4th dragon. if D+ get Hextech Soul, it's just doomed.
Yeah. Especially with the composition that they have. We know that AD carries are pretty good at utilizing a Hextech Soul, and when you've got a Vayne and a Lucian on the same team, yeah, it's going to be pretty good. This Lucian as well has gone for the Black Cleaver with the double AD carry comp. I actually kind of like that, as Shio, I think, has realized that perhaps he is going to be in a little bit of trouble as he does try and get rid of the Vayne, Vi, but that is not quite going to work. The final hour is popped, though, as he goes into stealth, goes out once again, and locking down this Vayne, looking a little bit difficult as he disappears out of the way of the shockwave, and UCal just finds the air. He still had flash that whole time.
Yeah, KRX going for the proactive play and don't get what they want. Really feels pretty bad. Those tools on cooldown for a little while means they won't be able to do much else in the meantime, and D+ going to continue just consolidating that control over the map. You can see Korean moving against some deep wards down. And as you said, Black Cleaver for Smash, which definitely represents less damage than going like the full crit build and an LDR, but does mean you're a bit bulky, a bit more survivable, a lot of ability, haste, movement speed.
Being able to run around a whole bunch is certainly going to be helpful, and Smash has been playing hyper aggressively in this game so far. I feel like it's been a pretty welcome change for how he's played in previous games this season, as Andal doesn't quite find the anchor.
I mean, KRX doing a decent job of pushing in and contesting this vision. It's over a minute till Dragon, but they have very much the mindset of we need to find an opportunity to get in here.
Well, maybe too much, as Rich is going to potentially get caught. Oh, almost slowed down by the concussive blows, as there is the ulti onto Smash, but no follow-up is there at all, and Showmaker eats a fair bit of abuse. There's a bunch of flashes out of the way of Rich, who is unable to find anyone with the ulti. Showmaker having his flash on cooldown is a big deal. Korea not able to have his for a reposition on an ultimate or something could be good as well. But Shiu, in this whole time, was just pushing the top lane.
That was some great reactions from D+. The members able to get away from the Gnar flash from Rich. They were ready for it. They saw him looking. And as a result, they managed to survive. They are down those summoners for the Dragon fight. Able to dodge away well there. Andal just kind of walks up, and this is the point where, as a Nautilus, you feel very uncomfortable into all this damage and the potential Braum passive. Goes for the ult onto Smash. Smash just is able to get away from it. Resets his dash with the Navori, gets some distance. There's no real follow-up. Andal just gets shredded. And then the read here from Smash and Korea is phenomenal.
Oh dear, Andal did not want to go in on that one. Didn't get knocked up though by the Glacial Fissure and will survive at least for now. But his health bar is so incredibly low. Rich finding another angle here as Smash is flashing away. And the Cyclone comes in from Shovel. He protects his AD carry. They get the double knockups. The Gnar is decent and Showmaker is dead, but so is Willa. And Shiu is going to show up and look to take him all down. Andal takes a couple of shots and then he'll fall. And Shiu, he is on the queen of cleanup, as the Vayne is looking to try and chase down these last few bad guys before they pick off the ace. And Gio just going to get flashed on here by Shovel, and he shows us the capybara. You love to see it. That is going to be a soul, as well as maybe the end of the game.
I love that most so much. It's one of the best.
So good.
So here, ends up fighting this choke, but Andal goes in, instantly regrets it. But then we see the Mega Gnar turning up, and then they go to look for Smash, but Smash just creates so much distance. Gets a flash here after the dash, so with the peel from Shovel, Rich barely gets any damage down onto him. Jiwoo and UCal don't get to do much. They do kill Showmaker, but now Smash can just free hit. All that CC's down. Jiwoo comes into the fight and knows there is nothing available to deal with him.
Yeah, she was just, he wasn't there for that entire fight. I actually felt like D+ played it really well defensively to make sure that they just bought enough time for the Vayne to get in and clean up.
Okay, Hextech Soul, 8,000 gold lead.
Terminus done here for Shiu as well.
We're probably looking at a Game 2 angle. And
I think,
probably,
look, as someone who is aware of the fact that this is a best of 3, I think Game 2 may happen.
Yeah, I think chances are likely. But I think that additionally, the chances of KRX being 1-0 down when they go into that Game 2 are also very likely.
Yeah, I would say the chances of Game 2 happening and the chances of KRX being 0-1 when it does are pretty similar. Okay, Smash is going to get ulted though. There's an anchor towards him, and it's just going to be the barrier used, and Andal is going to be able to deliver a shockwave, but it just does pitiful damage, and down will go the Nautilus. She was going to chase after UCal, and with no shockwave, there is no way he's doing anything about that. And the culling is going to cut through Rich. He is very, very dead, and I think that may have been very similar to waving a white flag as KRX throw away 3 of their members in a bit of a, attempted Hail Mary, I guess, before their Nexus turrets go down.
But like a weird approach, throwing the Nord Assault down when it's only you and the Ezreal there to really contest. The follow-up wasn't there. I think KRX have struggled with their setups for D+. Looking clean.
Yeah.
11,000 gold ahead as they push to end here.
Yeah, Willa taking a bit of damage. You can see career is relatively low, but Gio is going to get exhausted, and I would be exhausted too after a game like this. Down he will go. Willa is going to follow suit. Andal had respawned, but he can go down again. And that is another ace here for D+, and they will be able to take down the first Nexus in this series. A bit of a bounce back here as they finish this game at 13,000 gold in the lead. And ultimately, it turns into a shellacking after all was said and done.
This was not the fastest paced game. Definitely felt like more of a slow burn, but once D+ got control, they did not let it go.
That is Sharvel's cerebral playstyle in action. Am I right?
Yeah, not exactly the challengers vibes we typically expect.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, solid performance you can be happy with. Game 1, getting the advantage for D+, and kind of demonstrating the difference between these two teams right now. But they need to see KRX step it up if they're going to be able to answer back. I just think the setup when it came to team fights, they did not seem coordinated. And especially when you're playing a composition that wants to punish the Lucian or the Victor. Don't think they did a super good job of coordinating. We did see Showmaker go down a fair few times. But that just seemed like KRX were like, oh, we'll just hit him because he's here. Not like that was their main focus.
Yeah, and the main focus probably should have been Shio and Smash, who just kind of took the game into their own hands and ran away with it. You saw KRX were able to find something there at around the 18-minute mark, but after that, it was all D+ the entire time. So Sharvel, 100% win rate here in the LCK thus far. We'll see whether he can continue that as we go to a short break. And when we get back, we look forward to the space breaking that one down, especially the top lane shenanigans, and maybe a history lesson from Huni about top lane Lucian and how fun or not fun it was to play a whole bunch of that during his time in the LCK. We'll be back after this break.
야, 나 돌거북이야. 조심해. 돌거북.
얘들아 1할 밀고 액션 쳐줘야 돼.
야, 미드만 물리지 마. 야, 이번 미드 집어넣고 바로 미드까지 하면 돼.
우리 미드 먼저.
물려. 봐줘.
맞아. 우리 높을. 야, 싸워. 나노플.
호텔 보자.
나노플이야.
빨리 와도 이길 것 같긴 해.
그냥 해도 돼.
얘들아 빨리 나를.
안 지긴 해.
나를.
그래?
끝내자.
보자.
미드라인 거 끝내자.
야 가자.
잡았어.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up. Yes, I lit it up. Yes, I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out. But your time's up. No way can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to The Space. Digon here alongside Huni and Wadid. Well, Huni, as they're better known as it is 1-0 D plus Kia, 100% win rate for new jungler for D plus Kia, Charvel. Congratulations, we'll see how long he's able to keep that record going. But a lot of this had less to do about Charvel and more to do about the top lane.
What does Chauvel means? Because I'm lost.
No idea as well.
I don't know.
Maybe chat knows.
Matt, can you let us know? Because I think shovel and shrapnel, sharp.
Like shovel is like some kind of sword in the you know, the sword fight. You know, the Olympic one. I don't know how they call it in English.
Saber.
Oh yeah, saber. Maybe it's some kind of that. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't think so.
This is what it's like. I was in the middle of trying to toss to Wadid about the game, about Rich, you know, taking all those fights, and he's like, names, I don't know.
Let's break it down.
All right, let's go. Focus on the top side of the map.
What happened?
What happened, top laner?
Something happened. I mean, we're gonna see with the highlight one, which is like about like, you know, top shenanigans. Like, only actually what happened. It was, you know, a lot of things happened.
So basically, I think people are more picking Little Temple on Gnar to win the range matchup nowadays. But I think the reason why she had such a successful moment on the top lane this game is because like the way how he played in the early game. I think that level 1 juke with the flash was just insane play.
Yeah, let's see it one more time here on the top side of the map that led to this volatility early.
I think it was a really nice play by just from Nar, actually just starting off the hop, just on Vayne's head, starting off. But the problem is that he actually used the vision trinket, the yellow trinket actually in the first brush, so he doesn't have it. And it's like, such a nice flash. He could have little bit one more auto attack to see where actually Vayne flashed, but it was too sudden that, it was way too fast. And also this one is like, as also Caster kind of mentioned it, like these fights are not required for Nar. Like you can also just wait for the jungle or just fight with the creeps. The fight was like way too fast that it was like so not good for Nar.
Yeah, I mean, as a support perspective, I thought Nar is winning, but I guess not, And also, I think, I think every single time when DK is on their individual skills, I think also Smash showed up his skills against Jiu once again on the bot lane. And I think these kind of leads from DK is all about their individual skills on top of it. So it felt really great.
And but the thing is like also the Wheeler actually helped him out top side, like at the level 7 with the buy and using a flash to the top. They put so much resources so make sure they can neutralize on top side Weaver. But the thing is like, they actually Nar actually kind of gave up whole advantage, the whole resource, and it wasn't good.
The AAA broadcast agree with the Huni top lane assessment there, because we had to hear them talk about it the whole time. And then, like you said, there were resources put into top lane to try and fix it, so they get to a stable point here in Highlight 2. The gold is basically even at this point as they focus here on the Drake.
I think KRX, they should have just take the fight here, because Azure has 2 cores. But what is my AD carry doing?
I'm clearing the wave, I'm farming.
What is my AD carry doing?
It's cannon.
Ivan, you should just come. I think this is the item power spike that Azure really wanted to have. And I think this is the moment where KRX can finally look for the fight. But here, Jiu not grouping for the team was just so illegal, I would say. And I think that kind of like led the KRX in a really bad position, and I think the game is over like when your AD carry is not grouping for the team fight.
Yeah, especially the reason why you're actually picking the E0, your 2 core is much stronger than your enemy AD character, the item build. It's just like the Murmana into Triforce. You're so strong, and also zone control is so perfect. It's just no matter what, if your team decided to fight off the third Drake rather, you have to be there just pressing Q, press W, press E. You have to do something. That's your time. That's time to shine.
I mean, or let's say you really wanted that cannon, right? Then you gotta say, guys, I'm farming mid, don't fight. But where is the communication? Where is the connection between the team?
Can't do both.
Don't know. Well, either way, let's see if they're able to find it here for game number 2. Let's send it back on over to the battery-powered Ox and Atlas.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. A little bit upset that I didn't get the full breakdown of, Lucian top and what it used to do back in the day from Huni, but it was good to learn about all of the other things.
Yep, nice having our top lane specialist here, breaking things down. And as we look towards game 2,
yep,
I feel like D+ in a pretty comfortable position, but I want to see more of Sharvel.
Me too.
I think that first game wasn't a huge indicator.
And I also have something to add to the conversation from before. I was given the opportunity to do a bit of research as to what his name actually means. And there are actually quite a few different things that it could mean. It's most commonly a misspelling or phonetic spelling of Charvel, which is a very famous electric guitar brand. So that's what it could be. Whoa, he drank for every DK death? That might be thirsty.
Not that bad today.
Yeah, not that bad today. That being said, if he was watching a couple of days ago, I really hope he wasn't doing the challenge, because I'm surprised he can even walk today. It's kind of ludicrous. To go back to it, it is also Old English slang, which you should have got.
I'm a bit rusty on my Old English.
Yeah, so
more for New English person.
See, that's where we go. It's in very rare historical or local dialects, Sharvel was an Old English colloquial term related to using a shovel. So It's similar to we can just call him a spade or a shovel, whichever one you want.
Would you say he's shoveling? Is that
Yeah, he's shoveling. Would you say that? Do you need to have like an
No, I would not
extra
say
English
that because I'm not
accent?
I'm not from the south of England.
Yeah, so can you do a Southern English accent at all?
What would they say, like bath? I'm going to draw a bath.
Yes, well, if you needed to have a bath, perhaps I will bring you a shovel of water to put into the bath. We can shovel the bath full of water.
Quite so.
Some Epsom salts, perhaps. Allow me to bring the shovel of Epsom salts as well. Yes, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so we've got to the bottom of it. Now we understand why it's called shovel, and I hope no one is confused anymore. Jin and Varus, both banned away.
British royalty, apparently.
Indeed.
Yeah, so heavy on the AD carry bans already. I think the Cassiopeia being taken away is no real surprise, but there's still a lot of power picks available, and the fact that KRX have already thrown in a Jin ban makes me think perhaps they have their eye on something they want to prioritize here, get their hands on. They did ban Bard last time. Jin Bard pretty strong, but Kate Bard also strong. And it's
Bard
going to be
is gone.
D+ who ban Bard this time.
All right, just no Brads allowed. Is I guess how it's going to go. I imagine the Karma is probably going to get a little bit of a look in here.
Potentially. Still leaves the...
Wow,
that is just heavy AD carry bans. And a lot of the great pairings with Karma are gone, apart from Sivir. Sivir remains.
Well,
And perhaps the thought process from KRX is they want to prioritize Jarvan. Sivir feels really uncomfortable into Jarvan. That could be a thought process, but remains to be seen. There's still Rumble available, still Jarvan, still Nocturne. Although I think Nocturne being banned was a factor in the Orianna being open.
Yep.
So now Rumble is a big pick available.
Yeah, Rumble, the Karma, another one that they could theoretically look at. But you mentioned already that the Sivir feels actually it's kind of on her own as the options.
I mean, Jarvan's banned now, so I feel like Sivir feels pretty safe to pair with the Karma.
Yep.
So you could prioritize that.
See exactly where they do decide to go. Could be down to some weird Zeri shenanigans as well. We did see that yesterday, I believe. But instead, first pick Lee Sin going to come through for Willa.
So none of the things we were discussing. We have seen the Lee Sin priority go up, especially if you can get a mid laner that can pair well with it. Annie and Ryze have been the big ones. So we'll see if KRX look to prioritize that later. But for now, Rumble and Karma are up for grabs for D+ in this situation.
All right, well, she was taking his time. They haven't even hovered anything just yet, as instead it's going to be the Ashe looked at. So an Ashe Seraphine type angle potentially come through. They don't necessarily need to lock the Seraphine. There is Lulu available as well. So if there's anything else that they feel like is more high priority, they can take that. And the Xin Zhao is going to be taken. You don't really need... They didn't need to do that, though, right? Now they have to pick Seraphine on 3. I feel like you limit your options by going for the Xin Zhao here.
Yeah, I feel like they could have just taken Ashe Seraphine and gone, and there would have been no problem with that. But I guess maybe the thought process is like keeping that support role open just in case. I mean, Nautilus is gone, so I don't think there's really that much of a scenario. But maybe they're really scared of like a Ziggs Pike or a Mel Pike or something, and they don't want to leave that option open. So maybe that's the thought process. We see KRX going for the Ryze, pairing that up with the Lee Sin, and because you know they're going to pick Seraphine third, you're not worried about Anivia. Cassante does just come through for Rich.
Yeah, and I think that KRX were just kind of given this on a silver platter, right? They lock their jungle first. They see that they have to lock in Seraphine, otherwise they won't be able to get a comfortable bottom lane because you could ban Seraphine and Lulu, and then the Ashe is kind of feeling like she's on her own.
Yeah.
And so then Ryze, Cassante come through without too much of a response, as Anivia can be banned, and whatever Rich doesn't feel like playing into could be banned as well.
I do feel like the Ashe Seraphine Jarvan is just so powerful, and you can now ban away bot lane picks. They go for the Yuumi. We did see some Yuumi the other day. Didn't go too successfully, but Zeri Yuumi definitely a thing. I think that'd be a tough lane, if I'm being real, but is playable. Karma is still available. I will say Sivir Karma into Ashe Seraphine can be a little bit tougher until you get to the point where you can just shred waves, but still thought that might have been a concern.
They still might ban the Karma. They could just take it away here.
Yeah, could ban the Lulu as well, although Lulu is a lane a little bit trickier into that matchup.
Okay, Pike instead.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Pike paired up with Ziggs or Mel into this, but it is just kind of crazy the Karma priority just being let open to this point.
Yeah, they kind of forgot about it, I guess. Well, the Annie going to be taken away from Showmaker, but the Anivia is still there, so they can play Anivia Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao, which sounds completely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting to me that they go for the Annie ban instead of the Anivia in this situation.
Gwen! That's an odd choice. Oh, Zahen is also a bit of a fun one here, as Shiu is trying to figure out what he wants to play. He could also play Alawi if he really wants to have a whole bunch of fun. But it looks like Zahen is going to be the choice, and we'll be locked in here for Shiu towards the top side of the map. I actually quite like this. I feel like Zahen is... It's something that Perfect has found an incredible amount of success on, but our other top laners have not been dabbling as much with this champion, as Yunara Lulu is just going to be locked in. This is one of my new least favorite bottom lanes.
Yeah.
I feel like Yunara hasn't taken over a game in a really long time.
Been a bit of a struggle. And we were talking about the Anivia, but Talia's been a popular option into the Rise. Really good into Xante, really good into Lee Sin, really good into Yunara as well, if they want to go for that. The Unraveled Earth having a ton of value. I think
Kassadin!
It would make a lot of
Katarina.
sense to go Talia here.
I do think it's probably a Katarina angle, as never mind. Talia will be locked in. It must have been very close to locking, Showmaker's signature champion from when he debuted.
I think it's just a really high value pick. The matchup into Rise is good, and everyone else kind of gets shut down a good degree by the Unraveled Earth. You have the Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao trio for D+. You have Xin Zhao and Darkin Xin Zhao, both of which buff up. And I feel like having those bruises, those strong bruises for an Ashe Seraphine where you can fire the Encore over them, you can slow to help them get in range, you can heal and shield them and keep them powerful. This is going to be a tough composition to cut through, and it's going to be very reliant on the carries of KRX being strong. If they want to be able to punch through so much bulk, I feel like Willer and Yukal have to have a great mid-jungle setup. They have to find an advantage.
Heck yeah, let's go, Ando! Well, let's see whether he has a better game in game number 2 here, because Andil did struggle a little bit on his Nautilus in game number 1.
Yeah.
I really do worry about KRX's chances, though. Like, the cheekbones combo of the Xin Zhao Zahen and a Seraphine, I just feel like the value that you get in team fights with that is just so incredibly high.
Yeah, also Zahen into a short-range comp is nasty.
It is a little bit rough, but let's see whether KRX can figure it out. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for game number 2, seeing whether KRX can do what they haven't been able to do in the last 17 series against D+ Kia. The last time they did manage to win a series against this squad was in 2022.
Wow.
And we remember that was a relatively good year for DRX as a team. So just have to see whether they can find success here to bring us at least to a game number 3. The DN Supers did it yesterday, right? They broke the curse a bit and then lost the series, but they did win a game. KRX could do that too.
Potentially. They are starting off with this invade into the red buff, using the Wardhop to circumvent where they expect there to be vision. Willow will be revealed, though, eventually, if he goes for these Raptors.
Oh, is he? He is indeed. And will be spotted on the minimap.
Yeah, pings come out now. They see he has a red buff as well. They know that he is started on Charvel's red. Will he cross-map? Be able to pick up something in return?
Could just be some vertical jungling. I think that this doesn't necessarily bode well for the bottom lane, though. You can see Smash and Korea are already pushing in as Willa waits for the minion wave before he starts off these Krugs. Obviously, they already know that he is towards the bottom side, but they don't know officially that this is exactly where he is. Korea, absolutely phenomenal on the Seraphine in more recent games, although hasn't necessarily been able to pick up the wins. It certainly looked good on the pick, as there's a beat drop onto Jiu, who takes a lot of damage here. Might be enough to bait them in, though, as Willer is rotating over, and Smash, he is not going to get baited. There is the Q connecting, though, from Willer, as the barrier is enough to keep Smash alive. We'll just push them away.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a bit of a disaster.
It's in a really bad spot, so good moves from KRX to put down the D+ bot lane. give some advantages over to that Yunara Lulu.
How is Korea 0-4? It's just so unfair. I feel like he's very good at this champion.
That's kind of crazy, honestly.
Yeah. Jiu currently 0-1, hasn't played that many games, and did, I believe, play it in his first series here in the LCK. And all right, Shovel is now just going to clear out the rest of the top side.
I feel like this
Willow's
one is
jungle
setup.
Damn. This
Yeah,
is a guy doing well.
So Dudu playing this when DNS got the first game win in the longest time. So the pick definitely having some value in the right situations. But in this scenario, when it's Rich who's essentially been weak-sided because of the cross map, very hard to put too much pressure down onto this Cassante or threaten a dive.
Yeah, and he's just going to teleport back in, grab a couple of cloth armors, and he should be all right. Looks like Jiu is investing in the future as Jiu is going to throw down the cleanse. They get the flash out of Smash, and he is once again potentially having to go home. That would be disastrous here with finally a wave crashing on forward. They did do a decent job as far as at least still being able to pick up some CS, but this is not how an Ashe Seraphine lane is supposed to go, right?
Certainly not.
Supposed to have a little bit more winning. As now, Gio and Andal are going to try and keep them interested here as you've got Willa down towards this bottom side, wanting to set up some sort of dive or potential pick angle. Oh man, Smash with no flash now. Very susceptible to death as Andal comes in. Korea going to try and do what he can, but it's not going to help. And that is going to be first blood over to this Lee Sin. Shovel finally making his way in as they look for Korea as well. This may have been a bridge too far as the flash comes forward, but Shovel doesn't find the mark. And the wind, in fact, does not become lightning.
So smooth, so slick from KRX, able to get the 2 kills, get out before Shovel can impact the play. And Shovel even committing his flash there to try and turn things around, but isn't successful. So knowing that Smash has no flash, Andal just flashes it himself, gets slow, sets up the Lee Sin, and then here's where it could have been a little bit dangerous. Jiu dodges that slow initially, and they just kind of auto Korea down here. Shovel goes for the flash to try and connect it to Willa, but isn't successful. And as a result, it's the kind of worst case scenario as a jungler when you come to cover a lane, you're late, you even burn your summoner, and you just are completely unsuccessful.
Yeah, found absolutely nothing. Was already a couple of camps in the lead, I guess, if you want to find some positives, but it is looking a little bit rough here. It's now going for another clear towards his top side. We have a Chemtech Dragon first, so no Chemtech Souls so far in this series, which means that Ox is doing a great job today. Thank you very much.
Glad to be appreciated when I am.
Yeah, I think I need to do more of that, because often it's just pure blame, and that's not very fair.
I think this is a great start for KRX, though. The fact that they've gotten this Yunara ahead, we needed the carries to be strong to cut through a lot of this bulk on the other side. And D+ just aren't really in position to make counterpunches on the top side of the map, particularly around this Cassante. Yukal with his ult now as well is a looming threat. You obviously have the Talia who can follow. Yukal the one who had priority right now. Oh, they're looking.
Yeah, Yukal just ghosting towards them. Wind becomes lightning from Shovel. Will hit this time around, but they decide not to go in for a 2v2 or anything like that. Smash and Korea fighting once again as Jiu flashes on top of Smash. The circle is down, the heal comes in, but it is nowhere near enough. And Jiu is angry after that loss in game number 1, and he is taking names now.
Really popping off here, and it's just capitalization of that lack of flash. We've started to have games where Ashe has just died on repeat, and I feel like teams are becoming better and better at actively punishing the Ashe Seraphine. We've had a couple of examples where Gumayushi, even though HLE won the games, had 7 or 8 deaths on Ashe just because
it's like
the enemy
it happened twice as well.
The enemy team just said, we're going to kill you again and again and again and again and again. And if I'm being honest, sometimes there just isn't much you can do about that. Still managed to come back and win the games, though, in those examples. But right now, Jiu has a massive lead. Smash has got 2 deaths already and is falling pretty far behind.
Oh,
Just
there's the
circle
flash
slow
in.
to set it up, yeah.
It's beautifully done. It was the Lulu that grabs the kill, so that's unfortunate, but it is certainly still in the pros column
At least
as Shio and Rich continuing to fight.
At least one thing is that Andal is going to be contributing to Jiwoo's strength. We'll be rushing the Ardent Sensor, so speeding Andal along towards that isn't the end of the world.
And having the Lulu as strong as possible is also just going to help in general, so that he doesn't just die as soon as he tries to put a ward down anywhere. Xiu is finding a lot of good angles here towards Rich, as we can see, able to dodge out of the way of a lot of Qs. And Rich is really struggling. I just don't know how much it really means, as Smash is engaged on yet again. Still doesn't have Flash, this time has Barrier, but he isn't even going to use it because he knows he's dead.
Tough. Really tough right now. Great setup from Jiwoo and Andal. They are twisting the knife in this lane.
Oh, yeah.
Not giving Smash any room to breathe. And we're starting to see this Ashe Seraphine. Maybe this is just a counter. Just kill it on repeat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a counter to a lot of things. If you just stop them from being able to play the game, generally things are going to go better.
That being said, it is definitely easier on an immobile champion. And you got to think, so Smash's Flash is about to come back up. He has died 3 times during that time when it has been unavailable.
That's a pretty good value.
That is very good value, but it also means that there's so much emphasis on this summoner spell. Smash has a back. It will save him potentially from a future play, but as soon as it's down, you know KRX is going to be looking for him.
Yeah, this time as well, he does have the barrier, so that is going to be handy. Jiu does have cleanse, and so is a little bit less, I guess, battle ready for a 1v1 with the Ashe. The problem is, has way more money, so that is going to be helping him out. And Smash has died at this position in the lane every single time. This time, as you mentioned, does have Flash, but I'm still worried every time he sort of walks towards the shore of the river.
Yeah, I imagine they will wait for their ultimates to be available. The Inara ult kind of soon, Wild Growth not too far away. Level 6 hit by Smash and Kriya does represent typically a decent amount of strength, but Jiwoo has that cleanse available already. And the thing with going cleanse is it can make your 2v2 laning a bit weaker, because early before the level 6s are available, there's not that much to cleanse. Whereas Barrier obviously helps you with a lot of trading power. And we've seen players in different directions on this. Sometimes they'll take the cleanse, sometimes they'll take the Barrier. But the fact that Jiwoo has taken cleanse and then won lane this hard, that's when it's really tough, because you get to level 6 and suddenly it's not a saving grace. It's not like you can just fire an arrow and encore at him. He will just press cleanse, and even if you hit both CC, he gets the increased tenacity on the second one. And if you wait for the tenacity to fade, I think Smash will probably be dead by that point.
I would agree. Jiwoo would certainly be able to pump out enough damage to make that one happen. Kraken Slayer is now completed, and 30 stacks left on the Cull as well. So it's not even going to get better. It's just going to get worse. And I don't know what D+Kia's plan is going to be. They're going to need to have one. They do want to finish this one off with a 2-0. Obviously, Showmaker is still doing fine here in this lane in mid, and Xiu is having a brilliant time on the top side. But I say brilliant time, he's winning a lot of trades, but isn't really ahead necessarily.
Yeah. Also haven't seen either of the mids get a window to move down. I feel like that would be a big point of contention, is the mid who can move down, impact the bot lane, and turn things in their favor, but neither has really found an opportunity to press those ultimates.
Yeah, and Shovel is just farming, and Willa is kind of doing the same thing.
In fact, Showmaker hasn't even leveled his ultimate. If you look at the bottom left or on the side of the screen. So, you know, sometimes see this on Slayer, if you're not going to use your ultimate, you'd rather get the power in your abilities, but does mean he currently isn't in a position to...
Yeah, not going to be able to press that button at this point in time. There's an all-out from Rich
to
get Xiu out of there.
I think he's saving the point, so he'll level it when he needs it.
I guess so. All right. Oh, Rich actually managing to find that. And the flash does have to be employed here by Xiu in the top lane. In the meantime, Shovel does make his way down. The arrow is going to get a flash out of Andal.
Oh, the wall has been leveled now by Showmaker.
There we go. Maybe that means that he is going to be attending.
Was looking for that play. Side. Didn't find a window. Chemtech Ocean as the first two dragons. Oh, it's going to be a good soul. You know it's going to be a good soul.
I mean, it has to be. There's no other choice. Thornmail completed here for Rich. Trinity Force done for Xiu. And it is going to be a mountain soul this game. My goodness.
You're happy with that? You have Xante, he's going to feel great with that. And even just the extra protection, extra bulkiness for Jiu are going to feel pretty phenomenal.
Wild growth value also goes up just because you get added resistances. And now you've got wild growth for a bunch of extra
saw
help.
In the picture, Smash getting his flash burnt by Willa.
Oh.
So last time they got 3 kills while it was down. Can they break or even match that record? I would hope for D+'s sake they can't. But let's see if Smash can live until his flash is back up.
Yeah, this could be rough. Jiu is also about to cash in the cull. Is already 1.5k ahead. Just needs 5 more minions, and then it
To be
will
fair,
really erupt.
He has finished his bot quest, and Smash is close to finishing his, so that'll help out a little bit.
Yeah,
But the cull just come in.
yeah, 2k. All right, at least Smash has a Kraken Slayer. That's cool news. But Jiu is, like you said, finished the quest and is 2-0-2 on this Yunara. And D+ don't necessarily have reliable ways of killing her. That's the really, really big problem with the composition like this.
That cleanse is going to be such an issue, and...
Oh dear. Okay, Arrow is going to sail by, but that is a brilliant pullback from Jiu. Jiu still looking for an angle, though, as the Arc of Ruin does come on through. Has pressed the ultimate button, as we do have the Hawkshot just spying where everyone's gone.
Yeah,
I think Showmaker knows that he could potentially be in some trouble here.
Yeah, cautious Shu has to be dealing with this Yunara. Andal also finishes the role quest, so he has the Dreammaker. And Imagine Mikhail's going to come through second, just so you have even more safety against his CC. KRX in a pretty phenomenal spot right now.
Yeah.
They've moved that Ashe up to mid, and Smash has finished the role quest, but the gold lead has barely changed, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, at least he's not that far behind in farm. That's something. His career is going to get discovered by Willa. Charvel is over here, so not going to be getting any kills or anything like that. Still, KRX in firm control of the game. And the fact that they also got 2 Grubs and 2 Drakes at the beginning of this one really shows that they were able to play off that advantage so incredibly effectively. I don't know. D+ really on the ropes here in this one. There could be some big plays, though. Like, who knows? Maybe you just blow up Jiu 5 times in a row, and then you can win.
I think if I'm in KRX's position, I'm just going to have every objective on lock. You must feel so confident right now, playing around the strength of your carry. We do get item completion for Smash, though, and Korea as well. So they're not, even though they are behind in gold in terms of the actual power represented, they're not that far behind.
How is Rich a level ahead? Or half a level ahead, I guess. Found a lot of advantages here in this lane.
Yeah, maybe the outcome of Shu swapping down here, maybe didn't find the timing to pick up the XP.
Oh, that's a bit cute. As Rich just going to come on over and take down this turret. That is going to be first turret blood over to KRX, putting him to a 3.4 thousand gold advantage.
That's sizable.
Yeah. Game number 2 on lock for now.
Getting some control around the Herald area. I think Willa can just take this, and then you play for that dragon, you have the Herald to lean on, you can either throw it mid or use it as a combat Herald. It seems pretty straightforward.
Rich going all out once again. Grim Deliverance is just going to clear out the wave as Shiu gets the knock-up. Rich looks for a Q angle, but takes a lot of turret shots.
Yeah, I feel like Rich was looking for revenge after last game, but getting a little bit scary there as he took those tower hits.
I would agree. At least is able to make it to somewhat safety as he's now able to go back.
I think one big factor, though, actually, in that trade is Shu had TP and Rich didn't. So by trading heavily with Shu, you kind of stop him from being able to TP up to the top side towards the Herald. If he's that low on HP, if he's having to focus on the fight in front of him. So I think from that regard, just kind of securing the Herald play by making sure you can't do much. We also see a pretty great line of vision set up by KRX. They've definitely sharpened up.
Charvel is just going to go in looking for Shu. Does get, Jiu, sorry, gets the knock-up, but he's now going to have to get out of there. There is the Crescent Guard to knock away the Yunara. And they do get the Wild Growth out as well. So
yeah,
a couple of ultis in exchange.
This is one of the downsides of Yunara. Even though she has mobility in fights, if you get engaged on and you need to dash away, you have to commit your ultimate. And now no ultimate available for this dragon fight is a pretty big weak point for KRX.
Yeah, she was now forced to fight against Rich as well, as the wall is going to come on through, and Shelly is just going to bide her time and crash into a wall. Unfortunately, no charge for her, so nicely played there from Showmaker, as she does have the passive, but is still going to get pulled towards this turret, trying to fight back against Rich, and is doing a pretty decent job, as he will get put down to that passive now. Rich, let's see whether he commits to try and lock him down. Pathmaker comes in first. Cancels one auto attack, but Chiu is just going to vacate.
Yeah, 7 seconds on the ult there. Rich so close to having that available, would have pretty much guaranteed the kill. I mean, I guess he had flash.
Oh dear, there's the kickback onto Showmaker. They destroy the Ashe as well. It's a decent seismic shove. His career is potentially able to survive, but the Encore does nothing at all. And that should mean that this Drake will go down with no carries available in the area. And DK continues circling the drain.
And this is without ult from Jiwoo. His ult's about to come back up, but he just goes in on Smash and absolutely decimates him. Looking so strong right now.
And maybe this is the ultimate return of Jiwoo. Just do some casual feeding in game number 1, and then hard carry from that point on.
He was calibrating.
Absolutely.
And now playing so aggressive. And there's a lot of weight on him in this game as the hyper carry, who, you know, in a 2-carry composition, you need to be having a clean game. But so far, he's been pretty much untouchable. Gets a Slurk on a Smash, cleanses the ult, and just runs him down. Korea have to flash at the last second. And Charvel jumps him but can't do anything. It was a nice dodge at the end as well. He is so strong right now. He has the Ardent Center backing him up. He is going to be getting a Mikhail's backing up pretty soon from Andil.
And Ox, do you want to know something fun?
Yeah.
Because grubs don't actually mean anything when it comes to perfect games, Hume DRX are on perfect game pace.
Well, there's some debate around this.
No, there's not.
Some people say that if it shows on the scoreboard...
Yeah, no, those people are dumb.
Oh,
because otherwise it nullifies all previous perfect games. Because grubs weren't in the game, you know, so they're not part of it.
What about Rift Herald? Because that wasn't in the game once upon a time.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not worth the debate because KMDRX got that anyway. And they also got the majority of the grubs. Okay?
I mean, that's one thing, is that, you know, the sort of big announcement it does when the grubs are taken, that goes to whoever got most of the grubs.
Yeah.
So
see?
Some people, I mean, it definitely used to be, people were saying like it's when it was 2 sets of grubs, it's like you have to get the majority because that would count for a feat of strength. But, yeah, I don't know. So in your view, this is still a potential perfect
100%
game.
perfect game pace. Yep.
Okay.
Grubs aren't real. They cannot hurt us and our perfect games.
I am certain there is people who disagree with you on that.
Yeah, and I don't care because they're wrong. Sometimes you have to deal with there being wrong people in the world that will disagree with you, Orcs. I'm sure that you've never had that problem before.
No, I'm
on
a
Twitter.
pretty mellow, agreeable person.
Yeah. I've never really seen you have arguments with almost anyone.
Yeah, I think argumentative is not a word people have ever said about me.
No, I don't think so.
Or even in my vicinity.
I, in fact, think that you're more of the opposite of that. You know, you're often just too mellow. Sometimes you need to stand up for yourself.
Yeah, I'll
start arguing more.
You know, you say that, but I just don't think it's me.
Okay, well, fair enough. Maybe someone could say something about Ziggs, you know, and it'll get you riled up.
Don't you dare.
I'm not even going to try. I'm too scared. Okay. D+ trying to lick their wounds and prevent this perfect game from happening. If a turret does go down, I will concede that the perfect game is dead. But KMDRX would be very, very cool if they actually managed to make that one happen. Right now, we've got bounties up. Part of the conversation that has arisen recently is turret plates and whether that actually means anything. Because we have spoken about the perfectest game in the past before, which has happened. No, it has happened. Kesper Cup T1 2019. Well, they were SKT at the time. They did do it.
Yeah, but for a regular perfect game, there's no way we're counting turret plates.
Yeah, no, that's ludicrous.
There's definitely some psycho out there who's like, well, if they invade and steal a buff, it's not a perfect game.
But what if they trade? That's vertical jungling. It's very different. And also, that's my argument for the grubs as well, right? Because oftentimes, you just take 2 of them and then you leave. Or you take 1 and then you leave. And you don't really care that much about it. So, I don't know. That's just continuing an argument that was already over.
I think finished this game with 0 kills, 0 towers, and
0
just
dragons.
a single grub.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to sit there and be like, haha, well.
Why don't we just call it
we're
perfect game plus grub?
Why don't we ask Perfect about it?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point.
Like, whenever a new Doran's item comes out, we hit up Doran and say, hey, pitch us this beautiful helm you built.
Yeah, is this a good item?
Yeah, and he said, yes, it's broken, especially on Cassante. So thank you very much for that, Doran. But when it comes to perfect game, surely KT's top laner is the arbiter.
He should be. Maybe we can get a call in. I don't know whether Wadid or Huni have his number. Maybe all top laners in Korea have each other's number. Maybe there's like a group chat that Huni's in.
I feel like we did probably ask for his number, and he gave him that look when he does his
oh yeah,
when he does celebration. I was like, nah,
nah,
no way.
Because he's a support player. Not about that. All right, well, still.
We're probably trying to find
pace.
pickleball.
Probably. All right, Rich and Shu continuing to fight. And Showmaker is getting dangerously close towards his turret. Willer is taking some damage here as well as the 3-talent strike does come on through. Finds a little knock-up onto Willer, who goes back in towards Sharvel, taking a lot of damage here as there is Rich getting delivered into this backline and just pulls Sharvel away. Man, that was beautiful use of the Realm Warp. And now the ulti from Jiu is fired forwards. Decent little shove back there as now Shiu is flashing in, looking to get the angle and finds the pullback, but the kick is going to be there, and Rich immediately just hit by the Encore, and then a very dead Shiu is going to be the result. Man, these wallets are heavy. 8,000 gold is now the lead for KMDRX, and they still hold on to their chances of a perfect game.
Gonna be able to pick up the Mountain Soul here, and Shiu is so close to getting the passive fully stacked, but just misses out. The ult didn't connect on as many people as I think he was hoping for. He was trying to make something happen, but I feel like the clock has just kind of run out. Mountain Soul secured. The Kale's just picked up for Andal. And I think G was going to have IE as well. This game has gone from bad to worse for D+. And we're seeing this. They're just trying to... KMDRX are trying to, poke them down, see if there's an angle here. And they just grab Sharvel and take him out. And suddenly it's like, well, Soul is now free, but they're potentially fishing with the idea of more kills. Jiu gets a little bit unfortunate. He's trying to set up the play and actually gets a good CC chain on Jiu, but the follow-up isn't really there. And then he ults here. And I think the ult from Rich.
Yeah, like sort of pulled him
He had it out of range, so he didn't get the passive stack. Because he was so close to it. I think he didn't hit. That's crazy.
Just spat Rich out on the other side of the Grim Deliverance. That is very unideal. However, KMDRX just moved from the Dragon to the Baron. D+ will at least be able to see it. I mean, Hawkshot is pretty good at that, but seeing it is not defending it. And that Baron will go over as we have Shiu desperately trying to stop the perfect game here as the brilliant little shove as Andal takes a lot of damage. The arrow is not going to connect as Sharvel goes into his ulti. Willer is going to throw away the perfect game as he goes underneath the turret. And there is, speaking of turrets, the turret going down as well. So perfect game definitely gone as Yukal is just going to destroy Korea. Rich looking for an angle here, level 16 on this Cassante. And he realized that he is not afraid of turrets at all. Sharvel going to have to run away. Showmaker doing the same thing, but Shiu, he's going to take a second turret. He's going to double the amount of things that D+ has got in this game.
So a bit of a gold injection for D+, and they're going to claw back a moderate amount of that gold advantage. You can see now, minus 1,300 Red Bull Baron power play. The lead has shrunk as well. This is an overstep by KMDRX for sure. What's unfortunate is Andal ends up closest to the tower and gets flipped in. He definitely should have stood in a position where he was further away. And then Willer goes in. He was looking for a kick on a Showmaker to kick him in, and then realized that wasn't going to happen and just went for Sharvel. Yukal does just one-hit the Seraphine, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. This was messier than the rest of the game has been for KMDRX, but they're still so strong.
Oh, God. Yeah, Sharvel doesn't have ult. He's just dead.
Yeah.
Jiu catches in between the turrets, and now he's 5-0-3 on this Yunara. I mean, KMDRX, they have Baron, and they have a Mountain Soul. The Rebel Baron power play you mentioned was falling behind a little bit, but it is now going to move into the positives as the arrow is just going to connect onto Jiu. And he looked like, for a moment, he was basking in being CC'd before he decided to press cleanse.
I think there was maybe some discussion. Do I cleanse? Do you Mikhail's? They used both of them.
So. Yeah. Do I cleanse or Mikhail's? Yes. And then everything happened.
Yeah, so not ideal. Doesn't mean they can potentially look for him.
Shiu is going to have to throw down the Grim Deliverance just to keep himself alive. Will it? Oh, I expected he'd press Q.
You have a minute window here. If you're going to make a play, Seraphine ult, Korea's nearly got his flash onto Jiwoo. If you catch him before he flashes, that could be the angle while he doesn't have those cleanses available.
We'll see.
It's a tough sell.
It really is. They have at least, some R buttons available. The arrow is still coming up, but Encore is there.
Flash is there now. I think when he pushes up to the tower, he's going to look for it.
Well, they're going to go in. Sharvel throws down the ulti, and they all just dive into the circle. and they should be able to take him out. There he goes, down by Jiu. And now Yukao getting into the backline as well. It's a double kill for Jiu here as Jiu's taking a lot of damage. He's going to fall, and they get the Yunara. That is definitely true. However, all of them have to die as a response, and KRX will be able to clear up this bottom lane, wait for another wave, and I think just take us to a game 3 and one step closer to breaking the curse and being able to finally take out D+ Gear since 2022.
Super dominant game, and Jiwoo and Andal just on fire. Jiwoo looking revitalized. Had a rough game 1, but in this game 2 crushed it. Jiwoo just put a man immune, by the way, just to mess with
the stats.
Yeah.
Oh no, the stats people are going to be so annoyed.
Man immune, Yunara 100% win rate.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
That's incredible. What is the best item to build on Yunara? Well, the one I know that I've never seen lose, Man Immune. Absolutely gorgeous. It would have been better if he could afford a Rabadon's, I think.
That would have been good.
I still remember Darian building it on Renekton. It was just a gorgeous time.
That would have been funny. But either way, ends up being a...
Let's go, Andal. See? She got her wish.
There you go. Pretty fantastic game from KRX. D+ just winning able to match them.
Look at Lucid, by the way. He's like, oh yeah, it feels nice to not be on the receiving end of any of the stern words.
Yeah, not responsible.
He really did. Like, that's the most relaxed I have seen Lucid in my entire life. He's now pretending to be a little bit more serious in the post-game discussion, but that was very funny.
Yeah.
As Smash did nothing in that game, just wasn't allowed to.
He did not get to play the game. Jiu having an absolute phenomenal performance. We're seeing the Ashe Seraphine start to struggle sometimes if it does get focused down, but across the map, D+ just not able to match KRX in this one.
Yeah, a very surprising turnaround because honestly, KRX kind of did nothing in game number 1 and just lost. This time around, I think the shoe was on the other foot. Who has any shoes moving into game number 3, and which one will be on which foot? That is going to be my question, maybe in a little bit of a less convoluted way, as we are going to go to a short break when we get back to space. Gonna break that one down, or what was, if there's anything to break down, and then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
야 이거 라이즈 궁으로 디가 꼭 각 봐도 될 듯? 야 각 좋아 여기 봐줘 라이즈 궁 봐줘 라이즈 궁 봐 디가 봐줘 우현이 형
나 있고 감았어.
디가 봐고 할게 얘들 앞으로 가자
탈리아 노플. 비딜만 한데?
오케이 봐봐 지우 죽었다 비딜긴 했다
타워.
나이스
블라이. 이게 퍼펙트가 아니야?
끝냈어 나이스 잘했습니다 끝
아빠 화이팅!
이거야 동선 어때? 동선.
이길 수 있다! 전 지렸어.
행복했어?
나이스! 행복했어 그냥.
그래.
좋았다 잘 질러줬다
이길 수 있다! 화이팅! 화이팅!
기자.
Now, can they put the nail in the coffin? As they get the knockback there, they have so much follow-up in terms of CC. Fenrir going to be hit by the Tempered Fate, but Ingo's perfect. He says, get down, Mr. Fenrir, I'll protect you. As they take down Diablo, and that's all they had to do. And Perfect's just, he's 1v4 underneath the tank, so the Nexus turret doesn't care at all. As BDD with a double knockback, beautiful stuff. stun, not even really going to do much, and they can't even chew through the Cassante. They can't even get through the first part of dealing with this team fight. And, okay, here we go, Sponge. He's got the lineup, they're all against the wall, and Sponge locks him down. And Cuz is like, well, maybe I get it. No, you don't. He doesn't get a kill. Benvir, no!
Jeez. This is very dangerous. Kobe trying to get rid of some of the vision here. He does have teleport. He does have flash. He also has dash cannon. The arrow is just going to get eaten by the chase. And they catch the flanker while he's flanking. Oh, the arrow finds a gorgeous encore. And BDD just has to get out of there. The petrifying gaze scares no one. And now it's Keen going ballistic in the backline. BDD goes golden, but sees his death. And it's Kobe that puts him down.
Trout Barrage doesn't do a whole lot. Maybe a little bit of damage to Shiver. Smash is going to heal that one up.
They don't know.
Try to do a bunch of damage. Shoot, this ult this time for career is big. And now the lineup on a Teddy. He tries to get away, but the follow from Lucian is big. And that's exactly what they were looking for. They Just going to drop it down. I mean, Raptor, no pressing guards. Clear is trying to heal for the team as team goes in with the Realm Warp as Zeka wants to put him out of his misery. Will be able to do so. Lights up too! Zeka, the hero of the fight, as this should be an Angel Lead victory. The TP immediately comes in.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space as Kiwoom DRX Jiwoo, after taking a game to brush the rust off, blasted a hole into the bot lane of D plus Kia and said we're going to a game number 3. Digon here alongside with Did and Huni, and we have a very important question to ask all of you at home because the cast was asking, was this at one point a perfect game? Let's show. Because, yes, we know that eventually D plus Kia were able to get a kill against Kiwoom DRX. But at this point, with one grub given over and a couple of turret plates given over, is this still a perfect game? Because when you take two grubs, the announcement in the game says the grubs have been taken by the team that got 2. So was this a perfect game at that point? Do you need to get all 3 grubs Or does 2 count because you win the objective?
I think they have to get all the grubbies. This is my proof, by the way. You can go into the official League client replay, and then there is a clearly a 1 point on the grubby. So 0 on the Nashor, 0 on the Drake, 0 on the turret, but 1. I can see the sign. So it's not the perfect
Well,
game.
you still lost, right? There's a 3. It's a 2 and 1.
No, I
Rust.
no. I mean, I think losing plate is fine. I think, but losing grubs is not allowed. I don't consider it as a perfect game.
You got the objective. Anyways,
Still,
Huni and I are on one side.
Yes side.
Wadid sees something on the client, and I couldn't even see the image. Go ahead and let us know in the chat wherever you're watching, or on the client wherever you're watching. There's a vote happening right now. Make sure to check it out as we replay what happened in this series. Because sometimes you're not that smart at League of Legends, and so you need to go to University of League of Legends, but not any university, the Hooniversity of League of Legends. Huni, take it away.
Welcome to the University. Let's break it down on what happened on the bottom.
Okay.
so I mean, I think I can also like to talk about the matchup first. I think because of the Ashe Yunara, I mean Ashe Seraphine and then Yunara Lulu. I think normally Ashe Seraphine wins the early game because of the pokes, but I think Yunara and Lulu has some kind of like level 6 combo. But before that, it's really rough.
So, Yunara Lulu is actually having a hard time. The thing is, like, they actually make the split map. Like, it was really, really well played by the Wheeler, just not showing in the ward and the ward hop over, and it's starting with the red buff, enemy red side jungle, and they know, like, they know, DK, but you should know, like, there was a ward on the Raptors. They know, like, 125. They should have shoved, like, way harder, because the whole time, it was like the bot was freezing, but they were actually not playing for push. They were playing for just, you know,
Trading, yeah.
trading and push slow, so make sure that they can't get CSs, and which is like, that's illegal. Like, that's a blunder there.
Yeah, I think after that, the matchup goes really, really like wrong. And I think even though you're not level 6, I think Yunara Lulu still managed to win the lane really hard. And I think, you know, it's all about the information that you get in the game. So, Huni already mentioned that DK already saw Lee Sin doing the Raptor, so I think at that point you're gonna know that they can just be on the bot side whenever they want. So I think they had to just push harder, like as hard as they can, you know. But I think they just didn't do that. They didn't really adapt on the situation. So I think that kind of turned out in a really like worst situation that they could have.
Yeah, just when we were watching it, I love that you pointed out that they were holding spells, they weren't auto-attacking the wave, and because of that, then that dive happens, they lose sums, and then basically the game falls out of control. The Yunara, which is the win conditions here for Kiwoom, then gets massive, and then it leads to this fight here where it's just very tough to fight here if you're D+.
Yeah, I mean, they're already like really few thousand gold behind, and it's like they're all trying to like, they don't have a mid control at all around the mid side, so they have to choose a one side. But it was really nice play by KRX. Like, oh, they instantly, you know, oh, they're not coming mid. They are trying to approach it through the bottom. This is the Drake Soul fight in point, which is like, you have to fight. If you lose the Drake Soul here, you're not winning. You're not getting better. You're not getting anything. You're not actually farming. You're getting so much pressure from the map. But the thing is, like, you have to choose one, but it was really great play. Just like, oh, they just recognized it right away. It's a completely different team, like from the game one. Oh, they're so decisive. Oh, they're coming through the bot. That's this whole team to stick together on the bottom. Just hold the choke, hold the zone, make sure they can't cross.
Yeah, that's some kind of mind game coming into the macro. So I think whenever you can get the mid priority, that's the like first prior, like every single time. But I think as long as you don't get the mid priority, the other way to like join the fight is actually getting the side lane push. But like as you mentioned, I think Kiwoom Direct kind of like recognize that they can't, like they're not coming through mid, they're coming bot, so we are kind of counter punching, you know, for the bot side. So I think that was really smart play by Kiwoom Direct, and I think just overall, when Wheeler is that proactive in the early game, I think Kiwoom Direct looks completely different. So I feel like we just need Wheeler and Yukal to do the same every single time, like just having a great plan for the early game, and then I think Kiwoom Direct has a great chance.
And to that point, Willer did play well in game 1. It was just he was putting out fires of riches on the top side of the map early on. So
Fair enough.
Willer has been playing well. Shout outs to Willer. Let's see if they can get it done here in game number 3. And the votes are in. And the winner is no, it is not a perfect game if you lose one grub. Thank you to all of you that voted.
Yes.
And not agreeing with myself and Huni. Atlas, how does that make you feel?
If you are listening to the broadcast, Egon, I don't care at all because there are a lot of people that are wrong. And as it turns out, the majority of the people that were voting in that one small poll, that 84 people are just wrong. And out of a world of billions and billions of people, 84 being wrong makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, there was also another poll going.
What was that?
The one below, which was, I believe, on YouTube, in which 500 voted. But that one was very close.
Yeah, I don't really count YouTube as much. You remember YouTube chat from Challenger?
YouTube chat has some all-timers.
It's a weird place to be.
YouTube chat has some absolute goats.
And look, maybe it's changed now, but YouTube chat in my mind will always be YouTube chat, and so I just don't include that. I'm sorry.
My favorite thing is when people on YouTube chat just have their like government name as their username, and we'll just come out with the most out-of-pocket thing, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, it's like Dennis McPherson is just spamming 6-7. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right, you know?
I would love to
his
see
profile
right now,
picture is just like him and his 2 kids. I'm like, come on,
I would
man.
love to see right now in YouTube chat just Dennis McPherson just spamming 6-7.
This moron thought that was a perfect game. The main reason why grubs don't affect the perfect game is because when perfect game was defined, grubs didn't exist, okay? And so that number that you can see on the scoreboard should not even be on the scoreboard because it's not even.
But Herald didn't exist.
Yep.
So does Herald not count?
Look, it's debatable.
See, this is the problem.
It's debatable. All right, we do have the Varus and the Annie taken away first up here by D+ Kia. And there is the Cassiopeia as well.
So notably, this is D+'s first game having first pick. Last 2 games, it was KRX. We'll see how that shifts the draft now. We've had a lot of power picks banned, but a lot going through as well. Last draft, it was heavy bot lane bans from KRX, where they went Varus, Jhin, Caitlyn. They will keep the Caitlyn ban. We'll see if they still are concerned about this Jhin. Bard, yet to be banned. Jarvan as well. Both of which have been kept out this entire series. Also, we had Karma open last game and it just got overlooked, so...
Yeah, that's happened again. May not get overlooked another time, as D+ with first pick for the first time this series is coming on through. I do have a bit of an excerpt from YouTube chat, and I'm just not going to read it because I'm scared. You know, I might repeat what I read, and I don't want to, I don't want to lose my job. But good bait, Yundo. All right, knew that you'd do something like that, potentially get me fired. Wow, that's a Yuumi in the first round of bans.
That's interesting because I guess they're just worried about a Zeri Yuumi. And if that is rising back to prominence in the LCK, I'm very concerned.
So am I.
Jhin Karma is just a pretty chill setup here with the Jarvan being prioritized by D+ Kia. Now, what are you going to be able to pick to match? They go for MF Bard.
Okay.
So I do think that the Jhin Karma can trade pretty well into that, but MF Bard pretty potent. Bard also very good into Jhin, can obviously stop his ultimate from going through. Jarvan pretty good into Karma, trapping here in place. The Rumble will come through for Rich though. And now you can ban away, they'll go for the Ambassador first. There's also Galio.
Yeah.
Sion is a bit of a losing matchup, but just scales up to be a tank. And as you said, Yorick. So a lot of options for Shiru that might get banned away. On the other side, jungle pool's already been stretched pretty thin with 6 junglers off the cards now with a 4 Fearless band, the Nocturne band, and then that Jarvan. And they're going to go even further. Neferi taken away. Pantheon still up and available.
I think maybe Pantheon sort of has to be the last ban, right? Because otherwise, why are you banning junglers?
You know, I feel like it would make a lot of sense, but also Trundle would be pretty good here. The Pillar pretty good against the mobile champions, which MF is, and also at interrupting the bullet time. You could just throw the Pillar down from such a long distance to stop that. So I wonder if we end up seeing that come through. Trundle has been rising up a bit in priority recently in the LCK. Originally just as Zao counter, now seeing more play generally. But I do feel like Pantheon is the one in people's minds, and if that's open, they probably will just take that.
I'd agree. Actually, now that you mentioned the Trundle, I feel like maybe that should be the option. We saw Kanavi have a ridiculously strong performance on the champion more recently, as Mel is taken away.
They want the TF, I think, with a Mel ban.
That's what it feels like.
And honestly, the Neferi ban feels super high value because they were just kind of banning it as a regular jungle. But the two picks that I feel like TF really struggles into are Neferi and Mel, because one of them you can never stun card and the other one reflects it. Ari going to come through for Yukal here. And although we were talking about the TF as an option, Showmaker thinking, hey, maybe I'll go Silas instead, with the option to steal away that ultimate.
Could be a thought. The Aurora consideration as well. These, of course, could be picks for Xiu. This one definitely could be, as the Galio into Rumble has been played a lot.
Galio Jarvan feels really good.
Yeah.
I always feel like Galio is going to perform better when you have setup for him, and Jarvan is one of the best. And now, deciding on Showmaker's pick, perhaps not going towards the TF, instead of opting for the Aurora in this situation.
All right. A little bit of a change of tack. Kind of like the TF idea, but not going to be chosen here, as the Pantheon will be the decision between that and the Trundle. And they do not waste any time locking that one in. Ari Pantheon is pretty powerful, especially in the mid game. You can play around that pretty effectively. I think that KMDRX's composition doesn't necessarily go the distance, but it sure as heck sprints. Let's just say that.
I mean, I feel like if the Ari or Jhin get fed, they could just run this game over. There's a lot of power, a lot of explosive power. And on the side of D+, I feel like the Aurora is going to be in a good spot in lane. The Galio is going to be a good spot in lane. The only thing I'm kind of concerned about is how this bot lane plays out. MF and Bard, no slouches when it comes to the lane, but Jhin Karma can be pretty fearsome.
And I think a lot of it will come down to Jiu versus Smash, right? The players themselves. Jiu had such an incredible performance in game number 2. Obviously, it's a very different champion to the Inara, which does fit Jiu's sort of hyper-carry playstyle that he does like to go towards. But still, I think that there is some angles here. And here are the D+ Challenger players. They're actually here supporting Sharvel. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to still perform, even with that guy said, Sharvel, I'm watching you. I didn't actually recognize which player that was, but they are all here just seeing how their jungler performs, and he's been in Challenger for quite some time, and so has been playing alongside these guys for a while. You can see a little bit of a smile on his face to see whether they can win. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3 between D+ Kia and KMDRX. KMDRX haven't been able to beat D+ Kia over the last 17 matches. 18 could be the charm this time around. And I do want to reiterate, or just at least share once again, Lucid is fine. He's actually here right now. He was in the coach's booth after game number 2. We saw him. He looked relaxed. He's happy. He's playing in Challenger at the moment. They are just experimenting with Sharvel here for an unknown reason to me. So, yeah, there's been a few people asking in chat. Maybe in YouTube chat, but I haven't been reading. Sorry, YouTube chat.
To the bot lane, Jiu and Andal have priority already. I think the main concern is for the Bard. Mantra Q into the Deadly Flourish is a pretty scary combo to face up against. Once that becomes available, you can also follow up with another route from the Karma as well. And already the pressure is starting to mount in this matchup.
Yep. So I don't know whether it gets too much easier as time goes on. You'd have a bit of an all-in angle or something like that, but Deadly Flourish is going to go wide. Korea pretty happy about that one. Jiu and Andal very, very comfortable on the Jhin Bard for now. Sharvel is now moving towards the enemy jungle, though. This is looking a little dangerous, as Willer is also down to about 50% as he looks to move over towards his red buff.
This is risky because of the bot lane priority. And it's a Pantheon who will be able to survive long enough if a scrap happens.
Oh, okay. Sharvel just going for the cheeky little route. as he heads over and looks for the Krugs. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Doesn't get the knock-up, though. As, okay, now Sharble is just going to pull this red buff back. Patience is not going to wear thin enough, and Willer is able to lock down the remaining little Krugs.
Yeah, I think Sharble just pulled the trigger a bit too early. I think if he'd waited, could have stolen the red buff immediately as he went over the wall. He also didn't connect the knock-up onto Willer. I like the idea. Execution a little bit off in that regard. We do see we're already getting a reset. Was chunked out a bit. We'll get back to lane with some more HP and a refillable.
Yeah, not feeling too worried. We do have Rich as well, winning out here in this lane so far against Shu and the best skin that Riot Games has ever made. At least as far as like extra cool polygons and stuff like that. It's ridiculously awesome. As all right, Sharble now just getting to work on his bottom side camps. I think still going to be feeling fine about how this one's gone, as he now has, you know, his blue and his wolves to get towards. He should be ahead after taking away most of the Krugs.
Yeah, did you see that Mantra Q into Deadly Flourish combo in the bot lane? Took a big chunk of Freya's HP. Don't commit more for it, though, because they would have to move up against the wall, which is a danger position. Now Willer's looking to challenge here for some camps.
Yeah. Willer get spotted.
Willer with red buff is in a position of strength, but he doesn't want to overcommit into the enemy jungle.
And we have Showmaker with a bit of an advantage here. You can see Sharble actually not going to head towards his Krugs and is instead going to try and follow Willer towards his mid lane. Yukao going to connect the charm though. Showmaker taking a lot of damage, but they do back away as they spot the Jarvan coming on over. Shu is now going to make his way in with a teleport, and Rich going to get flashed on and destroyed. Solo kill for the Galio. And this is not the way that Rich wanted this early game to go.
Shu played that super clean. Honestly, early levels, Rich was finding a bit of an advantage, even with the Conqueror for those extended trades. But Shu catches him slacking, able to burst him down and connects everything pretty flawlessly there.
Oh, and actually kills himself to the turret.
Yeah.
Well.
Not sure the context on that, but honestly, it's not really a big deal at all, and may have been, he was concerned about potentially a gank happening, so.
Also might have been greeting for a plate, but the plate didn't actually get taken, and I think may have gone down and he didn't get the money. That would have been sad. We're going to have a look at this one more time. Shu had just teleported back in. And yeah, Rich just gets taunted and murdered.
So the thing is, Rich walks up here to try and clear the wave and thinking, I can do this because Shu's cooldowns are down, but then they come back up again. Back away, didn't respect it. Shu gets another rotation of abilities, lands everything. And I think Rich just had to flash the knockup more than anything, but Shu taking it at a good angle. So it ends up being a pretty short pullback before he hits him.
Yeah.
Because he's aiming the pull back in the direction he was walking anyway.
It was a really nice Justice Punch to lock that one down. And Showmaker, good dodge there on the Orb of Deception as well. Going to win out on that trade here in the mid lane. And having a look, Career and Smash doing okay. You know, continuing to farm things out. And Shu will be able to even out the lane. But you kind of want to be winning, putting on pressure as the Jhin Karma. So I imagine D+ pretty happy with how this one has gone. Willer turning up though, and there is another Deadly Flourish. Maybe I spoke too soon, as Korea has to use his heal. There is the Make It Rain, as Gio's taking a lot of damage. Now Smash going to move on forward here as Sharble turns up in the nick of time. They take a magical journey over as Showmaker is almost just dead to Yukao. Was looking for a bit of an angle there, but is able to use the ulti to get to safety. Oh man. D+, the only team with a kill, and that is just the solo from Shu on that top side, but there is action everywhere in this game.
Some intense back and forth. You can see every lane trying to find some advantages. Shu does catch Rich here.
Oh,
gets the Storm Raider Surge.
He already has his Spectre's Cowl completed. This lane is not fun at all for Rich.
He's not having a good time by any means. And Shu can kind of just, if you get the full combo off, you do enough damage to proc Storm Raider Surge, you can just run after him until you cool down to back up. Be very careful. That's how the trade started. And actually, the pullback on the Orb of Deception, reading him super well there, was Yukao. Doesn't manage to land the kill, but definitely showing he can be a threat on this pick.
Yep. Doesn't have his Spirit Rush now, though, so it might be a little bit more susceptible if Sharble decides to come in and find a bit of an angle. Maybe they could get the flash out of the Ahri, perhaps, or something like that. As Andel's going to show up and look for Showmaker. And just connects the line. There's the charm from Yukao as well. There is flash here for Showmaker, but he might have to use it. And he does to get out of the way of the Orb of Deception. but now has to take the long route back to lane, and the Aurora not doing so well into the Ahri.
Saves it till the very last moment there. Playing with fire a little bit, but ultimately Showmaker at even more of a disadvantage. Obviously, he had was on the rough end of that earlier all-in, but I managed to escape. Managed to escape again, but now flashless, losing some plates to UCAL as well, who's built up a pretty sizable lead in the mid lane over him.
Yeah, this is considerable, and as a result, KMDRX are currently 500 gold in the lead. X-Tech Cookie is done here for Showmaker as well, so I mean, that's something. Get a little bit of damage back, but I don't think you're feeling exactly psyched about it. Aurora pretty good at just farming, though. So it might be all right.
Double fishing here.
Oh, we've seen this one before as the flash going to be used from Gio to get himself out of the way. Deadly Flourish, and there are the curtains as well. As Andal flashes in looking for Shovel, and the flash from Willow will follow. The last bullet will connect, and Gio is going to claim the first kill of this bottom lane. Willard's going to get stunned up. Good sidestep there from Smash as the D+ bottom lane at least keep themselves alive. But it's not looking great here with the Jhin now having an extra kill. And KMDRX, I mean, carrying the momentum forward from game number 2 is looking pretty good. Okay. Rich is going to try and burn down Shu. Let's see whether this angle is going to work as Flame Spitter comes out once again. Silences himself, does a fair bit of damage, but the walk strategy, Orcs,
it's so powerful. It was a bit of a misplay from Shu there, using abilities and not connecting them. And it gave Rich a window to go aggressive, but he's tanky enough to survive there. To me, this play was very forced. You know Gio has flash, you know you're not catching him with the initial play. And so you have to anticipate that the Pantheon could just turn up. And as much as making a play to burn a flash is positive, you have to think of the consequences and what can happen after.
Yeah. And as it turns out, you can die. And that is precisely what happened. So Shovel in a little bit of a rougher spot now. Currently 400 gold in the hole.
I also think
Gio hasn't been back for a while, feels like.
I also think of all the AD carries, immobile AD carries, sorry, Jhin is one of the best at surviving without his flash because you can just ult at such a long distance.
Yeah.
Compared to AD carries like Ashe, which we obviously saw last game struggling without the flash.
Oh, Tempered Fate going to come on through here as they look for Gio. He doesn't have that flash, remember, and the Deadly Flourish is not going to work out. Bullet time is fantastic as they just destroy them all. Shovel is able to pick up the Drake as well. And now UCAL could also be in a bit of trouble. Cataclysm does get the ulti out, and the Charm will land as well. UCAL actually no slouch here in this moment, but Showmaker's health bar is winning out for now. Andal trying to keep him at bay, but I don't think Akama is going to be helping into this Aurora, as in the meantime, she was once again trading decently well with Rich, who is not able to quite find the damage there, and the Storm Raider Surge actually helping Shio out quite a lot.
So in that situation, I was kind of saying how Jhin can function well without his flash, and he can play from a distance. This was not that. This was Gio, even if he had flash, he was dead here, if I'm going to be real. The setup here is D+ kind of pinstring from every side, and KMDRX trapped on the Dragon. Gio just gets obliterated. And then the Dragon gets secured by Shovel as well. Willa tries to Q-smite it and misses. Willa just dies immediately. And this could have been a little bit of an overstep from Shovel. Does get chunked down, but Showmaker provides cover for him and he's able to get away.
Yeah.
So a big positive play for D+ in this one.
And they also got the ult out of UCAL as well, so it might be a little bit of time. Malignance is now done, but UCAL does not have that for the next little moment. And Showmaker does put his dash cannon together. So the Aurora feeling a little bit better in this matchup. Currently about 100 gold in advantage for the Ahri, but otherwise it is all coming up red as far as those numbers are concerned. On the bottom of the screen, providing D+ about a 700 gold lead. And that Drake that we were talking about before. Double tech to come on through for our first two at the same time, as I do owe you another thanks, Orcs, for your continued attention to the series, as we have just 0 Chemtech souls so far today.
Been a good start. Let's keep it up.
It's got to be a Cloud Soul. That's I'm feeling it. I think it really might be the case. As based on my ruling, KMDRX no longer on perfect game pace, so we don't need to worry about that conversation for this game. So that is good. Losing 3 kills, I think we can all agree, is probably not going to allow for a perfect game, and the Drake also doesn't help. Just wanted to put it to bed, you know?
Oh yeah, I was wondering if D+ could still have a perfect game.
Yeah.
If we're counting kills and dragons.
Yeah, I know a lot of people get confused about things on the scoreboard and stuff like that, so
Can you take a Nexus and it be a perfect game? Is that? No one's ever discussed that, actually.
I think a Nexus is generally pretty important to take if you want to get a perfect game.
Okay.
Are you saying like you can lose a Nexus and get a perfect game?
Yeah.
Don't think so.
Don't think so? Okay,
I think
good.
you still
I'm glad we can clarify.
Yeah, you need to have the victory screen at the end.
Yeah, I feel like that's a condition.
Yeah, somewhat. That being said, generally a few turrets and stuff need to be taken and things like that. And in order to get towards the Nexus, take it, you know. As I feel like it's probably pretty important. Anyway, Xiu is going to hit level 11. That heroic entrance is looking pretty good as he has put his first item together. Rich still a ways away from that. And D+, this looks very different from game number game number 2.
Yeah.
Where it was all kind of fallen apart already by this stage. I think that Smash was probably 0-3 at about 13 minutes. And now he's 1-0-1, Bloodthirster in hand, and even a Serrated Dirk hanging out, looking for a collector item number 2.
This is the point where MF feels really good, specifically into lanes like Jin Karma. We saw early on Ju and Andal having a good amount of pressure in a 2v2. But now that Smash has Bloodthirster, there's very little you can do to him. You can just sustain up the poke you have, sustain up and make sure he's not in like 4-shot range. Obviously, if you root him and pop an ult and have backup, that can be a threat, but not the easiest target to pin down with that extra movement speed from the strut. So Smash, he can kind of just do his own thing right now in the bot lane, and it frees up Korea to roam as he pleases around the map.
I'll see where he's going to please to go this time around, as the Bard is currently doing some exercise in the enemy jungle. Andal is down there as well. Could be a little bit dangerous as Showmaker's moving over at the same time. Willer is down there as, oh dear, Gio dealing with some bullet time, but is able to walk himself out to the side. And now Korea will be able to find that Cosmic Binding. There's a knock-up onto Andal, but Willer is over here. Deadly Flourish will connect, and now the curtains have been called once again. Korea finding the Tempered Fate as he provides a magical journey for Shabal, who flashes himself out of the way, but everyone gets on in there. The Cataclysm comes down. Showmaker gets on in here, but is he going to be able to do enough? That is the question. Yes, if the answer is be able to kill the Pantheon and the Karma as he grabs himself a double. And Gio, oh dear.
I don't think he makes it out of this.
Left.
Yeah.
All right, just channel the back. Surely things will be fine. Meep Slap comes through, almost kills Korea, and does have barrier.
Oh!
In fact, he's kind of outplaying them.
Wow. I was certain that he was just dead there. I was like, there's no way at this HP you're going to be able to live this, but Jiwoo with the fancy footwork outplays D+. Still a favorable play for D+ overall, but Jiwoo able to survive.
Yeah, I think the sub-in is looking like a good move here on KRX's side.
So,
Gio having some fancy footwork.
This is a bit of an overcommit from D+ into the enemy jungle, but Korea does a good job of blocking these Jin bullets and buying time. And even though the Jarvan does eventually go down, look at how D+ just sends blood in the water and start chasing down members of KRX, even committing so many flashes to it. And then this play, I knew we'd get a point of view for this one because this was crazy. Dodges the Bard stun, which could have just led him to be dead. The route into the flash, sidesteps that as well. So clean from Jiwoo.
And just doesn't say anything while it's happening as well. Kind of beautiful, as you're going to find a Deadly Flourish on to Korea, but too much else going to happen there. And as you mentioned, still was a winning play for D+, as they have stretched that gold lead to about 1.5k. The Drake is now alive as well, as Dash Cannon gets Showmaker to relative safety, finds a lot of damage onto Willer, who just dies. All right.
You know, Aurora with Rocket Bell is not an easy champion to pin down, and Willer just got a little bit ahead of himself, was like, hey, if we force these cooldowns, puts us in a great spot for Dragon, but he went further than that. He really wanted that kill.
He forced some cooldowns, though.
He did, but I don't think they're really going to be a factor with no jungler up.
He forced so many cooldowns, he himself is on cooldown.
Yes. Although he's coming back up soon, and D+ haven't made a move towards his dragon yet. There is also a decent amount of vision in the area. Now they will start it. If Rilla really wanted, he could just ult in here. There's a question mark ping coming through.
Oh, let's see whether he goes for it. Right now, he's just pinging towards his wolf camp, so I have a feeling that this Drake will just be secured by D+. That is looking to be the way. So double dragon over to D+. Here's Showmaker. We're going to get this one from his perspective.
Yeah, managed to get the ult down before he gets charmed.
Yeah, he was just telling everyone to look out for the Ahri. Wanted to kill her too, but not going to be able to find quite that angle. And she hasn't died just yet in this game. Gio going to be able to interrupt Smash here and clears out the minion wave. And yeah, D+, I mean, this feels a whole lot more like game number 1 than it did game number 2. And that is good news for D+ fans. But KRX, they're not that far behind just yet. You know, it's not end of the world. The problem is, I look at their comp and I feel like it's very mid-game rather than let's scale, you know?
I feel like both of these team compositions have kind of more mid-game leading carries, but
yeah, I guess you're right.
They're still going to be pretty functional. There's no true hyper carry on either side here.
I feel like MF at least has like a little bit of like more steroid in her build.
You're just a bit of a Jin hater if we're being real.
I am also that.
Yeah.
100%. I will admit it.
But Jin, once he gets his full crit items, can do good damage.
Yeah.
Big if.
Yeah. Sometimes able to defend a dying Nexus. That is very true. No, we've actually seen Jin find a lot of success more recently. But I do feel like Jin is there to augment extra carries. And KRX do have a pretty good Jin composition because Rumble does a lot and Ahri does a lot. And now, Gio might be doing a lot, as I could be eating my words. Xandu just dies in front of him. All of the buttons land. Smash goes golden as the ulti comes in from Willa. Gets a whole lot of shield and keeps himself alive for so long. Down will go Gio, and now Showmaker is going to get charmed. But yeah, Yukao can be pretty charming, but he's still dead. That is a double over to the Aurora, 6-0-1.
And KRX have made it their mission to kill Smash last game, and seemingly it's bleeding into this game. So much invested here, and I think one of the mistakes Andal made here is just use the Mantra W. It's a longer route, you get the self-heal, he Mantra Qs instead and just dies.
Yeah.
But even if he had gone for the Mantra W, I don't think this is a super favorable play. The protection that comes in for Smash, he does eventually go down, but the cost in return is absolutely massive. D+ fly in, they clean up all of these kills, and now there's a pretty substantial gold lead for D+, 4,500. The only consolation for KRX is that Baron hadn't spawned yet, otherwise they would have lost that too.
Yeah. It's very, very rough. That being said, one thing really did stand out to me in what you just said, and that was KRX made it their mission to kill Smash. Well, guess what? Success.
True. They did fear the damage to his KDA over the series.
Yep. And sometimes, you know, my old friend Stephen Yiki used to say, everything all depends on what your goals are. And if their goal is kill Smash, who cares if you're losing the game? You know? Because the goal is laid out in front of them. They killed it. They did it. As Rich is maybe also going to die. She doing a lot of damage to this this Rumble. Did just want to get towards the minion wave and had Andal in tow, so he wasn't actually going down. Still, things going all right here for D+ as well. This counter pick on for the top laner of DK working out. She looking fantastic. Storm Raider's Surge in hand. And he can make rifts as well. So it's Fiendish Codex versus full second item.
You just have the tier 2 boots as well.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Not a big sell.
So still not feeling all that fantastic, as Magical Journey will be taken here by D+ to get themselves out of dodge. Shovel has been very aggressive this game. Does have item parity with the Pantheon at this point.
It's one of the things, when you have the Bard backing you up on these aggressive pushes to get vision, both you can just Magical Journey away if you go a little bit too deep. Setup for D+ started early for this dragon, third dragon of the game. You can see them getting those wards. One nearby the Raptors, one nearby the Red Pit. KRX are trying to move up their vision to contest this, but Korea is now resetting to pick up some more wards. And we'll see. I think he might put a ward down at Baron just in case.
We need the stat of, like, out of all of our mid laners, who buys Mejai's Soul Stealer the most? I'm pretty sure it's Showmaker by, like, a massive margin.
It is.
That's what I would assume. Unless it's Faker just because he's been in the LCK for longer than anyone else. And we have champion stats as well. That could also be an angle, but I swear, Showmaker buys this one all the time.
They are trying to take those stacks away from him. That is the game plan here. You can see from how they're set up, but it's given over so much space in the mid and top. They're pinging to go aggressive here, D+ are, and I think they know. You can see Showmaker backing away, wants to protect those.
Oh god, they've got Rift Herald. Okay, well, the outer turret does fall on the bottom side. KRX will be starting off this dragon.
Oh, Charvel steals this. It's going to feel so bad.
Yeah, and there is also there's a Rift Herald on the inhibitor turret in mid lane, and they lose control of the dragon. She teleports in. That is a brilliant amount of damage onto Showmaker, but he just flashes out of the way. Goes into stealth. He's got a gargoyle to help him out. And D+ also keep him alive? Okay, the curtains are going to get called here. Let's see whether Gio can get any real damage down, but it looks like the answer to that is absolutely not. Rich overheats, looks for some damage towards Gio as Gio's still moving forward. Magical Journey going to be taken by Charvel to get himself to relative safety as Smash still moving forward, still looking for the targets. And a teleport in from Showmaker. They take down Rich and Showmaker ain't done yet. Yukal takes so much damage into the charm once again though, but the dash cannon almost finishes him off. And he does have the little bit extra to take out the Ahri. And Showmaker is not done yet. It's now looking for Gio here as he looks to get back towards his base. Not going to be able to, and almost just dies to 2 buttons from Showmaker. While Charvel is on the Drake, the rest of DK are looking for a Baron.
The Dragon going to be scared, and it just felt like KRX trying to pick Showmaker. And I mean, it makes sense. High priority target, if you can take him down, it'll really help your team fight. But just couldn't layer the CC long enough or get the damage to follow up. And end result is D+ get an even larger gold lead. 3rd Dragon of the game, 1 away from that Mountain Soul. We'll see the replay here. So the ult from the Galio really saving him here. Flash as well afterwards. And then he's just seeing it back. He has TP in 13 seconds at this point. The Jhin ult here also was so weird because no one's low. She was lost a little bit of health, but Jhin ult does execute damage. So you need people to be low on HP. And that's why I just did absolutely nothing. So Jhin ult kind of wasted. They go for Charvel here, but aren't able to follow up. And as you see them overcommit and the TP coming in, I'm honestly kind of surprised they didn't lose more members. I saw this moment and thought, oh, they are all just dead. But Showmaker only manages to get the Ahri, and the rest of KRX managed to run away. But I was very scared for them in that moment.
Yeah, D+ though, they are going to be able to grab themselves the Baron. They are pushing on the top lane as Rich is looking to try and get some damage down onto Shu. The Winds of War coming on through as the Equalizer will get the flash out and the Justice Punch will be blocked, and Rich will be able to burn down the Gargoyle and win out in that 1v1. Pretty surprising, and actually will take a lot of wind out of the sails of D+.
Yeah, I think eventually you just get enough damage to be able to do that. She was just getting shredded over time, much more about the burst and the sustained damage compared to the Rumble. And She still has a big role in these team fights. We just saw a highlight of him saving Showmaker, but the 1v1 definitely feels like he's not doing so hot right now.
Well, let's see whether Showmaker can try and bail them out here. 2 levels in the lead.
Maybe he is hot right now because he just died to Rumble.
Hey, yeah, true. Barbecued Gargoyle. Oh, okay. Showmaker is now showing himself. The Shovel is over here. 3 seconds on Shu. And they're just getting control around this Baron. You can see there are so many wards for D+. As Korea takes a Magical Journey to get himself out of the way of a potential awkward situation. Obviously, Willa can just throw himself in any time a Baron is going to be started. It's just whether or not KRX can really know whether that is ever going to be something that he should be doing, because they cannot get any vision in the area. Right now, don't have a Scrying Orb or anything like that. And it's only Smash that has one of those up and available right now on the Rift. 7.6k going to be the advantage. D+ do need to go back and take the Baron at some point if they do want to get it. You know, it does involve killing, even if they do have all of the control. But there are 3 items now built up onto Smash, and man, this must feel terrible, right? Like, Jhin on these first 2 items doesn't really do a whole lot. The problem is now you're staring down 3 and you're only halfway through your Mortal Reminder third.
I mean, just look at the items between Showmaker and Yukal.
Yeah.
Like the Rabadons with Medjais on 14 stacks to back it up. It's tough seeing this comparison right now.
Oh, Shovel looking for an angle towards Andal here, who takes so much. Cataclysm onto Gio. My goodness, 3 bullets. And there's the bullet time point blank as Yukal is just going to put down Smash. Okay, 2 for 1 so far as Rich is pretty strong, but he's going to be held in place by this Tempered Fate. They're going to set up the... Okay, the knock-up onto Willa in that backline, and the delivery of the Gargoyle is going to work out. I kind of thought that was all just going to be set up onto Rich, but instead they turn it onto Willa, who just came down from the sky. Decent charm from Yukal. He might be able to escape, but he's the only one.
Bit of a chaotic fight, but once again, the Galio just buying so much time. Charvel does go down just, but I feel like when you're trying to assassinate these targets, being slowed down, really painful. Here, though, neither Andal or Gio have flash, so Charvel's fishing for an ult opportunity. And Smash just kind of goes in-your-face mode. Kills off the Jhin, kills off the Karma, and pops the ultimate. Doesn't get that much damage down, though. But when you're trying to go aggressive and get onto these more desirable targets, I feel like Shiwu is just playing a good job of disrupting in this situation. You see here, he manages to turn the play around onto Willa, although Charvel, still in the Malignant spin, does just kind of die.
Yeah. That didn't quite work out, but otherwise, I think it was really smartly played.
Showmaker now has a Storm Surge and 20 stacks on his med.
Huh. Would you say that perhaps the Aurora is quite strong?
Yeah. I think that's something I would say.
All right, well, Kingdom DRX are at least able to push out a wave here in this mid lane. 10 seconds on the Mountain Soul availability for D+, and they do find a Deadly Flourish onto Korea. That could be problematic as he's taken most of his health bar. Flashing out of the way, there is the Blast Cone as Willa needs to get over and does find the Spear in the darkness to take down the Bard. Showmaker now, with all of those stacks on his Magi's and all of his very cool items, is looking to just try and win the game.
Yeah. No one right now matching him. There's pings coming out. They want someone to move in. But at least Kingdom DRX get the Dragon and delay the Soul. So that's something to be said. A nice pick from Korea lands on that. But they won't get away with it completely scot-free with Charvel stealing away camps, Showmaker taking down that tower.
Yeah.
He does a lot of damage to towers at this point. Despite not being a champion that typically does that much AP, it's going to do work.
He is 8-0-2. The man has a lot of stats right now. As Andal moving over, does manage to get a control ward down. That is good news. Kind of thought that Kingdom DRX were just never going to be able to get any vision towards this Baron area, but they have at least been able to sneak in and grab some for the moment. But Reset is pretty fresh here for DK. And Showmaker and Rich, the two leading the charge when it comes to damage, separated by under 100, which is pretty funny. Okay, let's have a look at this one more time.
I mean, this is just a prime example of Bard's rotund hitbox stuffering. Gets rooted here, and then the chase continues. See him flashing to try and get away from the General, but then it's just Willa with a spear over the wall to finish him off.
Very nicely done.
You can do it, outplay that. I think Bard gives you such a sense of safety when you're playing him. You think, oh, you know, it's so hard to punish me, so hard to catch me out. I can just Magical Journey.
Oh. Okay, Charvel going to get turned on here as he is going to find that double knockup. Gio going to get put into the Tempered Fate as now Showmaker throws down the Between Worlds, and already Willa and Gio have both gone down. And Charvel, I believe, had a GA anyway as he flashes towards Yukao. That's kind of crazy. I did really like the Capybara, though, as he gets on top of Andal. He's going to settle with the kill onto the support instead, has Korea in tow. As Yukao looking to teleport away, and he will be able to do that. I just don't know whether that is going to help as the rest of D+ are destroying Nexus turrets. Flag and Drag will be the end of the Karma, and this minion wave is going to get tended to by Rich. Can he actually defend in time, though? That's the question, as the Flash Taunt comes in from Shiu, and he goes golden to make sure he stays alive at the same time. They've ran out of minions, though, and that one turret is actually doing a fair bit of work. Finally, the minions will refresh themselves, and D+ on the back of an 11,000 gold lead will be able to finish off Kingdom DRX and keep their winning streak based in 2022 alive. 18 in a row for the squad, although this one did look a little bit harder after game number 2.
Yep, Kingdom DRX put up a good fight in this one, but unfortunately just not able to carry that momentum forward into this game. Showmaker having a phenomenal game 3, but I also think some redemption for the bot lane, who suffered massively in game 2. Didn't let them bother them, didn't let that stick in their minds as they went through to get the series win.
Yep. Pretty impressive bounce back. D+ have not been a team all that known for bouncing back after losses, but definitely coming back in a vengeance in this series. And Charvel having a pretty good day today, you know? I think the Xin Zhao is pretty forgettable, but game number 1 was fine. Game number 3 was also fine.
Not the flashiest, but just solid. And I think that's all you really needed to be on your first debut. Had some pretty big performances from Shiwu in game 1. Showmaker in game 3, and it does make you wonder who's going to be the POM.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be a Shivu voter myself. Bit of a Samwise guy over here. probably what I would say.
He was really, I know we said Sam's a support, but he was kind of playing that assistance role on the Galio. Lots of times ulting in to save people, save Showmaker in that big team fight moment.
I may not be able to carry it for you, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you. And that's what he did.
So you're saying Sam would play Tom Kench?
Yeah, I guess so. Or Kled, and he'd only talk to himself. I'm not entirely sure. Wait, he'd have to play Skarl. He couldn't actually play Kled.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. All right, that's enough of the Lord of the Rings references from back in Game 1, which was like 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah,
and half of you guys may not have even been there for it.
We won't mention that again, at least until Game 1 of Series 2.
Yeah, exactly. If Shovel does come back, then I'm sorry. We're just going to have to talk about the Fellowship even more. But that is okay. It is over for now. Who was your vote for? Do you want to reveal it, or do you want to keep it as a secret?
I'm going to keep it a secret, and then I could do what I did yesterday, which I said I was going to keep it a secret, and then like 30 seconds later, I just crumbled under no pressure and said anyway. And Wolf was like, come on, man.
Yeah, not great.
Either keep it a secret or don't. And this time, I'm going to keep it a secret that I voted for Shiwu.
Yeah, got it. Thanks for keeping it a secret for so incredibly long. You really did nail that.
Yeah.
Smash here having a bit of an incident, as we saw, but
it took so long to take him down. Eventually, the Pantheon just goes, "Please die! I need you to be dead."
Yeah.
But they suffer in return for it pretty heavily.
I think Yukal had an okay day today, despite the result. But unfortunately, in this one, the game kind of got away from him.
Hey, also, we saw the return of Jiwoo. We had Jiwoo versus Shiwu. We didn't even reference that once, but also...
I think we did accidentally call them each other's names like half the time throughout the game, though. But it is just something that happens.
But Jiwoo had a pretty strong game, too. Good to see some resurgence after that time and challenges. Looking pretty good. And this moment, the Jin just can't do anything.
No. And you can hear all of D+, like Jin, 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 just kill him. And they do.
I thought here Shovel was going to kill him off with the flag, and then he changed his target. I thought he was just going to do a little flag kill. I was so ready for it. But instead, goes for the Karma. Yukal teleports away. In a risky spot, if I'm being honest. Korea nearly just kill him.
Yeah, they're just discussing, let's win the game. And that is what they're going to do. As we do have a look at the amount of damage done, Showmaker did manage to eclipse Rich in the end by 5,000. We did see around the end of the mid-game, they were neck and neck. But this time around, instead of it being a little bit heart monitory, this was pretty considerably D+ favored, considering the fact that KRX just never really got off the ground with this composition.
And we will see our POM in the moment.
It's Showmaker!
It is Showmaker.
All right.
I figured it was going to be probably one of the solo laners. I think just the Game 3 performance really sticking in people's minds as a big one. He really popped off on that Aurora. And tied fourth with a lot of other players.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on that list. And I'm a bit surprised. I imagine it will probably be a bit of a split vote between Showmaker and maybe Shiu.
I always say that, and then it's like 12 out of 13.
Yeah.
So, but you said it, not me, so it's on you if that happens.
Yeah, no, I'm ready to take that one. This is not like the perfect game thing. I'm not going to die on the hill. The perfect game thing, I'll die on that hill because it's funny. This time around, though,
and if you died on the hill, then the other team would have a kill. And
and then it would be...
you wouldn't get a perfect game.
I wouldn't get a perfect game.
Yeah.
But I'd also...
If you want a perfect game, don't die on that hill.
No, I can't. You can't die on the hill for a perfect game.
Yeah, very important to establish that.
We're going to also establish the interview and save us from this conversation, so take it away, dear.
Thank you very much, guys, for the amazing commentary. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia. Against Kium DRX. You have defeated them 18 times in a row. What a close match. How do you feel? It was a 2-1 against Kium DRX, and I'm just really happy that we're able to keep our winning streak. And D+ Kia's starting lineup had some changes today, and we got Shavel in jungle, so was he pretty nervous or lax? Actually, I was really nervous in the car ride. to GG Global Park. So, I mean, we were trying to sort of laugh everything off and just joke around with each other just to make him a little more relaxed. But I feel like in game, he was just absolutely a beast. And with how important mid-jungle synergy is in this meta, what advice did you give him for this debut? Instead of giving him certain advice, I just try to make him feel as comfortable as possible. And in game 1, you played Victor against Orianna mid, and instead of Million or Nami with your Lucian, you guys took Braum, and it was great at countering the enemies engaged. So did your draft go as planned? In game 1, I think all lanes had prio, so yeah, it actually did go as we planned. And Shiu was actually playing really well against the Gnar. What did you think? I mean, my Vayne, Shiu in the top side, he was very quiet, but he just kept getting solo kills, so I just knew that he was doing his job. And after the game 2 loss, what did you guys discuss as a team? Yeah, it was a pretty helpless loss, but we just tried to analyze the cause and tried to go ahead and, reset for the next game. And in game 3, it was your first time playing Aurora this season, and maybe this is not a preferred pick for you, so why did you lock her in? With all the mid-champions off of the board and getting the Ahri stolen, I didn't really have a lot of options. So out of the options that I had left, Aurora just seemed like the best choice. And in the draft, it looks like you guys drafted around the enemy jungle and took a teamfight oriented comp. So did that go as planned? Our plan was really just to take prio mid, and I wasn't able to pull off a good laning phase, so yeah, it was very unexpected and unplanned. But after the Drake fights, I think we were able to sort of recover a lot, and so I pretty much got carried by my teammates. And game 3, it looks like you were the main target, but you were able to shrug off all the pressure. So were you sure that you were going to survive? Honestly, if I die, I die. But I just tried to do as much as I can before I died. But luckily, I survived here. Yeah, it was this moment right here. They were all just focused on your Aurora. Actually, I was keeping my distance against the Ahri this moment, and as long as I stay as far as I can from the Ahri, I knew that even if I die, I would be able to at least trade a kill. But I didn't actually receive a lot of damage as I expected, so I was able to survive and handle it pretty well. And now, after today's victory, you have your last match against Nongshim, and this is actually something that you have the road to MSI on the line, and it's crucial to check your form before taking the win. So what is your mindset? Yeah, we only have one match left in round 2, and I just want to make sure that we're able to deliver a great performance for our fans. We'll try our best. And that's all from Showmaker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, for that great translation. Seriously, it was great. Claps in the chat there. As it is a 2-1 victory here. Let's do it. It's a 2-1 victory here for D plus Kia over Kiwoom DRX. This one a lot more controlled than expected outcome for D plus. And Sharble getting his first series win. No longer 100% in terms of game score, but 100% in series score.
Yeah, I mean, his game 3 Jarvan, he made the really secured play. Somewhat like in the mid lane, I think he had such a great moment with the Jarvan. I think his team fight and some plan maker, I think he did pretty well around this game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it also considering his first game, debut in LCK, and it's like it also really control. Like I wasn't really surprised because like if my first game from debut was not controlled.
Who did you play against?
I played
Do you
against.
remember?
I remember. It was against. I think it was against the Elements. It was against Irelia Wicked.
Element.
Wicked.
A Wicked shout out is crazy.
And he played Irelia, by the way. I played
That's
Lissandra. I
crazy.
got counter matchup, and I still play good.
And I play against G2 Mythi.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I play Zara. But yeah, I mean, I think considering him his first game in LCK, he did great. to be honest, nothing that special. But like, you don't need to do anything special when you have the veterans in the team.
Yeah, and Showmaker continuing to climb up those POM point standings. Let's take a look at it now. 10 out of 13, and yes, you guys were right.
English.
When we
English.
vote,
English. We
when
know
we
the
did
game.
vote, both these guys were like, oh no,
Global.
we're going to be the only ones voting for them, but we'll go down together. That is what you said.
But you see
That's
the bottom
all.
voters? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You call me toxic? This is true toxic.
I don't know.
How many bottom
The
voters?
bottom voters voted with everyone else, though.
How many bottom voters we got? We got 10.
Yeah, are we trolling? Are we the trollers here? Because it's just Ian Cast. All right. I'm not sure whose comments we're going to start with. Do we start with ours? There it is. All right. Let's do it. We did.
Let's go.
Scuba.
Scoop.
Scuba. Scuba. I was thinking of my comment, and like all in my head, I was just thinking about scuba, and I had to do it, you know. I don't know. There's no context. It's just like shoe and scuba. Scuba. Scuba.
I really thought you were going to tie it together here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just random. But you know, Shiu definitely showed up his performance in game 1, the Vayne, and I think game 3, his Galio was just decent. So I'll just go for Shiu. I think you know, the power, the Kium winning plan is, I think it's all about like Reach having a great moment. But I think he couldn't have his moment. I think that's because of Shiu having a perfect time in his laning.
Not at all.
She was doing the scuba on him. Got it.
Exactly.
When you just do yours, please.
He makes me want to play Lucian top again.
Ooh.
Positive. So positive.
Dang, we had the same segment of pulling out your debut and giving a wicked shout out. Then we're pulling out the Huni Lucian top.
I just want to. I go home. Wait for me. Solo queue. I'm coming. First pick Lucian top.
Oh man.
I don't need a, no counterplay.
Oh man.
I mean, he really, like, as well did mention it, like, I think draft was like today, it was really main focus on top side too. Like, it's especially the first game.
Yeah.
Like Nar leads the tempo against the Vayne, and it was like super outplay, and then he popped up so hard the first game. That's actually opens up the series like it's so well that it actually countered the plan of the KRX. Like that's how it felt.
Yeah, Rich had a much tougher time in games 1 and 3. Had an okay game in game number 2. Victorious in the battle of the Iwus. Because Jiwoo is on the other team.
True.
Shiwoo. Welcome back, Jiwoo, by the way.
EU.
True. I mean, he had some moment, but not enough to save the team.
There was just too much volatility in the top lane, I think. So I agree with my fellow EN casters as we get to the mid lane voters who got it right. I told you, don't chase Showmaker. Indeed.
Yeah, he did a great job on the bot lane, 1v2 with Aurora. He literally killed the Pantheon, and that from that point, the game moved on in a DK.
See what else that we have here from the Korean side. We have more? Yeah, more. Go. Showmakers, show for Charvel. Again, as you said earlier, we said it in the back. In game 1, he didn't need to do a lot. There's that one point where he's like, he's 0-0-0.
He hasn't logged in yet. Not yet.
Game 2, the bot lane broke. That also wasn't necessarily his fault. And then here in game 3, just getting covered there by that big Showmaker performance. Love that one there by Go. Let's see what else we have. Don't stop Showmaker. Run, Showmaker, run. Everyone just... Showmaker's going. He's going somewhere. He's going to the road. He's going to run the road to MSI. That must be it. Everyone, right? Please help me, guys. I don't know.
You're so lost.
Everyone,
You're so
they're
lost.
all on the same page of like, go, run, movement, solo running.
Yeah, so he play Aurora, so hop, bunny hop.
Yeah. But is that... Okay. Sure. I thank you, Huni. The bookworm of the day, Showmaker. Can you recommend a book for me as well? That one's not running.
I mean, he had the men's eye, so...
Nope.
He had the men's eyes.
But he didn't have a scoop.
Okay. Thank you for that one here. As, again, it was D plus Kia getting the victory. Showmaker climbing up the standings, now tied at 400 palm points in 4th place. D plus Kia 5th place. Their place in the road to MSI secured. But again, a reminder as we're getting to the end of the round, all these matches matter for your overall score, including the summer rounds 3 and 4.
All right. So did Charbel help DK to have a better game plan? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what was the purpose, like exactly. You know, I think Lucid was also a part of the DK having a successful games. So like, I'm really not sold on him. But at the same time, I guess they're like trying out so many different options because they had to like have some different kind of option if they wanna like play against the big teams, because the teams are in the LCK on the top, they're too strong. So I think DK right now, they're just trying out some options, but yeah, I think still a lot to go though.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's like we couldn't really see the proactive play by himself, like from the jungle stuff. Like, so we kind of have to like eyeball a little bit more and what can he bring to the team? What can he deliver for the team? I think that's gonna be the key point. I think it's a really, good shot, good try today. And it was really, it was a more, I would say, a much control game. Yeah. It was like slow and control, like as what the caster kind of mentioned it. So it was like good for DK, even though they dropped the one game. I don't think it really did matter.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here with Charvel in some of those crazier games where he'll be asked more questions. Speaking of asking questions, we've got ourselves a brand new episode of LCK Feud coming up for you during this break.
My favorite content!
Is your favorite content? Oh, we're not doing it. Oh, okay. Just kidding. It'll be uploaded after today's matches. No! But don't worry, we got ourselves more LCK after this. It is Gen G versus Hanjin Brion. And again, Gen G in that fight for the top spot. I'm gonna make these guys stop. We'll see you after the break.
오늘 나는 다시 태어난다. 개막전이라 생각하는 게 되게 중요할 것 같거든요. 그래서 지금 무조건 이겨야 되는 게 BS 같습니다. 위기를 어떻게 넘기느냐, 그런 부분에서 또 한 번 자연이 해주네요. 여기서 한 발 더 나아가지 않는다면 사실 로드 MSI 쉽지 않을 수도 있습니다. 페이승 2승이 아직도 정말 중요합니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against us. I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
if you're interested in this, all of you at home, make sure to check out the survey on the LCK Twitter. As we move into our second question, we asked 50 participants, what is the best Ari skin line? And it was Ji-sun yet again, rings in first.
As an Ari main myself,
True.
Popstar Ari.
Popstar Ari. Again, shiny, silver, is quite musically inclined. Is Popstar Ari on there? Yes, it is. What did? It is now your turn. And again, you need to get all the points. If you get the number one answer here, you can take control of the board. If not, Ji-sun will go back and forth. What did? What is your answer?
I'm gonna go with KDA Ari.
Ooh, all right. KDA Ari, is it on there? You betcha, it's there at number 3.
There we go.
All right, Ji-sun, to take control of the board, you need number 2 or number 1.
I'm gonna go with the Faker Hall of Legends Ari.
Oh, the Hall of
Never go wrong
Legends.
with the GOAT.
I missed that.
Never going wrong with the GOAT. Wadid missed it. Also, he missed the Hall of Legends. Let's see what happens here with this answer. Hall of Legends, is it on there? That's right. Hall of Legends Faker Ari is the number 2 answer. That's 22 answers so far. Wadid needs all 50. Wadid, your turn. You need the number 1 answer here.
All right. The first one will be the Onsen Ari. I don't know how it's called in English, but
Proper name, please. Official name, please.
What do you mean?
Onsen Ari?
The one with the
We're gonna need some ruling.
the hot spring Ari. Yes.
Hot Spring Ari.
Yes, exactly.
Hot Spring Ari. He got this. Is it on there? There it is!
No!
The Spirit Blossom Hot Spring Ari.
Exactly!
All in the same theme. Is the number 1 answer. 21 points on the board, already ripped on off. Wadid, the choice is yours.
But there are 2 more, right?
There are
I know one of them for sure, for real. But I can't get one though, so I'm gonna pass. to her.
Okay. All right. Ji-sun, you have the opportunity here. So 3 chances to get these last 2.
Ari skin.
Ari, you said you were the Ari main.
This is my favorite skin.
Okay.
Dynasty Ari.
Dynasty Ari. Dynasty Ari.
This is my favorite.
Well, we're gonna that
Yeah!
answer. It is not one of these final 2 here, number 4 and number 6 out of our 50 participants. Ji-sun, give us another answer here.
Honestly, those are all of the skins that I use, so I'm out of options. Other Ari skins, I don't even consider.
Well, you're trying to consider not what you like, but what our 50 survey members like. That's the whole point of LCK Feud, Ji-sun.
Ari skin.
10 seconds.
Academy Ari.
Academy Ari.
Like those school uniform one.
Oh, no. That's 2 strikes here, Ji-sun. Ari skin.
I think the survey is from the Western fans, right?
Yeah.
And Western fans love this. They use this in the daily life.
In the daily life?
Yeah.
Is that the hint? Can
Exactly.
you give me a look?
Again, Wadid doesn't know the answer, so I don't know why he's... What's going on here?
Messing up with me.
Yeah, well, maybe it's working, maybe it's not. I need an answer here. What's another skin line from Ari that 50 of our participants would...
I got it. Star Guardian Ari.
There it is. That is quite the line. Is answer number 4. Star Guardian Ari is up there. So right now, we've got ourselves 48 of our 50 participants covered. So Ji-sun, you've got 1 life left.
The one thing that you're missing right now is the one that I know, I think.
Really?
Yes.
Sure. Can I pass?
No,
What do you mean? What do you mean, pass?
1 guess.
I gave you the hint.
This mustache should kill me. 1 guess.
I don't even know the
You
answer.
okay?
I'm gonna take allergy medicine after. 1 guess to get the final question.
I don't-
2 points.
2 points.
2 points.
Only 2 people voted for this.
Only 2 people voted for
This
this.
is hard.
5 seconds.
No skin Ari.
2. Oh, That is a good shout out.
Oh, wow.
The fear in Wadid's face because he didn't think it was that. You know who also plays with no skin and Ari is Faker. Is that on there? No, it's not. You can use the goat once for your answer. You can't use the goat twice for your answer. So Wadid, for the opportunity to tie and steal all the points, you need the least popular answer. Two people said this was their favorite one.
Is the browser skin. The Firefox Ari, I would say.
The browser skin. I've never really thought of it that before. Firefox.
Me neither.
G-Sun, how do you feel?
I felt like that.
She felt like that. It's incorrect. That is not the right answer. That means all 48 points go the way of G-Sun. She then has a crushing 98-0 victory here over Wadid. Let's reveal that final answer. We asked 50 League of Legends players, what is the best Ari skin line and theme? Answer number 6 is Coven Ari.
Man, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Right? But a little darker.
But you could have done Firefox. You use it
I would have
daily.
liked Firefox. Arcade was also up there.
True.
Arcana was also up there. Base skin I thought was pretty good. No, it was Coven, our final 2. So with that, those are our 2 questions done and dusted, and we have one very clear winner. It's not Wadid, it's G-Sun.
Thank you, everyone. This is because I have been grinding on solo queue, maining Ari, and also always collaborating with my dear talents to create this wonderful show. So I want to say thank you, everyone, for making this possible for me. I love you all. Bye-bye.
Definitely all G-Sun and not rigged, and there's zero fear for my job based on the result of this game. Can we check in on Wadid? Is he okay? I think we might need to check.
Did you order another bagel?
Wadid.
That's so BM. All right, you know, I thought I know better than Ji-sun about like Western culture because I was there for like almost 4 or 5 years, but I guess not. I guess not. She's the right one. She knows better than me. She's smarter. I gotta accept it. Congrats.
Well, with that closes out our first episode of LCK Feud. If you all at home think these answers are bogus, you have the opportunity to participate. Head on over to the LCK Twitter and fill out the next form, and you can be one of our participants here on LCK Feud. Again, you survey, we play. This has been LCK Feud. Gotta get this mustache off.
Can I take it off?
Oh my gosh!
To go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone. just when I lift my mic into the storm.
한진브리온 파이팅!
Kenyon! Genji fighting! Choi fighting!
브리온 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Alice, joined by Ox, ready to get into the second series of the evening. This one feeling a little bit more legendary, even though the Bros are confirmed in the Rise group. They were in the running for the Legend group for the longest time in comparison to their Rise group brethren, and so it feels a little bit more legendary than it otherwise could. Plus, they have played some spoiler against this very team many times before, that team being Gen.G, of course.
With them both being locked into their respective groups, I know there's obviously still impact to be had in terms of these matches, but maybe it's hit that sort of weird nebulous space where Bros suddenly become the strongest team in the league.
That's what we're here to find out. That is absolutely what we're here to find out. Also looking to create some space between themselves and BNK KRX so they can start the Rise group in the best position possible. Because the Rise group is dangerous. After MSI, we come back and then you realize you're not going to make it to any sort of playoffs if you're at the bottom of the Rise group.
Yeah, and it will go quick this year, with it only being 2 round robins instead of 3.
Yep.
So any wins you get now going to have a big impact off that. And honestly, looking at the fact that BNK KRX still on the tail of Hanjin Brion, I think though, are they locked in the 6th now? It's very close. Now we have the information in front of us. Almost locked in the 6th. So maybe the stakes are still too high.
Yeah, maybe.
To ascend.
So the Bros, obviously, like any sort of win is going to be good, right? Because the points carry across. So it's not really like you're, oh, this is going to be the end of my run or blah, 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 blah. BNK KRX have already had their match and will only be facing off against T1 after this. But this is the difficult road for the Bros. This, however, is the race for second. And T1 looking pretty good. HLE in first place, still feeling absolutely fantastic. But Gen.G, it's looking a little bit more difficult. And honestly, like regular season first place, this is something that Gen.G have had on lock for many, many years.
Yeah, it's so weird seeing them at 40% chance to even make second place.
Yeah. This is kind of nutty. And obviously, the game score really going to be a big deal here. A 2-0 is so important for Gen.G if they want to stay in the running. And T1 having, you know, a pretty good end to the season. Going to be no slouches towards the end of this one as well. And the top 2 spots at Road to MSI, so incredibly important. You can play one best of 5 and go to MSI. It's ridiculous.
Yep, put you in such a good position. Obviously, we did last year see Honor Life Esports have a different fortunate circumstance, but they were so close to making it on that first series and could have 3-0'd straight away. Definitely the position you'd rather be in than have to fight up through the gauntlet, although if you're third, you'll be pretty high up in that gauntlet.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously it's not end of the world or anything like that. That being said, limiting the amount of best of 5s you need to play and being able to instead just focus all of your preparation into one team is certainly a good idea. Having your mind out for what you might be playing, you know, very quickly afterwards could be a very good idea, but we will see exactly who is going to be able to get that second place and whether that conversation will involve Gen.G or whether the Bros will just say, not tonight, sirs. We want to guarantee 6th place and we want to knock you down to 3rd at best.
going to come down to that. A lot of chance to play spoiler towards the end of this, but as we said before, Hanjian also fighting for their own fate. So a lot on both teams, actually. And I feel like the Bros had that big resurgence. And if you look at their place in the standing, doing a lot better than how things could have been, but unfortunately missed out on that chance to get top 5. We could have seen a situation where Bro were in a Legend group. That was a very realistic scenario. And now they're just legends in our hearts.
Indeed. And they will always be legends. I think actually that's one of the saddest things about the Legend versus Rise split is we don't get the inevitable Bro upsets if they're stuck in the Rise group, right? And it does, you know, it makes some sense that the Bros are down there, but it just doesn't feel right to not have access to that and only get it in the first couple of round robins of the LCK. Still, Gideon is still in pretty fantastic form, and honestly, they could run the Rise group. It was D+ Kia that did it last year. They were very upset about it, and that's why they did everything they could to make sure that they did not get put into the Rise group, but it could be the Bros this time. They could be the kings of the Rise group.
Could be their fate. You obviously saw D+ doing pretty well on the back of that. Not the cleanest Rise group performance, but then had a decent showing at playoffs, even if it wasn't quite as far as they wanted to go.
Yep, made sure I paid my bro tax, by the way. Not going to get caught without supporting, which we absolutely have to do. Ox, if you've got some time, I'm happy to you know, talk for you if you'd like.
Want me to go do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important.
I'll get on it.
Namgung would be very happy about it. Chovy also with a bit of a grin on his face, obviously not about the bro tax because that's on the other side of the stage, but still, always a little bit of a worry. He is coming off a POM performance in their last series, and that was against HLE. Probably, I was about to say more difficult opposition, but this is Bros in the last week. And for Gen.G, I imagine that they are just as scared of them as they were of HLE earlier on. It was an absolute banger of a series, probably one of the best that we have ever had, that Gen.G versus Halma Life Esports series. This might just be even better, ladies and gentlemen. I'm saying it here now. I'm not even afraid to say it. Because Pro versus Gen.G has been incredible in the past, and it may just be incredible right now. We're going to see a Varus ban, and that is the beginning ban to any incredible series on this patch.
That it is. Cassiopeia got as well. Bard going to be denied away from Duro, and Gen.G have been prioring the Bard pretty early in a lot of their drafts, giving a lot of space to Duro to claim that one, so it makes sense to take that one away.
Yep.
Expecting the Orianna to come through as a ban, and then there's always that interesting discussion of what will be left open. I feel like our bans have become a lot more dynamic than they were earlier in the season. We kind of just had 4 champs being banned every game, and then a little bit of variance.
Ooh. Now
seeing a lot more. Caitlyn going to get taken out here.
That's odd.
So that is a bit odd. There's still Lucian, there's still Orianna, there's still Rumble and Karma and J4, which are all big prio picks.
I don't think all of them are going to be banned, Ox.
No, I think you're right. Karma going to get taken away. And now for Gen.G.
Orianna? I think Orianna is still just a bit too good, isn't she?
Orianna is pretty strong.
All right,
and we kind of saw that. Seen that when she has been let through. A lot of power in the pick. Also Nocturne available as well, so that combo is very threatening. They don't want to face up against that. Here, is it going to be the Rumble or is it going to be the Lucian for Teddy? Could potentially be the J4 as well, but they go for that Lucian first and foremost. And now Gen.G, how are you going to respond to this? We sometimes see high prior on things like the Vi into Lucian specifically. So maybe Gen.G want to take half of their bot lane and the Vi. Or they could just go full prior on the top side. In fact, going for the Rise. With the Nivea still being available, but Chovy feeling confident on this pick.
That's it's an interesting way to take this, as of course, oftentimes we'll see an AD carry locked in and then a response of a bottom lane. This time around, though, Gen.G are just going to stick towards their top side. You were mentioning the Vi. That will be locked in. So Emilio for the Bros is a likely pickup. They can get whatever else they would like into the Rise at the same time, or take away a priority jungler. This is the Rise group that the Bros are representing as well. A Wukong could be an option.
Problem is, you can't get them both together at the same time.
A bit of a shame, yeah.
And they are going to go for the Xin Zhao, so not giving priority to Roma to answer the Rise. Instead, looking to secure a jungle pick. We have seen the Milio be pretty successful with the Xin Zhao.
Yep.
In terms of being able to bolster him, given that extra range, some damage and trades.
And they're taking their time, actually, trying to figure out exactly what they want to lock in alongside this Lucian. I kind of thought that it would just be a guaranteed Milio, and
yeah,
I guess it is in the end.
Maybe just discussing what it could be. Now, Genji here, I feel like probably going to just take a top laner because you can't really respond to the full Lucian Milio without kind of showing your hand. You could go, we've seen teams go Nautilus, but I think you just go top lane, you grab Rumble. You can then ban picks that are good against it. There is a wide pool of what works against Rumble right now, which is why he is no longer getting permabanned. But the level of effectiveness definitely varies from pick to pick.
Yep. I think maybe you take away a favorite from casting into it. Maybe you get rid of the Yorick, and then you get rid of Anivia, and then make sure that your solo lanes are both feeling kind of okay.
Yep.
Might be the option here. But on the other side, I imagine the Bros are going to ban Jhin, at least. And then we'll see what else they fear when it comes to this bottom lane. Maybe a Lulu lane as well. I don't mind Lulu Vi as well. So
take the Nautilus. Not want to deal with Vi Nautilus.
Yep.
But that still there's so many bot lanes open and available. With this being game one, there's so many options. We have seen the Ashe Seraphine struggling a little bit recently. There's a Yunara Lulu, which we saw doing pretty well earlier today. You can just take those independent picks like the Jhin, the MF, that are just strong laners by themselves. But we'll see. And they're banning the Galio and the Cassante, which, to be honest, two of the picks we've seen do better into Rumble.
Yep. Casting having an absolute laugh at that, and I imagine he maybe just wanted to play Nautilus, perhaps, as the Lulu is going to be taken away here. No Yunara Lulu as a response. So where is Ruler going to go? Or is it going to be a Dura pick locked away here? I imagine it's probably going to be support counter pick, so Ruler pick an AD carry and see what you want to play. Maybe they just pick Sivir and just nope out of the lane. That could be an option.
I think Sivir's short range will make that lane a little tricky. I could see them just going for...
Oh!
Zyrakan we did see recently. I'm still a little bit surprised for it to come out, but it seems like teams are leaning towards it a little bit more. I believe...
T1 definitely played it.
Was it T1? Yeah, I think it was T1.
Yep.
And we're seeing the Talia a lot more into Rise specifically. Also good into Vi, but that one won't be locked in immediately. And yeah, it was T1 who specifically played Zyrakan in this matchup. Which went very well for them.
It did. A lot of things have been going well for T1, in fact, as Namgung is going to hover the Talon like we've seen a lot of players do. The Yorick comes as absolutely zero surprise at all.
Yeah.
And we will expect casting to have a pretty good time in that lane, as the Talia will be the lock-in in response to the Rise, as there is the Xayah that we were talking about. So Xayah Rakan for Ruler and Duro. Xayah is how Ruler won Worlds in 2017. Which is kind of crazy that was 9 years ago. Wow, I feel old. I really do feel like Genji won that Worlds like only recently, and it was not recently even a little bit.
Yeah. So both mid laners potential to roam and impact a bot lane, which could potentially be very volatile.
Yep. Genji also didn't win that Worlds. That was Samsung Galaxy, but you know what I mean. It's the same slot in the LCK.
I think here, this is kind of a relatively tame draft, all things considered for a game one, but I think Genji's team fighting, it's just a lot easier to execute with the Rakan follow up with the Vi, the Equalizer on top. Hanj and Brion have this Yorick who could be a menace in the side lane, and they have Lucian, who we've seen time and time again be capable of securing a lot of priority in the mid lane, but it definitely feels a bit more of a finesse composition.
Yeah.
For a team who sometimes has struggled to pull off finesse compositions.
I would agree, but those times are not the times that they are just guaranteed to upset Genji, you know?
Oh, right.
And that could be right now, Ox. I mean, I don't want to, assume anything or anything like that. But I do like the matchup towards the top side of the map. I feel like Roma got one that's good in the mid lane, and the bottom lane's looking strong. Let's get into it. All right, here we are under the rift for game number one. Genji taking on the Bros. And it's a trap game, if ever we've seen one. The Bros looking to confirm 6th place. And Genji looking to stay in the running for second, wanting to skip a best of 5. That certainly feels absolutely fantastic if you're able to do so. As Chovy throws out the Capybara, and Roma going to give him a good old thumbs up. Thanks, Team Liquid. As Chovy, I think will be all right in this lane. We've seen the Taliyah picked into the Rise quite a few times, as you do just generally outrange. But Chovy not going to get outranged by the minions, which are his foremost concern at this part of the game.
Will he build Rocket Belt third, or will he go the Actualizer? That's my question.
He'll build Rocket Belt third. He has every time.
Yeah.
It's probably not. He will, you know, if given the chance, build an Actualizer after that, though. Is that an okay compromise?
No.
Consolation?
No.
No, it's not all right? Okay. But then how does the Actualizer allow him to dash?
Some champions weren't meant to dash.
Yeah, but all champions can dash.
Yeah. Well, not all champions.
What do you mean? Everyone can build it.
No, I don't approve of it.
I mean, whether or not you approve does not mean Boris will not stock the item.
You should actually stop stocking certain items.
Whoa, Chovy flashes! Looking for the solo kill onto Roma, who is just going to get evicted from the lane.
Oh,
Ghosts and flashes both used on both sides.
Doesn't die to the Deathfire touch, but it's really close. Chovy getting the pressure down in this mid lane matchup. And if he'd gotten that kill, he definitely would have put it toward Rocket Belt.
It'd be first item this time. He's like, no, I don't need a tier. Who needs to start stacking that up? And in fact, he doesn't need a tier. He is just going to buy some shoes and wander back to lane. Obviously, Rise will stack it very quickly anyway, so doesn't really need to worry. But still, casting up here on this top side, having a good time. As we've seen before, the Yorick feels like a pretty good answer into this. Sante has worked as well. I mean, there's been lots of things. Like you were mentioning before, the Rumble has been somewhat solved.
Yep. Something I'm interested in is this jungle matchup, because I feel like Gideon has really been such a star behind Jimbrion. Even though Teddy's been getting a lot of the attention with his AD carry play, Gideon has just been an absolute rock in the jungle. And Canyon, I think he still just gets these phenomenal games, but it's been a bit hit or miss at times.
Yep.
In the losses, sometimes a little bit inactive. And I would like to see proactivity in this game. I feel like with things feeling pretty even in terms of where they settled in the draft, being able to impact these lanes could go a long way. Especially considering neither mid has flash now. That seems like an easy place to set up something.
So I was thinking that maybe we'd be playing through Duro, right? And the fact that he can get some engages down, but maybe that's not going to be necessary, as there is the flashless Taliyah. Could be a bit of a target, as right now Chovy does not see Roma. As Teddy moves in, let's see what can be found here by Duro, as Teddy takes a lot of damage. Ruler as well. They throw down the heals on both sides, and the Bros will be able to walk away with a very even trade. It's actually kind of ridiculous how even it is, even with the AD carries being the ones taking the damage, etc., etc.
This is one of the things with Rakan, though, and why Rakan can be really frustrating to play against as a double range bot lane, is he just hits his Q, and it's like, well, I mean, he didn't then, but generally, he just hits his Gleaming Quill, and it's like, okay, that trade that we lost, undone. And they didn't even lose that trade. It's such a short cooldown, it heals so much. Able to sustain through some of these trickier matchups.
Yep, was able to use it very effectively earlier on in the lane. I think that's why they were able to get what they did manage to do down. But has missed a couple, like you were saying. Still, I mean, I think a Xayah going even in this lane against the Lucian feels pretty fantastic if you are the Xayah.
Oh, you feel great here if you're going even as a Xayah Rakan. The Rakan going to have a ton of value in team fights, and the Xayah can be very self-sufficient into a composition like this. There's not major threats onto her. Also just good at handling. There's a lot of AD carries who aren't good at handling as Xin Zhao, because either you're out of range and you can't do much, or you're in range and that's really scary. But
yeah,
Xayah pretty competent at just shredding him and using the feathers to put him in some misery. Exhaust also taken by Rulo, which we've seen a lot into the Lucian.
Yeah, it's the classic Lucian answer. We were actually, was it you having the conversation with Brendan, or was it Wolf and Brendan talking about the whole, like, playing cleanse chicken?
Yeah.
Which could have been an option that Teddy could have gone for there, but decided instead that he was just going to take the barrier.
I wonder if it's going to end up happening.
I'm sure it's going to. You know, like, once the meta sinks in. Maybe we'll get a patch too early before things start getting into that weird state of needing to predict what your opponent's going to do.
So, in terms of the game state, there's a little bit of an issue in the mid lane where Chovy's getting a pretty sizable lead already just on the back of CS advantages in lane. And if he's getting an advantage in this matchup and it frees him up to be first mover, then suddenly that's going to bleed out into the rest of the map as well and be cause for concern, especially as looking top lane, casting with a Maiden, now should feel much more comfortable in the 1v1, but if a Ryze shows up, that's not so fun.
No. And I'm a little bit worried about the fact that this is the Keen Rumble. He's also decided not to make the go for the money-making choice as far as the runes. He has gone for the I'm going to burn you to death over and over again.
Yeah, I think the money-making's just specifically into these tanks without much pressure, but into a Yorick needs a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, it feels like he's gotten serious in the matchup this time.
Gone for the early Oblivion Orb as well.
Yep. I feel like he's done this almost every time he's faced a Yorick on the Rumble. And I think has found a fair bit of success for it as well. Goes immediately afterwards into the Leandris from there, and then Riftmaker, etc. Just leaves the Oblivion Orb, and I think having that heal cut certainly working out. Is now Teddy taking a fair bit of damage here as he does get caught up. That's a great grand entrance, and Ruler just going to help Duro lock down first blood in this bottom lane, just in the pure 2v2.
This was beautiful from Genji's bot lane as well, because Duro with the Spellbook had actually gone towards the Ignite in this situation, and it really allows them just to have so much more strength in that 2v2. In fact, Namgoon didn't even opt to use the heal in this situation. Actually, I think it was down for just a little bit when the play happened. So the timing, perfect, but it reduces the healing from the W.
Oh dear. Oh, the equalizer placement as well is absolutely gorgeous. Nowhere casting can go. And that is a swift 2-0 for Genji.
Okay, quick pickup from that is we do see the Ryze making the move top to get that kill, so keep getting that in a great spot.
Maybe you shouldn't have manifested that.
Well, I think it might have been inevitable. But yeah, so bot lane, Namgoon didn't have his heal available at that moment, so couldn't have used it. But the Ignite, that extra kill pressure that comes through here, just makes it so much more threatening. Also means you're cutting down the healing. And I know the healing from Milio's W isn't that much of a concern, but they actually find a window when it's not available. The extra Ignite damage coming in clutch there, you saw how close it was.
Yeah, exactly. I actually think having Xayah Rakan specifically was important there, because I think the W running helped the Rakan get the bit of extra damage to lock down the kill. So pretty nicely done there from Genji towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep, so picking up 2 kills, already an almost 2,000 gold lead. I mean, you have the kill advantage bot, kill advantage top, and then Chovy not only got that assist, but pulling ahead in terms of farm. Herald being secured, 3 grubs. Genji are in prime position in this game.
They are, and the more prime position they get to, the more likely it is that the Bros turn it all around in the mid game. They find themselves an incredible, heroic team fight and look to take them down. What do you think, Ox? It's going to be after casting gets flashed on and dies here in this top lane, by the way. Chovy just leaving, and misses the harpoon. Casting's gonna live. This is where it begins.
That was crazy that he survived that.
2 flashes he ate.
Yeah, and this was definitely Genji thinking, he's already dead. We don't have to commit too much more there. We don't need to invest extra resources, because ultimately Canyon could have just ulted.
Oh yeah, wow. Huh. Well, there you go. He decided he wanted to flash instead of ult.
Yeah. I mean, I think
they're just saving the kill.
I think they just front-loaded so much damage. They really just thought, he's so dead. There's no way he escapes. And then he found a way.
Oh, Roma is taking a lot of damage here.
He's also low in the mana department.
Doesn't have any, in fact. As he does pick up a rock. At least
level up helps the lost chapter there.
Thank goodness. Okay, so he's out of dodge. I'm looking at this bottom lane though, Ox, and I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
A little bit worrisome.
Yeah, as a Bro fan. I feel like Xayah, even though, you know, there are things that you can do in Dilution as the Xayah, just in general, pre-ult and post, she does have tools, but I still think that the aggression of Dilution should still have been able to help just win the lane.
It's just tricky. I feel like if you don't get momentum in a lane like this and get some early trades off, it's very hard to poke them out compared to most range plus melee supports. And you also have to constantly be respectful of the threat of the feathers into the knockup, which we saw before take down Teddy. I feel like the thing with Lucian lanes is they are hard to play out effectively. It's very easy to flub compared to... There's some lanes where it's like, you just click your buttons and you're going to be fine. And then there's some lanes where it's like you really have to play on the edge to get the value that most teams are looking for.
And the onus really is on you to win more as well as the Lucian. And that puts an added layer of pressure that is difficult to play around. As Trivy now has his Swifties complete. And is just running around very, very happily on this Rise. Catalyst and the Tier on the road to getting those things stacked up.
Why Rise can sometimes just be so obnoxious. But you get to that point where you have so much more health and mana than your opponent.
Yeah.
And can just run up spam abilities and come out ahead.
And you really do run because now he builds Swifties all the time.
Yeah. They're fishing for casting here, but there's a lot of members of Hanjin Brion moving over to provide some cover.
Oh, Genji are calling their bluff though, as they are over here with basically everyone. Teddy's in the bottom lane, but Casting walking on a wall. Canyon engages on top of him. The equalizer comes down, dealing with both sides of the fight, and this time Casting is extraordinarily dead, like extremely dead. I think that Valdez would call it Omega dead.
Yeah, I think the decision there from Gen G was target the champion with that flash. So instantly jump on a Casting. Don't give a real opportunity for him to make an impact or Hanjin Brion to turn the fight around. Fights in the jungle, in that situation, the enemy jungle, can be very dangerous because... Oh no.
Yeah, Roma is going to put the threaded volley the wrong direction. Does land the seismic shove though.
Nice flick, and you'll be able to walk it off with just a ghost. So good play from Roma. But yeah, those plays in the enemy jungle are very dangerous because the enemy team can retreat to the towers so easily, so quickly, and you can't chase. So making that snappy play and just taking out a target, making sure that Hanjin Brion don't want to continue. Because this was priming to be a big fight, and then Canyon just said, no, we're just going to kill this one target. That will be enough. And the rest of Bro are just kind of limping away like, well, at least it wasn't me.
Yeah, and it also means that this top outer turret will go down as well. That is going to be first turret blood over to Gen G. I wanted to have that perfect game conversation again, but Bro took a Drake. And so that is not going to contribute. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that actually maybe I'm ready to concede. Maybe the Grubs can actually join the perfect game party. I'm going to revive on the hill.
Wow. I know.
I was very stubborn. But at that point,
You were very stubborn.
Yeah, I really needed to have something to talk about that wasn't that series. And so it really was helpful to be stubborn in that moment.
Yes.
This time around, though, not as much of a need because the Bros and Gen G are always entertaining. So maybe we can include the Grubs.
Okay, that's a big step.
Yeah.
This has shown a lot of character growth for you, Max.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was going for. I was hoping that everyone would see all my cool character growth.
On to our next topic conversation.
Yes.
The plates.
Yeah, no, that's never included. I'm dead on the hill again. Unrevive me. I'm dead on the plate hill now. But I don't think anyone was arguing that. That'd be crazy. That's preposterous. It's not even on the scoreboard, which was Woodid's whole argument. All right. We do have the Bros now just parking their Lucian in the mid lane. Very happy to do that.
Yeah, Hanjin Brion do have 2 dragons, and it's a Hextech Soul. So I know this is a long shot, because they are in a big deficit right now. 4,000 gold at almost 15 minutes is significant, but if they can just secure the next 2 dragons, it's all you have to focus on. And you take it one step at a time. The first step, the next dragon.
Yeah.
And then the second step is the following dragon.
Do you know what? I would even argue that they've already done the first 2 steps. They just need to keep walking.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I'm talking about like a new path upward. They're already halfway up.
Yeah.
They're already on the step ladder.
Exactly. Gen G have only discovered neutral objectives on the top side of the map. They have got all of those, but that won't get you any dragons.
And Casting doesn't need Grubs to kill towers. He will just do that himself. Well, he will need his Maiden and the little cats, but...
Yeah. But they're not Grubs, so you're right. Doesn't need Grubs.
They do have the same health bar as Grubs,
Oh,
though.
the ghoulie cats are so weird. They're so weird, man.
How do you feel about...
I want to say that they're cute, but I also am unnerved by them.
How do you feel about all the implementations of cats in League of Legends? Because I think what's crazy is me and you are both big cat lovers.
Yeah.
And you have cat currently, I've had cats in the past.
Yep.
And yet, Yumi's just hard to love.
Oh, no, not a fan.
Yeah.
Although I do have a Yumi plushie, I think that I bought my wife because she's played a bit of Yumi in the past.
But that's what I mean. It's one of these situations where the expectation is people who like cats would like Yumi. Like, logically, that makes sense, but it's just not true.
I have a weird thing, though. I feel like I struggle to like other people's cats as much.
Oh, wow.
You know, unless I get to know them. Like, Wolf's cats, very different. They're all adorable and very funny.
Yeah.
But I feel like you need to get to know a cat before you'll like them. Just a cat by default, not a huge fan. We got a Realm Warp coming on in here as the cat is about to die. Casting going to be taken down.
Oh, they did not like that cat.
Yeah, no, they thought the S was a T, and he was catting too much. So they killed him.
Yeah. Well, Hanjin Bjorn are going to use this time to get some tower pressure in return. So altogether, not the worst situation if they can get away from the threat right now that Canyon's trying to set up. And with a good culling, they seem to be able to.
Yep, that was not the back massage that Ruler was looking for. And it will be Duro and Ruler moving on back as Canyon gets on in here as well. Nice knock up from Duro just to buy a little bit of extra time.
Got a lot of gold. I think it's altogether not the worst situation for Hanjin Brion.
This is going to add to the worst aspect of it.
Yeah.
With this turret going down. Sure we're going to be able to grab that one. But ultimately, everyone's still alive.
Well, Casting did die.
Well, I mean, he's alive again.
Oh, true.
He has revived.
Well, he just have 9 lives, so...
Hey, true.
He's only used 3 of them so
I haven't seen very many 0-10 Yarks. That being said, I have. Maybe they haven't been using the skin, though.
Yeah, that could be it.
It's normally the pentakill Yarks that tend to go 0-10.
Yeah, the thing about you not being a huge fan of other people's cats, so I've had this issue where in the UK, there's just no rabies at all. So I see a stray cat, and I'm like, come here, little guy.
Oh, no.
There was an outdoor cat who lived near where my apartment was, who was just so adorable. But the problem is I had to be trained out of that when going to a different country.
Yeah. Actually, we had that issue. I remember when we were in Indonesia for Mao's wedding. There were cats everywhere. And you were just very much, I need to pet this cat. And you definitely shouldn't have done that.
How can I help myself?
Yeah, no, but you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, everyone, you didn't go around petting the stray cats. As the pros, they are also not going to do any petting of stray cats.
Oh, bears onto Ruler.
It's a lot.
Okay, this is the big one for Hanjin Brion. They've already got the first 2 steps. They're halfway up the step ladder.
3rd step!
If they fall off the step ladder, they might sprain an ankle or something. So definitely want to keep going up towards their goal of the 4th step.
Well, Battle Herald, a possibility here, but Canyon is actually just going to get fire kicked away from it. And then the Herald is going to get thrown around like a ragdoll and may not even get a charge. Yeah, it's not going to get a charge. So a little bit of a waste of time.
It does force Hanjin Brion. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
The good old poke equalizer saying, Gideon, you're not allowed to move over here. And you know what? Gideon says, I don't care. I'm getting in there in any way. As the Dragon...
Oh, the steal!
Smited by Gideon. Gorgeously played. Step number 3 is done, and Canyon throws away his life. They do kill the Melio, but the Bros still with a fighting chance, and Keen says, no, not even a little bit, as he roasts 2 of the carries. Ruler comes in to finish off the Yark, and yeah, Gideon got the smite, but he lost all his friends.
And Hanjin Brion managed to get to that 3rd step, but it looks like they did spray their ankle anyway when they stepped onto it.
Hey, you're allowed to sprain it afterwards because you got 5 minutes of rehabilitation.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal smite steal by Gideon. Just sliding in, gets the flash smite, and it's a delicate situation because of all the poke that's come down. He's pretty low HP. I wasn't sure if he'd be able to make it in. Finds Jangle, secures it. Just immediately as it goes on to 1400 health. And then here, Hanjin Brion are kind of caught in this mindset of, do we fight, do we not fight? They kill the enemy jungler. They're still kind of in that, well, we can fight mindset. And then Keen just flashes on them. Ruler follows, and they get decimated. And I think they should have just left and been happy they made it to the 3rd step.
I would agree. Don't fall off the steps. Maybe they're just very narrow steps.
One of the problems, though, with the... Oh, no. Okay, found him. Never mind. One of the problems, though, with Souls is that those 3 dragons don't do very much if you can't get the 4. And now a 6,000 gold deficit.
Nah.
Gideon just has to pull it off. Has to get the steal again.
1, 2, 3. Successful. 6 steps full. Okay? All they need to do is walk up one more step.
Just one more step.
3 minutes. I'm completely behind you, bros. I reckon you can probably make that one happen, especially if Gideon's smite button is going to be that effective.
I feel like the gap between the steps is getting larger, though, as they go up the step ladder.
But they're also getting stronger, and so they can jump further up the step ladder. Jump up. No, don't jump up step ladders. That's not a very good idea.
That's not good advice at all.
Yeah,
I don't condone that.
Yeah, and when we're speaking to thousands of people, we should not say weird stuff like that, and I apologize. I will try to be better in the future. No jumping on step ladders. However, they are, like you say, getting larger. So if this was like a step mill, you know, then maybe like the setting is set to a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Maybe that's a better...
Pretty slow step mill if it's been 20 minutes.
Well,
they've only gone up 3 steps.
Romer is just going to say no to Duro. That was so clean. All right, Chovy going to bring some grubs with him as he looks to leave.
Yeah, they did commit the TP to respond, which isn't optimal. But to be honest, it's 2 minutes until Dragon, and that's the main play point. So I think it shouldn't be too much of a concern. It's not like if you go to a side lane, you're under immediate threat of the Baron being taken. Also, Talia can kind of just go into a side lane and then wall back.
Their arms are just too long. I think that's why it's unsettling.
Yeah.
Wow, Kane really just punched the cat in the head, didn't he?
With a drill.
With a drill, exactly. And the fact that we got the sound effect as well really did make it feel a little bit morbid. That's all right.
I feel like getting punched in the head with a drill would hurt, whether or not it's spinning.
I would agree. I think being punched in the head probably would hurt. I don't think you need the drill. But if you had it, would certainly hurt more. As Gideon throws down the Crescent Guard, the Weaver's Wall is going to come through very defensively.
Yeah, I feel like it was probably Roma hoping to get that down a little bit earlier to cut them off, and instead just cut his own team off. Gideon now without ult. A little bit precarious.
Yeah, Canyon really wanting to start a fight here as the Equalizer goes down first yet again, just to do a bunch of damage to Gideon yet again. Doesn't do as much this time around, but those Harpoons certainly did. And now Genji just jump on top of the Baron. Let's see whether the Bros can stop this one. Still 1 minute away from step 4. Maybe they can take a little bit of a sidestep to step 4 3/4 and see whether they can stop this one from going down. Smite button had looked pretty good for the Xin Zhao so far, but man, that Rune Prison is also devastating onto casting. Here's Ghoulie Wall, not doing much of anything at all, especially when it's a cat wall anyway. And I think that Yorick is going to have to leave maidenless after that.
Can they still threaten it? Can they still threaten the steal? They're buying time towards that Dragon being up and available, but it's not quite in time for them just to go rush it now. But look, Genji's super slow on the Baron.
Yeah, and Chovy actually took a little bit of a timeout to head towards that top lane. 25 seconds on the Dragon. It's Hextech's sole point.
The 4th step is looming.
And I think this might be an easier step than step 3. And sometimes that does happen, you know?
Yeah, the deceptive. I mean, sometimes when it's a shorter step, it can throw you off. But we'll see. Right now, they're in position to start this up. Canyon is over the wall if he wants to steal. I feel like Genji really want to fight, win the fight, and then have the Dragon be the focus point rather than risk a flip that could give them the soul.
Well, the Bros in pretty good position right now as they have started this one off. Hex Gates are going to allow Chovy to make his way over here. Romer and casting just in this tri-brush as Gideon gets exhausted, knocked up, but Duro is just going to be thrown around like a ragdoll. There is the cease and desist as Gideon goes down. No smite, no chance of locking down the soul. And now the Bros just want to leave, and Ruler just doesn't want to let them. The exhaust comes down. The Feather Storm is gorgeous as somehow Duro mops 2 of them up with a quickness. What the heck was that? That is an ace, bro, and the 4th step, a little bit of a doozy.
Yep. It threw them off, and with a sprained ankle, Hanjin Brion fall to the floor. Genji, knowing exactly what they need to do. They don't let it become a smite fight. They don't risk Hanjin Brion getting the soul. Start with the engage onto Gideon, and he's just focused down, can't really get any value from his ultimate. And then this chase here, Ruler flashing over the wall with exhaust. Going for this aggressive play, landing all these feathers to get the roots as Keen just barbecues them.
My lord, that Featherstorm placement was so satisfying. Yeah, calling out the play there as well.
루시안 노플, 루시안 노플.
Yep, Lucian no flash. Boing, boing, boing. That is a pretty comfortable one team fight there as Genji.
You know what?
Then look for the Baron.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, Max.
Please.
I think Ruler's pretty good as Zarya.
Wow. Who would have thought?
I know that's a new bold take, but I'm ready to put it out there.
And I just want to say, for everyone who is mentioning it, which I imagine is probably 0 people, but Duro doesn't even have an Ardent Sensor, so you can't even say that it was the item that won Worlds for him last time.
There you go.
See? Beautifully done. And actually, just the play there was gorgeous. He's now 3.6 thousand gold ahead. And the Bros, I mean, you can try step 4 again. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it's going to be available, as it is limited. You do need to have a Nexus in order to make that one happen. As Chovy's going to come on over and join the rest of his team as they break open the base here in the mid lane. Casting is trading cross map. But in a turret for Nexus is not exactly a great trade, as now Gideon does have the Crescent Guard. That is going to keep him relatively safe as Canyon goes in. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but the Equalizer placement is once again fantastic. When they don't have a lot of AoE CC, Keen is getting a lot of damage down with that ability.
I feel like he's just done like 1 million damage. Just came on the back of these Equalizers. Every fight, he just throws it down and burns Hanjin Brion up with the Deathfire Touch as well.
It is doing a lot of work. Nexus turret number 1 is going to go down as Duro is going to get thrown around. The fire kick just had anti-synergy.
It looked so funny, him getting bounced back and forth.
Like have a little bit of a Dodgem Cars experience there momentarily and then leaves. Keen down towards his bottom side. 309 on the Rumble.
Uni's going to be happy because he went...
wow, yeah, everything that he bought. This is a 5 out of 5 Rumble. It's got to be a 5 out of 5 Rumble, right?
We'll see.
Oh.
Only he can put it into existence. But yeah, he will have...
Maybe the arm guard makes him sad. He's like, you're winning by this much, just build a death cap, idiot. Maybe that's what he's going to say.
Yeah, perhaps.
But without the idiot part.
That'd be pretty rude. I don't think he needs that rude.
No, he's not.
To our pro players. To us, of course.
He
is always that.
No, that's off camera. Orcs can't give away
Oh,
like
sorry,
that.
yeah. Well, to be fair, he's not that rude compared to some other people we've had in the LCK, like that Malhouse guy.
Oh, don't say his name.
Yeah.
Too scary. He's too intimidating.
Speak him into existence.
Yeah. I haven't said my quotient of nice things about him recently as well. So
he's gonna be angry about that.
I'm very worried at this point that maybe I'm going to get punished. It's okay. The Bros now trying to protect their last remaining inhibitor turret. And Genji want to deny it. 20 seconds left on the Baron.
Ian's going to I can just tell. It's coming.
Yep, there it is.
There we go.
On to 4 people as well, no less, as they are taken down to 50%. Gideon, the only one not affected, but the rest of his friends just ran away. Honestly, like, I don't think people really give enough credit to Equalizers that go down with 0 setup CC. Like, it's crazy how effective that is. The flash in from Ruler almost kills Teddy. The Nexus is soon to be exposed, but they want to grab these kills before it happens. Ruler tries to go up into the sky. Canyon is on the bed. In fact, everyone is. The Realm Warp minions are everywhere. And the Nexus turrets are now taken down. Genji having a little bit of a fun time at the end of that game as they move to a 16,000 gold lead and close out game number 1.
They just brute force the ending, Ruler flashing in, the Realm Warp onto the Fountain. Chovy had 24 stacks on the Medjai's there. Of course, he went Rocket Belted.
Oh, yes.
This was a pretty brutal game, and the only thing Hanjin Brion really had going for them was they got those 3 steps, and then they fell off.
Yeah.
And it was pretty brutal.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, a step ladder that has 3 steps is generally a higher step ladder as well. You're really going to do some damage falling off there, you know?
Yeah.
And we know that there was a 4th step, but I mean, at that point, isn't it just a ladder?
Also, they fell off the step ladder into flames.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
No, it's not.
Out of the step ladder into the fire.
Yeah. I think that's the saying. I think that's how it goes. As we said that Keen was probably doing a lot of damage, and as it turns out, he was doing over 1,000 DPM.
He was really damage maxing in that game.
Yes, he was.
Slamming the Equalizer down whenever he could. So we've seen Rumble be available more and more often, dropping in terms of prio. Keen's Rumble, perhaps not okay.
Yeah, and I'm now starting to realize why they didn't really care about banning the Yorick or anything like that. Keen was just like, I'll build Oblivion Orb and kill him. It'll be fine. And as it turns out, it was absolutely fine. Gen G really wants second place, and obviously they need a 2-0 in order to stay in the running, and they have the lowest percentage chance based on our predictions of getting there. They're gonna have to take things very seriously as we look to load up into game number 2 after this break, and the space breaks down this game number 1. And you don't want to miss it, because Huni might give a 5 out of 5, maybe. We'll see.
넘어볼게.
짜오 2타 2타.
나 핑크 좀 지울게.
3조각이다 짜오.
나 잊을 생각.
너무 나대면 그냥
내가 치러 가보고 싶긴 한데.
그러면 이거랑
라칸도 와줘야 돼.
이거랑 봐줘.
아 옆에 있어. 약간 좀 약간
빠져야
가까워져. 어.
웹으로 끝내면 될 것 같아. 이거 지어주면
이거 뭐야? 나 각 좀 벌릴게.
자 이거 가자.
아 이게 가자. 진행시켜.
아 뭐야 이거.
나이스. 이게 탈리아 W를 맞네.
DP now. Can they put the nail in the coffin? As they get the knockback there, they have so much follow-up in terms of CC. Benner are going to be hit by the Tempered Fate, but it goes perfect. He says, get down, Mr. Benner, I'll protect you. As they take down Diablo, and that's all they had to do. And Perfect's just, he's 1v4 underneath the tech. So the Nexus turret doesn't care at all. As BDD with a double knockback. Beautiful stuff. Blast for the Kales. Stun not even really going to do much, and they can't even chew through the Cassante. They can't even get through the first part of dealing with this team fight. And, okay, here we go, Sponge. He's got the light up, they're all against the wall, and Sponge blocks him down. And Cuz is like, well, maybe I get it. No, you know, he doesn't get a kill. Benrir, no!
Jace. This is very dangerous. Kobe trying to get rid of some of the vision here. He does have teleport. He does have flash. He also has dash cannon. The arrow is just going to get eaten by the Jace. And they catch the flanker while he's flanking. Well, the arrow finds a gorgeous encore. And BDD just has to get out of there. The petrifying gaze scares no one. And now it's Keen going ballistic in the backline. BDD goes golden. But teases death. And it's Toby that puts him down.
Shroud Barrage doesn't do a whole lot. Maybe a little bit of damage to the Sivir. Smash is going to kill that one up. Try to do a bunch of damage to this ult. This time career is big. And now the lineup on a Teddy. He tries to get away, but the follow from Lucid is big. And that's exactly what they were looking for. They just going to drop it down. I mean, Raptor go pressing guards. Clear is trying to heal for the team as Team goes in with the Realm Warp as Zeka wants to put him out of his misery. Will be able to do so. Lights up too! Zeka, the hero of the fight, as this should be an HLE victory. The TP immediately comes in.
Guess the thought it was I going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess there should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've got to see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
The generous Giga Chads give a 12,000 gold lead for entertainment as Genji dominate game number 1. Digon here alongside Wadid and Huni. And that one was not close. And I think one of the main reasons here, Wadid, is because the draft for the Bros was an early game draft, but somehow they got 3 Drakes.
I mean, I think, I feel like they just had a different idea. Like, no one is wrong here. I think Genji and Bro, they just had clearly different plan in terms of the draft. So I think Genji, they just really wanted to have strong top 3. So they picked the Rise and Vi Rumble in the first phase. But in the other hand, Hanjin Brion, they wanted to have strong bot lane, so they had Lucian, Milio. But the issue is that the early game in the bot lane, the accident happened, like Zyra Khan getting the solo kill on Lucian was really crucial. I think this should not happen at all. But I think after that, it felt really bad because you kind of draft for it. You draft for Lucian, but they still lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if I'm top lane, when I see the bot, they did 1, 2, 3, by the way. They picked Lucian Milio because it's a prior pick. And then you're getting duo kill by Zyra Khan, which is their outskill so hard, has a potential. The team fighting so strong. I'm so sad.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Zyra Khan is kind of OG of Ashe Seraphine. So it gives a lot of potential in the team fight and it outscales. So it's if you're fine in lane, then those picks are always great to have.
Yeah, but if you get a kill in lane, then you definitely want to play it, which is what these guys were saying on the desk earlier. With that, then the Bros were on the back foot. They were able to steal a pretty cool Drake away and kind of make things a little bit closer here as we take a look at highlight number 2, which starts here on the top side but goes to the bottom side.
Yeah, starting off on top, to talk about a little bit more of the draft. They picked as Wadi mentions, they are focusing on top side, actually, strong top side, right? And this is how you really want to play with the Rise, with really strong top lane and strong jungle too. They're just nearly just leaving enemy at red side, top side jungle and trying to make a scrimmage all the time. And also just Yorick was not breedable. He was just stuck on the turret the whole time. And Grub, Herald, scrimmaging and enemy just jungle objective. It was really nice play by Genji. It was so controlled.
Yeah, again, Keen proving over and over why he's one of our top Rumbles. We've seen other Rumbles play. We actually saw one earlier today, and
no comments. We didn't see.
Let's look at Keen's Rumble because he plays it to perfection, is able to exacerbate the leads that he gets. Now let's take a look down on the bottom side of the map, 24 minutes in our second highlight here, Wadid.
Yeah, they're gonna just take the fight because they have the soul point here, but the issue is that you are not be able to because they're too strong. Basically, I think Genji had the great setup. They're just doing the front to back. This Rumble Equalizer kind of denies them to dealing the Rakan here, so that was clean. And also here, Ruler just goes in. He knows that he can just do that because he has everything up here. And he's gonna R and E, and Rumble flashes in and burns them down.
It's such a nice play by Ruler. He knew his limit, and everyone knows the limits that they can actually go this aggressive and not dying. I mean, I think the Rumble Equalizer could have been a little bit better, but I think still it was really nice play. Like both times, like there were flashes over the wall, and there was one more flash with E, but flash harpoon play. It was really good.
So, as we teased earlier, we do have a Rumble in the game. And time for our Rumble connoisseur to give it its rating. It is time for the Mr. Wonderful Huni.
Sorry, again. It could have been 5 point, but it's time for 4.5. But I love his build though. Like I was so craving for please go second item Rumble blood ladders. If you have 2 double AP, especially with the mid, it's so broken. That item should have existed when I was a pro. I don't know why people are building Rift Maker over blood ladders. You reduce MR with the Leandris, Rumble, it does deal damage. It's so good, but lane, you kind of missed the harpoon one time. You know, yep, they put resource on the outside. You missed the harpoon with the double flash with jungle. You didn't get the kill, so you lose 1 star. You don't. But team fight also Equalizer creeping. I would say like 1 Timo inch.
All right, so
no way.
I mean, I think it was still great, and I think Huni and I talked about like how I feel about like Rumble is that again, it's an AP Jace basically. So it's a good blind pick, but it really depends on the player. Like it feels good, but you have to play good on it. You cannot just blind pick, you know. So I think Keen did really well on that one.
One of our Huni, one of our highlights was literally the top lane real death of Rumble's opponent. In lane.
He missed harpoon.
Okay, all right. Let's put it back on over the casters for game number 2.
I'm not going to lie, I had a feeling that it wasn't going to be the full marks.
He's so strict.
He is
it's
so
crazy.
incredibly... You know what? I guarantee Huni would never have got a 5 out of 5.
Oh, don't say that. He's going to take that piss.
He would never have
He's going to say, I didn't have blood ladders.
How is he supposed to build correctly if his items weren't even in the game yet?
It's crazy you lose 1 star for missing a harpoon. So that means you missed 5 harpoons in lane and you 0
stars. Terrible laning phase. You might be 9-0, but it does not matter. You missed 5 harpoons, so it's just over.
He's tough. But is he fair? Perhaps not, but he's tough.
He's definitely tough, definitely tough. And look, it always gives our players something to strive for, and I think that that is a beautiful thing. So thank you very much, Huni, and please don't hurt me for saying what I said. But also, if he does have a 5 out of 5 game of his that we could reference, I would love to see it.
You gonna get him to dig up the old VODs?
I mean, there might not be very much to this next game, and he might remember.
I mean, hey, you say that. Hanj and Brion got 3 steps up a step ladder.
They did.
And then fell off.
Exactly, and so now they have to play with a broken ankle. So maybe it's just going to be a different story here. That being said, the draft could turn it all around, and that's exactly where we are right now. Let's dive into it and see exactly which champions are going to get picked up. I'm hoping for something interesting, something new. But it's Gen G, so they're not likely to do it. And I don't know whether the bros really want to cook in this series. We'll just have to see. The Varus will need to be banned, though, as per usual.
Yep, that is kind of the standard. I wonder how much bans will change.
Well, the Varus is still banned.
Yeah, and this time it's Hanj and Brion choosing second pick. They were first pick last game, so that might shake things up a little bit.
Oh, it helps us as well, because now we know who's, like, first pick is blue side again. And so we're back to last year. And
second pick, red side? Wow.
I know. It's so strange. Lee Sin going to be banned here by Gen G.
Yeah, no one wanting to give Gideon that pick. He's had pretty good success on it so far. But there were a lot of strong picks banned away in the last draft. Cassiopeia going to be taken away makes complete sense. There's still Karma.
Yep.
There's still the... Bard. Yep, definitely. Something that we could see Gen G look to prioritize. They have first pick Bard before.
Yeah, it could actually be an option. Or they could ban it here and then give themselves like a Karma angle if they would like it.
There's so many pairings with the Bard that are still available. Xayah and Lucian, not really picks you play with the Bard, and those are the bans that AD carries taken away in game 1.
Yes.
Ezreal will be denied here. This does put some extra emphasis on the Jarvan, I would say, with Lucian gone and Ezreal gone.
Yeah.
It's going to be trickier to stay safe in a game as an AD carry.
And it makes this ban really awkward as well, right? Because you want to ban the Karma, but you also would really like to ban the Jarvan. And then if you ban the Jarvan, then they get the Karma. So instead, it is just going to be the Jarvan potential lock-in here for Canyon. It's been a favorite of his. Even when Jarvan wasn't necessarily meta, he was very happy to play it.
Will they take it or will they take Bard? Because Bard can do pretty good at like neutralizing the Jarvan engage, and Gen G have put a lot of pry on that pick, so I think a lot of teams would go Jarvan here, but I wouldn't be that surprised if Gen G opted in a bit of a different direction.
Well, it will be the hover for the moment. I do like the idea, though, because, yeah, Bard does have a pretty good time dealing with it. Still, just going to lock in the J4. And what does Bro do about it? I imagine they're going to need to lock in a Bard lane of some kind.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to need to see.
They have a lot of options in terms of AD carry, so even if they secure the Bard now, they don't have to take the AD carry here, because there's Jhin, there's Caitlyn, which are both solid options with it.
Can't really play Sivir.
They are going to look towards the Pantheon here and secure that for Gideon.
All right.
And I feel like the Pantheon Bard has been a pretty strong combo because of the roaming pressure. The Bard roams around and knows the Pantheon can always back it up, so could go towards this, or could instead just look to prioritize something for the solo lanes if they want to get a jump on that.
Misfortune, okay.
We've seen the Misfortune do well in the hands of some of our players, like Gumishi's had a fantastic game on it, but interesting to see so much priority on this pick. Obviously a strong lane, and instead they do go for the Caitlyn, but I mean the problem with this, in my mind, is that Caitlyn is a solid pick, but I feel like Gen G could just go the Jhin Bard in return, which we know they very much like to do. Could also go Ashe Seraphine, and Ashe Seraphine with Jarvan is very potent. I feel like one of the stronger combinations. There's a lot of options for Gen G in this situation.
There really are. I don't know whether I'd like the Ashe Seraphine just because we've been watching it lose all week, and that's a little bit of a rough one. As, yeah, I don't know whether there's very much stopping you from just, locking in Ziggs Pike. Okay, that could be a thing.
Ruler not the person who plays the most mages in the bot lane.
No.
But willing to bring out the Ziggs in this situation. Comboing with the Jarvan, very potent.
Circles.
And what will you take support? Could go towards a melee engager to set it up like the Nautilus.
Oh, it's got to be Pike. It's so much more fun. Duro's allowed to play fun champs, right? Oh, never mind, it's the Nautilus. Wow.
So this is a little scary if you're going to pick Bard into it. We've talked many times about the rotund hitbox.
Yeah.
But also, the other side to it is if you have the Tempered Fate, you can block a lot of this burst if you time it right. It's a pretty hard task to pull off, but it is possible.
See whether they do lock it in.
They go for it. If they do, they also have this nice position where neither team have picked their solo laners, and they are second pick, but instead opting to go for the Aurora. So now they can go Aurora, and they can ban away mid lanes that would match up well into it, and try and give what we assume is Roma a good matchup. Obviously, we can see the Aurora flex atop, but it probably is going to be their mid lane pick.
Yeah.
And you have counter pick for casting.
Isn't it kind of crazy, though, to not lock in Namgung's support here? Like, now they don't get the Bard, which you mentioned is pretty good into the Jarvan already. You mentioned Tempered Fate value into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Like, there are certain things that would have really gone well with a Bard lock in there, and you keep everything ambiguous as to the rest of the map.
Maybe the thought process is they have a lot of things they can pair with the Caitlyn, because you have your Bard, you have your Lux. The Anivia would honestly be kind of fire here into this composition. Anivia very frustrating for a Nautilus to play into. I know it's not seen as much play recently, but there could be an angle.
Oh, true. That's a fun one, actually.
So are Gen G going to hammer away bans at the support role? I think the Bard would make sense, but instead they're looking towards the top lane with the Vayne being taken away.
All right. So no Vayne might mean that Keen is thinking about a Gnar angle, which we have seen in Ziggs compositions sort of being sort of a hybrid AD carry type vibe. You know, at least doing a fair bit of physical DPS. And they could just ban it away if they wanted to. And there it is.
Yeah. Don't want to deal with that as a blind, especially when they're banning away a pick that does pretty well into it. And now for Gen G, will they go for a support ban in this situation? Will they try and set up Keen for success?
I'm not sure. I'm wondering what they think casting is going to play. Maybe a Renekton could be an option here. Maybe that's what Keen wants to play.
I mean, a lot of these picks that have been banned away, the TF, the Vayne, and the Gnar, are a bit of a pain for the Renekton. And they will just ban that instead. But I feel like Hanjin Brion I guess maybe Genji wanted to play into the Bard, and this composition was designed to punish it, but it does feel weird to see it just get through to this point like this.
Yeah, I'd feel like it'd be like, it feels a bit fishy, you know? It's like maybe we shouldn't pick Bard, because it feels like it's exactly what we should do, except obviously the enemy knows that.
I feel like we've said Bard so much this draft. The word is starting to lose meaning a little bit.
We can switch over to Brad if you like.
I do like Brad.
Brad's a bit better.
And they just, instead of using the counter pick, they just blind the Scion forecasting.
Oh, because Namgung wants to play Elise. I don't know why he needs to pick it last if he wants to play Elise, but I think maybe he just wants to play Elise.
He does like to play Elise.
So maybe he'll do that. Mbessa for Keen.
Yeah, this feels... I'm not a huge fan of the blind Scion when you know Keen can just take Ambessa, and we've seen this lane, if the Ambessa's piloting it well, just be very painful for the Scion, so...
What's Chovy going to play? That is our question. Into the Aurora, we have actually seen Annie do okay, even though Aurora has been picked into it many, many times. The Annie does often win. That's a Syndra, though, and that would be a lot of fun. Azir is a lot of auto-attacking, and that would certainly help them with their just consistent DPS, but instead it's going to be the Mel, and she will be the decision into this. You can block some spears. Ace in the hole you can never use if the Mel is around, so that's kind of cute. Now I'm going, what are we playing?
And just a lot of follow-up on the setup from Genji. You can kind of just throw everything into the Cataclysm and explode them.
Okay. Morgana, a little bit of the darker variety. And Tahm Kench will be the choice.
We obviously saw that game from Keria on Tahm Kench where they got a lot of early pressure on the back of his base damages and his tongue. But this feels not... I talked about there being a lot of Caitlyn pairings. Feels weird to go for this. I guess they are concerned about the kill pressure onto any squishy supports. You're just not going to have that much pressure in the 2v2. And then sure, you can gobble up Caitlyn if she gets caught out and save her, but they will just kill you instead, it feels like, in most situations.
Yeah, I feel like if you do gobble up the Caitlyn, then who's doing damage? I guess it's Roamer on the Aurora, but don't they just turn around and kill her, and then it gets really difficult? This is kind of wacky. I guess you can, like, if they do decide to throw the kitchen sink at you, gobble up the Caitlyn and then avoid the damage that way. Obviously, the Tahm Kench is likely to die, but at least you'll still have your AD carry. That might be what they're looking for. But I don't know whether as, like, the R5 counter pick support ace in the hole option that they had up their sleeve, I just, I feel like they pulled out a brown banana and was like, hee, this is what we had up our sleeve. And you're like, not all that enthralled by it.
If they'd picked Soraka, at least they could have thrown the banana.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And the banana would be very shiny and all that sort of stuff. It is time, though, for us to get onto the Rift. Let's see how the Bros manage to deal with it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. And there is a 6-gamer on the line. We have to remember, Friends has got a bit of extra value out of their 6 gamers. And Ruler is also taking a lot of damage. Avoiding that Peacemaker, very, very important, as Duro will make his way over. The Tongue Lash comes in, and I had a question for you, Ox.
Yeah.
What happens when a Mel rebuts a Tongue Lash? Does the Mel then lick the Tahm Kench?
I think so.
I really want to see it.
I assume we'll see it this game.
That's all I want to see this game. That's the only... I don't care about the outcome, nothing. I just want to make sure that Chovy does do one rebuttal on a Tongue Lash.
I can see it happening. Stop the slow.
Or the possible stun. What if he stacked up the thingy?
Yeah.
All right, some nice side steps here from Chovy in lane, though, so far. Things going pretty well there. As Ruler and Duro, they are doing their very best just to navigate the lane in a we don't want to interact type of way. So far, it's working out okay. Oh, Chovy's leveled it. Haha. We might still see it. I know that Namgung also has Tongue Lash.
It's crazy
so Chovy, just go to the bottom lane now.
Crazy how long the cooldown is. And there's some abilities, I feel like they were so game warping that they just said the only way to balance this is give it
infinity cooldown.
Yeah, like
Devour, old Devour.
Wind Wall.
Yeah. Event Horizon.
wind wall cooldown is so long.
Yeah, true.
And now you see rebuttal cast, and then it's like 30 plus seconds until you get to cast it again. It's a long window, but obviously a very powerful ability.
Let's see how Chovy's going to use it as this game goes on. Right now, casting is stacking up that, okay, Keen going in. I don't know whether he really wants to here, as casting is still feeling pretty comfortable. Gets a nice ward down, but he may die for it. This is very scary. Dashes out of the way of that Q. Gets the shield, so feels a little bit better as a result there, and now is looking to go even more aggressive. Casting's the one now on a lower health bar, and this is getting dicey.
Yeah, Keen has a biscuit in his pocket as well, so I think he just wins this if they try and make it all-in. The level up's going to help casting, but Keen won't be far behind. They can get it if he AoEs the wave.
Yeah, and he does do that, so does manage to find level 4 here. That is a lot of damage onto the Scion, who realizes, yeah, it's time for a coffee break. This Lumberjack needs to go home.
So they gave Ambessa a lot of early power in terms of damage with the buff that we saw, but also a lot of healing on the first rank of the ultimate. She got healing throughout the ranks in the ultimate, but the first one got the biggest boost. So level 6 is so scary to play as casting in this situation. Have to be really careful. As soon as Keen hits that, he's just going to start winning trades even harder than he already was there.
Yeah. At least casting was able to clear out waves very comfortably. You can see this wave is going to be shoved in. There's the Abyssal Dive as Namgun comes on down. Great satchel there from Ruler. Oh, I think even Orcs would be pretty proud of that one.
Yep. Did a good job. Walked forward and then satcheled over his head.
Oh, it's like an actual leapfrog.
Yeah. He leaps pretty over a frog.
Haha! Don't stop saying things about catfish, okay? We know he's a catfish, but it also looks like a frog, okay?
The thing is, if you say he's a catfish and you're like militant on that being the case, then you can't have all those fun casters, like unbench the Kench and unclog the frog.
Unclog the frog, exactly.
Unload the toad.
Yeah. I was trying to work out what the tadpole one would be, but I couldn't work out a get me out word that works with it. Chat, let me know. It's okay. Gen.G just going to be looking for a Raptor camp. They will be able to claim this one. Clearing out vision on their way. Oh no. Skill spikes onto me in chat. I've gone to demon podcast mode. Oh, it's unroll the tadpole, of course. Thanks, Yundo. I appreciate you.
Uninhibit the ribbit.
It was Dagon, okay. Uninhibit the ribbit, I remember that one. Oh god, there's a few of them that I don't really like.
The lick.
Unimprison the amphibian is a stretch.
Yeah.
That's not a rhyme.
No.
That's not how that works.
Unmute the newt.
Oh, that one's very good.
Kermit the Kermit.
Kermit the Kermit. I don't think I can do it in my accent. I think in another accent it might rhyme. But it doesn't work for me. But yeah, so he has to be a frog for all of those reasons. And there was an original point, but I've lost it. Unmute the newt, though, is really good.
Yeah.
Uninhibit the ribbit also feels fantastic to say.
That feels like something Parappa the Rapper would say.
Yeah. Definitely a Tom Kench main, can guarantee that. That's all right. Chovy gets a wave shoved in. He's got a slight advantage. You can see Teddy doing just fine in this lane, though, despite the Tom Kench situation, which can mean that the Caitlyn isn't quite as strong as she could be in some of the other lanes, like the Lux, for example. As Canyon, he wants to hit level 6. He's going to move on over looking for Gideon. Flashes over the wall, though, to get himself out. And Chovy is left to the wolves. Finds a great snare to keep him alive, but he has to use his flash as well. Gideon and Roma both held theirs.
Yeah, doing pretty good there. Finding that early momentum. The level 6 of the Aurora, so impactful in those early skirmishes. And Canyon, Chovy forced away. Gideon gets I want to say Gideon gets the grubs, but no, he gets the Scuttle Crab and hits level 6.
Is this a homebrew? Parole the tadpole? I don't even feel like it works.
It does not work.
I feel like you're still relatively incarcerated if you're on parole. You know? I don't think I use the word parole as a synonym for freedom.
It doesn't just roll off the tongue well, you know?
No. Oh, well, there's a public execution as Keen is going to look for casting here. He does find the ultimate. Canyon going to show up, and just needs to hit him a couple of times. And there it is, Cataclysm into auto. Down goes the Scion, and there is first blood. There's a great knock up from Namgung. Does actually get the flash out of Ruler this time.
Yeah, Teddy
leaves Satchels on cooldown.
The trap there, by the way.
Damn.
He was committed. So Ruler did not want to mess around with that and risk getting caught up.
All right.
Good amount of pressure from this 2v2 of Teddy and Namgun, finding angles to punish. Okay, this was just a bit because Keen went very aggressive, and it starts well, but he still actually takes the decimating smash damage there because the buff is so long on the ult. But he just backs away and says, you know what, Canyon, you take it. And it's that easy.
Yeah, he just did it. Just cataclysmed him. Down he will go. So Genji with about a 600 gold lead at the minute. And I'm trying to work out, like, is this bro composition a scaling comp? It does have Caitlyn, like you get to 6 items on Caitlyn, and you're hitting from a million miles away, and I don't think anyone's doing consistent DPS like the Caitlyn is in this game. The Scion, very, very strong in the late game, being that big old beefy frontline. There's also a Ziggs and an Ambessa and a Mel. Like, you don't want to give them more time.
My concern with it is the limited number of damage threats. And we've seen Caitlyn's, we've seen Aurora's put out tons of damage, but when they're ahead of the curve, when they're fed, and if you're dealing with all this threat from Genji, as you said before, if Tahm Kench gobbles Caitlyn, then Caitlyn will be safe but won't be doing damage. And that's just so much of your DPS missing. And there's a lot of things Teddy has to worry about, so I just don't think it's that clear-cut.
Yeah. I'm going to be taking a little bit of damage here from Ruler, but he is now on, I am sitting underneath my turret duty, at least until Duro makes his way back. Just going to be farming with the bouncing bombs. And bro, stacking the Drakes yet again. And guess what? Today, 0 Chemtech Soul Day.
So far.
Yeah, no, it's not happening. Unless, oh right, unless we go to game 3.
Yeah.
Until we go to game 3. I apologize. I can't believe on the list that we had before we didn't have Uncloak the Croak, which someone in chat mentioned. That one's a good one too. All right, Mega Inferno, I'm going to tidy up the wave, and Ruler is just going to immediately die. There is the Devour on to the Pantheon, and Namgung eats the Grey Health, and he is going to be absolutely fine. Canning going to trade it for some grubs here, but that is a great little dive on to the Ziggs.
Pantheon already one of the strongest champions for diving, but Pantheon plus Tahm Kench is just so hard to deal with. The fact that he can ult to drop aggro and he has the Grey Health himself, very hard to avoid getting jumped on when they want to take you out.
At least Ruler does have teleport, so he can get back into this lane relatively comfortably. Teddy makes his way back down again as well and does have a pickaxe and a longsword. Casting holding onto this wave, just doesn't really want to interact with Keen.
I think here, so Ruler satcheled the wave and then didn't have it to keep himself safe. And you can interrupt the Pantheon stun pretty reliably with a satchel if you just put it on yourself and wait for him to jump up to you. I think that is the way you could have played that better and maybe had a chance to survive, but satcheling the wave to try and mess up the aggro, I think was just the wrong move in that situation. But it's a good dive from Hanjin Brion.
Yep.
Making use of that Pantheon ult.
You were mentioning we got to get things snowballing. You know, things have got to get a rolling if we ever want to get a Chemtech Soul today, you know? The bro's going to have to knuckle down and figure this one out. Canyon moving into the enemy jungle here. And that next 3 minutes time, so trying to work out exactly what the next target is going to be as Ruler does get some time with this turret finally. Now Canyon rotating over. They do manage to get a great dredge line on to the Caitlyn. Duro not as good at tanking up the turret, but is able to flash himself out of the way. And Namgung just a bit of a voyeur in that moment.
Yeah, ult's only just coming up now, so didn't have anything to save him. But Teddy didn't use barrier, they didn't use heal. They really didn't put those resources into place to try and keep him alive for any longer.
Oh, Roma looking for an angle onto Chovy here, who does throw some abilities back. Flashes out of the way, the Between Worlds. Doesn't want anything to do with that.
Roma been doing a good job of applying pressure with that ult. Oh, no.
Okay. No rebuttal available, but also not really too much of anything else happening here either, although does get the knock up, and Gideon is able to finish that kill. Keen looking for an angle towards Namgung here, who does use his flash in order to get out of the way. And Keen still looking for it here, but won't be able to get on top of the frog. And he gets himself out. Teddy clears up the wave. And that's the Bros evening out the kill score and really putting a little bit of work into bringing that gold lead back.
So in this play, no gobble available. Duro ends up taking the aggro, and they just don't commit the barrier, the heal. And then here, honestly, really should have blocked that tongue lash. That was kind of messed up that he made Duro tank that, and then Duro had the flash as a result. But either way, clean dive from Gen G. This play, though, at the same time, basically, both top laners ditch lane to try and make ganks happen, and casting is the one who's more successful. Chovy uses the wall to block the actual impact of the ult, but still gets caught afterward, and does get taken down. We do see Rula getting some plate damage here now, though.
Pretty nice. I actually think that it was Keen that was able to make the most use of like the mid-game Scion roams more recently. I think that's why the Scion was at such a high win rate. Because Keen often got his hands on it, was able to get things like that done. Casting doing exactly the same thing here, and it looking pretty good as well. And so we'll see whether they can use that to get some leverage further on. 50 seconds left on the Chemtech Drake as Gideon does claim his Raptors. Very nicely done there. Didn't get any of Gideon's grubs, so you can see he's pretty upset about that one.
Understandable.
Make sure he doesn't lose anything else. Casting a little bit late on the quest, but does have it now. It's that level 11.
Yeah, Duro's actually a decent amount behind on his quest. It's kind of important for Nautilus, because you go the Celestial Opposition, which can just keep you actually survivable when they engage on you. I think for Gen G, you have a lot of poke pressure with your composition. Get them a little bit low, and then set up for the fight. Hanj and Brion, do you want to go for that more front to back? And kind of just focus first target they see, use the CC combined with traps. Right now, with the Dragon spawning up soon, expecting both teams to make a move towards this.
Exactly where they're going. You've got an Aurora in the top lane without teleport, but Chovy was just there as well. He's looking for a back angle. As Canyon and Kane getting to work on this one. The Scion, no teleport either, but does have the ulti in order to make his way in. Let's see whether he does pull the trigger on that one to get here in time. The question is, the problem is, there is no in time. The Dragon's just gone.
Oh, Infernal Soul.
Oh, big deal.
Infernal Soul with Ziggs is crazy.
Not to mention Ziggs, Mel, Ambessa. That's a lot of damage. As they are aware of it, they want to try and kill said Ziggs. Let's see whether he can get a satchel down in time. Actually gets a lot of AoE as well and uses it aggressively. Never mind. That wasn't the satchel. That was just a minefield. They do get the Nautilus, though, and that's what they were looking for. And the Bros going to take a kill lead in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying how he doesn't have the Celestial Opposition. Makes him a really easy target to go for. And Hanj and Brion focus him down. They know the Ziggs.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of turret shots taken by Kane. And he even tags him with the last portion of the Q. Kane will get the shield back. Let's see whether he can do the Ambessa thing where you just dash a million miles. Takes the damage
from the minion, the minion!
And, not quite able to get there. Wasn't able to roar of the Slayer, that minion, over to kill an Ambessa.
I thought we were going to hear the bowling noise.
But also Casting held onto his flash, so really good good play there. And the teleport to bring Keen back.
Yeah, big mistake from Keen.
Does have to flash.
Does result in him burning flash and TP. Casting's going to have that advantage in a little bit. That being said, with Herald going down, they're not really going to have a way to leverage that advantage.
Yep, that is going to be the Herald just secured by Canyon. And Gen G have had an eye for the neutral objectives a little bit more than they had in game number 1 this time around.
They do have an eye. It's actually Canyon is holding it.
Oh, right. Yes, sorry. I believe they also got that one in game number 1 as well. So I apologize. Same amount of eye.
They went for the top side objectives in game 1.
Yeah.
And Hanj and Brion went for the Dragons.
And then missed one because it was on a 4th step of the step ladder and they fell off.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the recap. And now they have a frog.
So you see Keen took a ton of tower hits and has decided he will continue to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still 1,000 gold ahead. He's, in fact, all of the gold lead. It's sort of Roma being able to have a bit of an advantage over Chovy for now. And Canyon a little bit ahead of Gideon, but otherwise it is a big lead for Keen. Oh, Roma may not have as much of an advantage if he does die here, but he doesn't.
He has a lot of tools to get away. Very hard to pin down the Aurora as a Jarvan. But also, for Hanj and Brion, very hard to really push this wave in too heavily against the Ziggs.
We're broing and brewing right now, though. Does feel like things have slowed down a little bit for the moment.
Yeah, it feels like we're in a little bit of a deadlock. Hard to
lull
provide
state, if it were.
too much pressure right now. Dragging up in 2 minutes, though, is definitely somewhere we will see teams look to do a bit more. But for now, the Herald's going to come down.
Feels early, as they could have used it for the Drake fight as they engage onto a Pantheon. Not exactly the best move, as they do get the depth charge out. It goes onto the Tahm Kench and through the Pantheon, as they will be able to get the charge this time on the Rift Herald. Still not able to do that much. And that does cost them a fair bit of health bars. Now casting, charging up this Q could be a little dangerous as Keen comes on over with that shield. And Canyon wants to try and get some sort of a little bit of a gank attempt here as now Ruler, that satchel value just gigantic. And Duro does manage to land the dredge line. However, Namgung is able to keep his teammates safe, but now doesn't have that devour. There's a great flag and drag onto Gideon. Another dredge line is going to connect, and Roma so close to dead, but casting is going to show up. It's just Gen G are walking circles around the bros right now, and Chovy picks up a double, and that gold advantage just ballooned.
Some great Ziggs play from Ruler in this situation, disengaging from the fight and able to contribute from a distance. Gen G answer Bro's aggression and will be rewarded with his mid lane tower.
And Ruler not even using the satchel. He saw that he had a low health bar and was like, we'll take the extra time.
Look, satchels away from the Aurora and from the Tahm Kench, and Chovy puts the root into both of them in return, able to disengage, and he also holds the ult for such a long time, waits for his moment, and then when he sees these 3 targets clumped up, gets a ton of extra damage down onto them. And the fact that he was able to hold his flash throughout this entire situation, because he was just using his satchel well. Only throws that satchel at the end when he knows there's no more threat to him. Some good play on the Ziggs, and Chovy just consistently landing those roots through that fight, set up the damage.
He might be able to get a 5 out of 5 stars for Orcs' Ziggs assessment at the end of this one. We'll just have to keep our eye on it. Because so far, I feel like there are 2 things that you mainly have to do well on the Ziggs to reach the approval of Orcs, and that is satchel usage and build the right items.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's other stuff to Ziggs, but I feel like a lot of our pros are pretty good at throwing abilities like your Q and your ult out.
Yeah.
But Ruler was doing a great job there.
Certainly nailing it. Tongue Lash. Oh man, where's Chovy? I haven't seen the Tongue Lash thing yet. We saw a little picture of it. I think someone put it on the prompter before, but I didn't really understand. That's all right. We got teleports coming in from both top laners. The Scion going to join the rest of his teammates as Duro a little bit out of sync as Keen not going to quite find the ulti angle as Roma gets turned on. Depth charge comes down. There's the Devour to make sure that he's going to be okay, but Duro is already dead. Chovy finds them all though with that snare, and there is the overwhelming damage coming out from the ultimate. He'll land another E, and Roma is likely to just die. Casting getting some work done here as Ruler is just a little Ziggs trying to deal with this gigantic zombie man. And I think that he might be all right, tagged by a Q, but is otherwise able to enlist the help of his friends in order to stay alive. And so the first Infernal should go over to Gen G if they would like it.
This is just the carries of Gen G kind of dunking on Hanjin Brion. Start off looking at Ruler, and Roma tries to finally engage on him, and this satchel splits them apart, gets him over the wall, and he's just completely separated from the fight. So when this engage from Canyon comes in, Chovy and Ruler both combo their damage, absolutely shred them. Chovy follows up with the ult, and the biggest threat at this point to Ruler was actually the dragon that was hitting him.
Well, Gideon taking a lot of damage here, but Chovy is in melee range with a Pantheon. He seems to not care about it, though, as he will be able to kill him with the help of Keen, of course. 6, 1, and 3 now on the Mel.
He is rather fed.
He has, it just sort of happened out of nowhere as well. I feel like it was just a second ago I was like, well, Roma has a 400 gold lead. Now Chovy has a Magi's and a 2,500 gold lead.
And I love how when we talk about Chovy whispering into people's ears saying you need to buy a rocket belt.
Ruler maybe should have listened. Because then he could have maybe used it to help him get out of the way of that one. That satchel wasn't great. That's 5 stars probably gone.
Yeah, not the best satchel there. I was going to say, you would think the person closest to him would hear the whisperings most of all, but Ruler has gone for the Shadow Flame this game.
Yeah, I kind of like it, you know?
It's a lot of damage. Admittedly, in that situation, did end up going down despite using the flash and the satchel, but as you said, not the best satchel usage. Here, more than he bargained for.
Yeah, they just wanted to go home.
Well, this does take them closer to that goal.
Yeah.
So here, Ruler playing very far up, has vision on the bot side to play toward. And here, flashes, but then the satchel, he kind of just goes up in the air.
Yeah, it wasn't great satchel positioning, unfortunately. But still, it's a 7,000 gold lead. Like, why is it a 7,000 gold lead? It's 22 minutes into the game. I feel like it's too early for a 7,000 gold lead. But there it is. Chovy is a lot of that, as we mentioned before. But Canyon has also put a very large amount of money together. As Boots 2, as well as BF
yeah, he's
Sword.
40 CS up on Gideon, by the way.
Yeah. And look, it's not surprising. Canyon is very good at hitting camps. But he's done so whilst also being 4-1-6 in a game with 11 kills for his team. So he has been involved, but also involved in killing all of the camps all the time.
Yeah. And at this point, it's so hard for Hanj and Brion to kind of just walk up and contest. There's so much damage that comes out in return. And it's a lot of mixed damage, a lot of physical, a lot of magic.
Oh, they're going to throw everything at Ruler. This time the satchel is a little better as Roma goes between the worlds. Duro's going to show up, lands the max range dredge line into the depth charge. And Roma takes a lot of damage from that Mega Inferno Bomb. Keen, that was so close, but the snipe from Ruler will be able to pick up the kill. Still, Canyon's going to go down. Duro wanting a little bit more, but I don't know whether he can really find it as Gideon going a little bit too deep for that one, and Ruler is going to be able to get some revenge as Chovy snares all three of them. Oh man, I thought it wasn't going to be a Chovy POM today, but I guess maybe it is. As he manages to get a lot of damage down onto Namgung as well, and another dredge line from Duro. Casting just trying to get out of there, as the bouncing bomb also doing a fair bit, and catches him out of the air. Never mind, give it to Duro. It's just gone one after the other here, as Ruler sidesteps the tongue lash. And the Bros, they may have their base broken off the back of that.
I think maybe a bit too low to push up more, but another blow to the morale of the Bros. And so this is kind of what I was talking about earlier with the satchel into Pantheon. So Ruler gets engaged on here, throws the satchel down, and actually interrupts the stun. So Gideon doesn't get the stun onto him, allows him to walk off. Duro comes in with a peel, and he can turn the damage around. And then this bouncing bomb is devious because it bounces into the terrain. Oh. Roma doesn't see it and just goes down.
That was ridiculous, actually.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then Chovy ends up on this flank angle, and Hanj and Brion just don't have great places to go to. Comes in with a flash over the wall. Teddy does sidestep it, so fair play to him, but Chovy just kind of styling on them right now.
Yeah, King going to chase out Teddy here. That means that there is 0 damage for the assist. In the meantime, we are going to head back towards the top side of the map. 9.2 thousand gold is the advantage now for Gen.G. And Canyon just wanting to stop Casting from playing the game. Casting's like, I'm already not playing the game, buddy. It's fine. And Gen.G now just setting up around this Baron. Bounties up and available for the Bros. They can make something happen. It is feeling pretty dire right now as Chovy. That's a very nice hat. 12 stacks on his Magi's as well. Surprisingly not able to get more than that off that last fight. Just a few assists as 3,000 gold is his individual lead. Not bad. And Soul Point available here for Gen.G. Not massively relevant. I just feel like
no,
getting a Baron and winning the game is probably on their minds for now.
They'll probably take it, but as you said, not the most relevant factor. Roma should be able to get away.
Let's see. Yeah, he will.
Also, the Serpent's Fang from Keen. It's pretty tremendous value into both the Scion and the Tahm Kench.
I respect it.
Laning in the Scion. We've seen a lot of, often the adjacent to Scion will take the Serpent's Fang.
Yep.
I don't think we've seen it from the Ambessa yet that I remember. Maybe we have. But either way, gets a lot of value against those massive shields.
Yeah, not to mention the Scion coming in with his own shield and the teleport shield at the same time. Oftentimes you see teams using that in order to make sure that he's as beefy as possible at the start of a fight. It will be difficult to make some value happen out of that when Keen is around.
Casting seem to be looking for Ruler, but won't be able to find him. Ruler now with the Void Staff has a good amount of damage.
Well, the engage onto Casting actually, as Casting is completely separated from his team, put into the Cataclysm, and he's just dead. No frontlining for the Scion, because he was beyond the front line. In fact, he was almost at the enemy territory, and unfortunately is going to go down as a result. Now the Drake will be claimed here by Gen.G.
Yep, absolute freebie. Casting was trying to find an angle, but the Cataclysm really shut him down. Canyon waited for him to flash and then just put him in a cage, and he just headbutt it immediately.
Yeah. That's the thing, you hear the gung, and then you're like, well, I guess I Cataclysm him, and he's never having a good time ever again.
Yeah.
Dragon going to be taken here. That is that soul point we were talking about. Chovy tidies up the wave very comfortably. Yeah.
It's pretty major, pretty large. And we're going to see the individual gold advantages as if to just point out how everyone is ahead.
You know what's fantastic? It said Chemtech Drake when the Infernal was taken. Just to give you a little bit of familiarity there, Orcs. There's the knock-up onto Gideon. Roma is just going to explode. Chovy makes sure that he dies. Dash Cannon's out of the way to make sure that he gets a double kill. As a result, Gideon is going to fall as well. That is the jungler being dead, and their teammate that does the most damage also on the floor. So the Gen G will take a free Baron off the back of that.
Not much you can do to contest this one. He ain't even going to block them from pushing up to this mid tower, or at least try to.
Well,
Teddy, that is a very
strong. He will definitely do that. The public execution does miss, but Duro's making his way over. Keen just dashes over everything ever, and Teddy flashes, but he is still going to need to be devoured by the Tahm Kench, and I don't even know whether that is going to be enough. I mean, there's a Serpent's Fang, and now there's Ruler coming on over with about 200 health and a Dream, and the ability to pick up a triple kill here. That is not going to happen because Keen will pick up the ace for Gen G.
Yeah, I love how Hanji and Brion were like, okay, they get Baron, not much we can do. At least we can get mid tower. Not even that. Keen sets up the play to shut them down, and the rest of the team come in. See this play on the top side. As this is happening, there's already a TP from Keen. They're moving over quickly, and Chovy just ends up surviving for way too long, and the damage turnaround on the Aurora is insane.
And Canyon is down to his GA in live. Don't know what's going on there, but he does just flag and drag away. And this was Teddy.
That point where he's just too tanky.
Yeah.
And he's kind of just sliding around the fight, and he's barely really taking any damage.
And it's the shields and the healing that you get. It's just feels very unfair.
Yeah. Well, at least the healing he gets, you have to do some special mechanic to get it. It's not like he just passively gets it from leveling his ult, right?
Yeah, no, surely, no. It's like that. No. You have to do. Yeah, it's not just like Omnivamp or something. No.
Guys, I'm level 16 now. I heal a ton for some reason.
Oh, there's the ace in the whole value. Oh, baby. Teddy makes sure that Gideon takes it, who is just sitting in the fountain. He is going to press his R button. They're looking to get on top of Chovy, who flashes to get out of the way. Dash cannons to avoid the rest of the damage. And they threw their Hail Mary, and Chovy said no. He just held up his hand, and then Morpheus said, I think he's the one. Or he's beginning to believe, or something like that, as the bros are licking their wounds. But Teddy, the last one able to do damage, and he just gets cataclysmed on by Canyon. My God, that was one heck of an alley-oop, as it's Chovy that locks down the ace in the end. Sub 30 minutes, and Gen G will complete the 2-0 over the bros and keep their second place dreams alive.
That's an 18,000 gold lead at the end. And this kind of felt, I've been saying this a lot, but it kind of feels like that Gen G of old.
Yeah.
Dunking on another team. You know, they're doing alley-oops, they're doing the dunks below the leg, all that sort of stuff.
The Harlem Globetrotters.
Harlem Globetrotters performance from Gen G, and Hanji and Brion just kind of had to take it.
Where is the POM going, man? Keen was so good in game 1. Duro was unbelievable in game 2. I think Ruler had some great moments. Chovy's Chovy, so we vote for Chovy.
I know where mine's going.
You're a Duro voter, right? Like, you gotta be. No? Oh, is it the Ziggs? Because he played Ziggs good?
That's some good satchels.
He did have some good satchels.
I respect the Xayah game?
Yep. Oh, the Xayah game was actually amazing. So
I have no doubt that it's probably just going to be Chovy. But I'm happy with my vote.
Yeah, Chovy has a pop-off Mel game like that. It is likely he picks it up.
I will be the 1 out of 13.
No, you won't. You'll be joined by at least one other. I think there's just too many Ziggs.
Who are you thinking?
It's Soup or Chijijik that are definitely going to be with you.
I don't know. Maybe Biencast?
Oh, yeah, they are 80 carry biased. In general, they might come with you. I don't think that you're going to be alone on the Ruler vote. I also think that Ruler has been a little bit of a late bloomer this season, but has picked up a bunch of them more recently. I think we'll be tying all of those folks on 400 points. As Keen, having a great day as well. I think the Rumble was fantastic. I think his Ambassador was fine as well, but was a little bit more muted compared to a lot of the flashy plays that were happening elsewhere on the Rift.
There were some crazy fights in this game. Often them trying to aggress onto the Ziggs and take him out. Squishy little Yordle, but unfortunately for Hanji and Brion, weren't able to pin him down. Lots of great satchels to disengage. And then the rest of Gen G just holding people still while Chovy beat them up.
Yep.
And by beat them up, I mean fired magical bolts at them, which is honestly probably more painful than getting beaten up.
Yeah, I don't know what it feels like. I haven't been hit by that many magical bolts in my time.
Based on this game, it looks painful. Like here, this looks very painful for Roma.
This bit where he does the big... Yeah. There is something... It does look like a scorching hot sun just kind of incinerates you.
나 판타?
Did we say penta? Is that what just happened, Ruler? Is that what you're saying right now?
This is probably earlier than they've ever said penta.
Yeah, I was going to say. Let's get a penta. Someone dive the fountain so I can get a penta with one ultimate.
나 가요. 야 이거 위에 타워부터 하자. 이거 캐트 좀 세다.
It's like, let's go. Take down the turrets.
봐줄래?
That final dunk.
Oh, yeah, from Canyon.
Yeah.
The flag drag through the Tom Kench gets the knock up and then straight on top of Teddy.
That was the Harlem Globetrotters moment.
That was it. That was doing a flip dunk. You know, that was like NBA Jam on the Super Nintendo where you got to do flips from half court and do the dunks that way. It was very realistic. Loved that game.
Hey, look.
That's a lot of Ziggs damage.
Rula built the damage items, did a lot of damage. Even Chovy, who's pumping damage out, couldn't match him. And even Keen, who is hitting a Scion for most of the game, couldn't match him. It's great to see. Clean gold graph as well.
Yeah. Looking pretty nice here for Gen G. And this is the best they could do. They're not going to be playing again for the regular season. And we'll see whether that's going to be good enough for them to make second place. Chovy going to pick up player of the match here. His rise was fantastic in game number 1. But I imagine it will be a little bit more of a split vote. But man, I think that he's now created a 300-point gap between himself and I think Zeka in second place right now.
It's a healthy margin.
Yeah, there it is.
It's crazy that he has more than double of the people in fourth.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd. Yeah. And far more than anybody else on his team, as he just tends to, by default, pick it up because he's Chovy. And they've also, especially this round robin, been winning a whole lot.
Yeah, they've picked up a lot of momentum. And Chovy looking in great form. Team in general looking pretty good as we go towards Road to MSI. They're definitely a team to watch. Still something to play for in terms of where they will end up in that bracket.
Yeah, and actually, it's to play for other teams, right?
Oh, yeah, not for them.
HLE going to be facing off against the Bros. That's looking a little positive for HLE based on how this particular match went, but you never know. Every day is a different bro day,
and then
you know?
I think it's T1B and KRX.
Yeah, T1B and KRX is going to be their next matchup, and I believe if they lose a game in that matchup, I think they're going to tie with Gen G, but a 2-0 will put them clearly in second place.
I think that's correct, yeah. So
how it goes.
Not in Gen G's control right now, but they've done in this match the most they could to set themselves up with a 2-0 victory.
And this was a Gen G that were not looking fantastic at the very beginning of the season as well, and so now challenging for that second place, theoretically in a possible position for tiebreakers and all that sort of stuff. Definitely is Gen G landing at a pretty good spot here as we are getting ready for the interview with Chovy to come on through pretty soon, but I believe there is a little bit of a break prior to that. So, tomorrow, Saturday Showdown, going to be coming up as well. It's not exactly our most enthralling, but what is the games on Saturday? Yeah, so it's KT DN Supers going to be taking the first one, although the DN Supers did just win their first game.
But it's big for DN Supers because they are looking for their first series win.
True.
And this is their last chance.
And there's a lot of former KT players on the team too,
it also would be such a KT thing to give over. It's also crazy because they won their first series, the split.
Yep.
Are they just going to win the last as well? Who knows?
That would be very funny. But then we have BNK versus T1 as our second series tomorrow
night.
Very
impactful match.
Yep, that is the big one. And then it's the first match on Sunday. It's going to be Bro versus Humble Life Esports. So we're going right up until the very end with absolute bangers. DK versus Nongshim isn't going to mean all that much.
But the scores still carry over.
Absolutely.
And I keep saying, so it is going to impact the standings after Road to MSI when we get into Legend and Rise group. An extra win here could alleviate the pressure there, especially when you're looking at D+, who have a lot of tough teams they're going up against in that group.
Yep, and if we have a little bit of extra time, as Chovy is going to finally make his way out, we'll be getting into the interview very, very shortly. But Orcs, out of 5 for Ruler Ziggs.
Ooh, I'm going to give it a... I'm torn between... I think it's like a 4, solid 4. I was approached on 4.5, but he had that that vertical satchel.
Yeah.
And there were some other things, but it's pretty great.
4 out of 5 is pretty good. Let's throw it over to Dia for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chobi on the side of Genji. Congratulations! Yet again, another POM. And you guys are still in the race for second place, and Genji really needed that 2-0. You delivered with a dominant 2-0 sweep. How do you feel? Yeah, I think we tried our best and put in our absolute best to deliver a great performance, so I'm really happy with that 2-0. And in game 1, as the Lucian enjoyer they are, Hanjin Real quickly took Lucian, and then Genji responded with Vi, Azalea, and Rakan. So what was the game plan? Yeah, we've actually seen the enemy play Lucian Milio. And also we actually had experience just going up against that with Zaya Rakan in the past. So I think it was quite playable just based on this matchup. And after your enemy took 3 Drakes, you had to secure the 4th, and you guys executed the fight wonderfully for a massive team fight win. And you actually bought an arm guard before grouping up, taking your time, and you just stayed so composed. So what was your read on the fight? So for the enemy, I just felt like it would take time for them to actually be able to take the Drake down. So I think it was just that we didn't really have to rush. We could just take our time and then just try to catch them while they're trying to run away. And we noticed that with the Ziggs, you guys are going for that burst comp in game 2. So what was the theme of your comp? You know, I can't really leak a lot of the details, but I think it was just really from us being aware of the enemy's preferred picks. And we have another replay right here. The Ziggs, the aggro juggle here. After he survived, how did the players react? I think rather than seeing the Ziggs survive, I was just trying to look for that angle for that skirmish. So I was really focused on that team fight in the end. So did you not say anything to the Ziggs after? No, not really. I just wanted to go push the turret really fast. And then we were just talking about what else to do after that. And in game 2, you locked in Mel. So by chance, did you see Cube's tank engine Mel? Yeah, I did. It was quite shocking. Yes, it looks like the photo is right there. With that Cube buff, I'm sure it helped you get your win today. And Cube has been supporting Genji while watching your match. So any message over to Cube? Well, thank you so much for cheering for us. You know, next time, before I lock in Mel, I will think twice from now on. What about between your Mel and Cube's Mel? Who has the better tech? Of course, Cube's Mel. And as you wrap round 2 with a win, your final standing will be decided by the HLE versus T1 match. So it'll actually determine where you start in the road to MSI. So any predictions? Well, I'm not too concerned, or I'm not really thinking about that. It doesn't really matter where we start. I think we will always make it up to the top in the end. And we were told Genji has prepared something special for the fans today. What is it? Well, Genji has prepared a brand new uniform. Wow. This is the new uniform that Genji will wear from Road to MSI. I can't take off my jacket right now because of the in-ear mic, but maybe you can show the sleeves. How clean! Can you explain the uniform? Well, can you give it a rating? Well, it looks like it is complementing your personal color, and it looks like you are glowing. It looks like Genji will shine their light bright at the MSI. Exactly. Please go ahead and give it a lot of love and support, everyone. And with the stunning new uniform, Genji will head over to Wonju. And as the defending MSI champions, what is your mindset? Well, we are the MSI defending champions, and we have to go to MSI again. We'll prepare well so that we make it there no matter what. Please give it up for Genji, who gave their all through round 2. And that's all from Chovy. And back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that 5-star out of 5-star translation, dear. As it is, Genji getting the victory. Jinrangi, what do you think of your new jersey?
It's so good.
It's so good indeed. As we wanted to also remind you that the latest episode of LCK Feud will be up after we're done with the broadcast here in just a little bit. Make sure to stick around to watch Wadid versus Yankos.
Wow! Old teammate. Old synergy.
The bromance.
The bromance, yes.
No spoilers. Did you do good? All right, you'll have to see in just a little bit. As it was, again, Chovy getting the POM, leading the league, leading the world in players of the matches. 900 palm points. This time, again, the English.
Wait, what?
You guys, what are you doing?
I mean,
you're watching a different game. You're making bottom row voters look legit.
But POM.
What are you doing?
You have to consider the first game too.
What the? I mean, I was like, maybe like Keen and Chovy will just split, like having a split vote. But I didn't expect to this like dominant like from Chovy because he's Ambessa and Rumble was like kind of perfect, you know.
You know, honestly, he was not hit.
He missed harpoon.
He missed the harpoon. You know what I mean? Like he missed the harpoon.
I knew it.
So, whatever. But I still went for Keen though.
Are we based? Is English cast and analyst based, or are we fired? I don't know. Let's do the comments though before we get fired. Let's start with you, Wadid.
Keen.
Oh my God!
What? Why?
I didn't see this comment beforehand.
Oh, right? I mean, it's good.
King.
By the way, it means the like both ways. So like Keen is like doing Keen thing, but also at the same time he's a king of the top lane. So I'm just explaining to you because you might don't understand. King.
He's like, okay, sure.
Okay, this format is okay, I think. I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine.
All right. Uni, what was yours? Let us know.
I kind of went too ham on him, so I give him 5-star. he missed the harpoon, but
like in total,
right? 5-star today.
Like his Ambessa was good, so
it's good. It was really good.
So if you lose a grub, but still get the grubs, that's kind of like what happened, right? You gave him 4.5, and now all of a sudden it's a 5.
Kinda.
But his Rumble is
a 5 like a perfect game?
It has to be perfect.
But I guess the Ambessa was 5.5 then.
Okay,
right?
Yeah. And Ambessa must have broke the grading scale then?
Yeah. I think
no
so.
comments.
That shit how it
I mean, I felt bad, but he played really good today, so.
All right. Let's see what we had here from Ox. Also, a dissenter.
Wait.
Satchel usage was chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Can you give us a chef's kiss?
What is chef's kiss? Like even? Like what does that mean?
You guys don't know what chef's kiss is?
No. I mean, I don't get it.
Both of you don't know?
I don't know.
We are Korean.
It's like, okay, so you know the kiss is the kiss.
Like this one?
Yeah, it's that one.
This one?
Yeah. We just didn't know how.
This is like Italian, no? Right?
Yeah, the Italian chef makes something. He goes.
Yeah.
It's
The
so
French
good.
chef.
Yeah, that's
Any chef. Do it.
You did it well. Yeah, exactly. That's the chef's kiss.
All right, let's see what else we had here from the Korean side. The correct voters, apparently. Oh, wait, last non-correct voter. Same ruler as usual. Yes, get a massive lead.
Classic.
Show off the champ pool. Maybe get caught once.
It's fine.
It's okay.
Doesn't matter.
And then he carries the game. Thank you, Coco. Let's see what else that we had here. In order to beat Genji, you must overcome Chobi's Mel and Kuve's Mel. Again, as you saw in the interview, Kuve having to dress up as Mel from the Demon Bunny series.
Yeah.
Looks great, but
I mean, I actually like messaged to QV like after that, and he said he enjoyed it. So maybe I think next time we're gonna have another thing with QV. Maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Then I have to compete with my Wari. I don't know, something.
Wari.
Okay, let's see. How do we do it? It would be Wari versus.
He mentioned Ilau. He said he
Melve?
want to do the Ilaoi.
Melve. Yeah. Cloud Templar, Kumel. Yeah, sure. We'll go with Kumel. Cloud Templar going with Chovy as well. Destructive power that feels like playing ARAM Mayhem, not Summoner's Rift. Yeah.
True.
Yes. The amount of damage he's able to pump out and the angles that he's able to do that looks like
Gauntlet.
The ability is extended. Or the damage is very, very much extra. Here's Prince. Giving Chovy a mid-champion is just like giving him the Palm microphone.
Yeah.
So what, what's the game plan?
What's the game plan?
Game plan for the bros in round... Oh, we don't play them in round 3 or 4. Dang.
But he's good on Rumble as well, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, that's like, you can't really ban out Chovy. Like, it's impossible.
Yeah.
I think you gotta do something else. I don't know. Like, it's impossible.
What should we give to Chovy?
Just the Palm. We just give Chovy the Palm because they're only going to pick a mid ones. That was the last comment here. It is Chovy and Genji getting a much-needed 2-0 victory in the chase for spots to the road to MSI. As we take a look at the standings now, the bros 6 and 11. There is always next week, as I generally say after the loss, but then they have to play number 1 Hanwha Life Esports. B&K KRX, they play T1. If they're able to nick a game off of them, they'll be tied at game score if the bros don't win a game against Hanwha Life Esports. On the opposite side, T1 is battling with Genji and Hanwha for the number 1 spot. There are a lot of things still on the line here.
Yeah, a lot of things going on for the next week. And also, I mean, I think, like especially, I feel like Genji is now back with their classic playstyle. So I feel like maybe it's again, we are having like Genji H-League finals again. But at the same time, like T1 is playing so good. So I'm still not sure who's going to win this split. And yeah.
And don't forget KT. They're still up there.
I mean, I forgot, you know.
They forgot.
I don't
Why
consider
are you
them.
laughing? Like,
No,
you brought up KT and then laugh like that?
Don't
Huni?
forget, you see how many they have 12 wins already.
But
Could be
I don't
could be
consider
13.
I don't consider them as a big 3 anymore, you know?
Big 4.
Big 4.
It's just a big 3 and KT.
Yeah.
Big 3 and KT.
And DK.
We take a look at... Oh, look, there's KT. They play against the DN Automotive Supers who broke one streak yesterday.
So, are you confident in KT though?
Like, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay.
Maybe, you know, they broke the record and now it's the momentum, you know? Momentum of the winning streak. Who knows? Who knows? That's what happened back in the day when I was in Rocket, when I was in like, you know, like Flycast.
Back in the days.
Yeah, back in
Rocket.
the days. The
I know.
momentum.
Okay, Grandpa.
Momentum, bro. It's all about the momentum,
Is it
bro.
Rocket the keyboard brand?
Exactly, yes.
Well, make sure to stick around in less than 24 hours for that matchup, plus T1 versus B&K KRX. Very important matches for both B&K KRX and for T1 in their respective races. And make sure to stick around for the latest episode of LCK Feud, which will be on right now. And we'll be back within 24 hours. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
끝까지 나는 다시 태어난다. 개막전이라 생각하는 게 되게 중요할 것 같거든요. 그래서 지금 무조건 이겨야 되는 게 DN 슈퍼스입니다. 위기를 어떻게 넘기느냐, 그런 부분에서 또 한 번 자연이 해주네요. 여기서 한 발 더 나아가지 않는다면 사실 루니체임의 싸움 쉽지 않을 수도 있습니다. 페이승이 승이 아직도 정말 중요합니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the game show where you survey and we play. It is LCK Feud. We had a great first episode here. I'm still Digon after the first episode. I did not get fired. And joining me now are two competitors that are going to bring the heat and have great answers from the answers you filled out. Please welcome, joining us for the first time ever here on the LCK. He learns and grew right in front of all of our eyes. Please welcome Yanko.
Hello everybody, Yanko's here. I'm alive. Hello.
That's you're just telling people you're alive.
Yeah, essentially. I'm really happy to be part of LCK as a guest for now. And really happy to have you guys here, Wadid and Digan.
Yeah.
Actually, no, wait. I'm happy you have me.
Good.
Yeah.
I was really about to troll you there. This is a good start. Now, his opponent played in the first episode of LCK Feud and scored a big whopping 0 points. Looking to score his first points, it's Wadid.
I'm sorry, Yankas. I'm happy to be here with you, but I have to win against you because I just got hard stomped by Ji-sun, so I gotta win today.
It was very embarrassing. Do you have any fighting words here?
Absolutely not. I'm gonna crash with it.
Man, this is a rivalry. A little heated.
It's like the ex-teammates fighting against each other. Who was the problem?
Yes.
Oh!
Find out with these quiz questions as, again, we asked 50 players from around the world their answers to this question. What is the best Lee Sin skin line? Hit the buzzer. It was Wadid. Wadid was first. Wadid, you have an answer. What is the best Lee Sin skin line?
Muay Thai.
Okay, wait. Before we reveal the answer, Muay Thai is actually the best animation, used to be, but then Lee Sin had a rework. And now, nowadays, people might not think so.
What do you mean?
People, this might not be the first answer.
It's still the best.
That's what the Korean population thinks because it has sick animations. But
all right.
The Western players play something else now.
Oh.
Time to reveal the question after a bunch of context. Is it Muay Thai?
Wait.
What? No! Oh my God!
Muay Thai is indeed the #1 answer with 18 of our 50 survey participants.
Oh my God, they're so clear with Lisa animations. Like, what is this?
Wadid's hip flexors are very malleable. Looks like you've done some Muay Thai in your time. Wadid, you've out-answered the jungler on the jungler skin on the champion that most junglers play. Do you want to play or do you want to pass? There are 5 more answers on there, 32 more responses.
I can pass, right?
Yes, but then he gets to play all 3 questions.
Right? I will pass.
Okay. Wadid has decided to pass, so letting the First Blood King go and answer questions. On this Lee Sin, he's played not tens, not hundreds, probably thousands of times. I'm sure he knows which are the most popular skins. Yankos, 3 lives here. Give me another one that is one of the top 6 most popular skins.
Okay, I have to go with one that should be relatively safe. It is the Storm Dragon Lee Sin. It's like the white hair, the dragon animations. Yeah, it just looks sick. And I thought that one's gonna be #1.
Storm Dragon Lee Sin. Yankos gave a lot of talking beforehand, and yes, there it is. It is number 4. 6 of them. What's your reaction?
What?
Yeah?
Wait, how is it #4? That's like the best Lee Sin skin. People just don't know. I mean, everybody plays this skin.
Or maybe
no, you play the people.
Wait, no, okay. I have one more that people really like.
All right, give me another one.
And it's I think it's awful animations, are terrible animations, and you can't play with it if you are a serious player. It's called Godfist Lee Sin.
Godfist Lee Sin. Is it on there? Whoa!
Oh, okay. You see? But that just proves that people don't play the game. They just look at the skin. They're like, oh my god.
Look,
But
Yankos is getting all the questions right, but he's dunking on all of you at home. I don't know how you feel.
Look, Dagon, like, I'm not toxic, guys. Like, look, like, this is real toxic, you know? I'm not toxic. I'm just being honest. This is the real toxic, the true
bringing
toxic.
the Western toxicity, the European toxicity, you know? This is how we do things here.
All right, I need you to stop bringing some stalling and bring me some answers.
Wait.
Three more answers on there, but all 3 lives for Yankos.
Okay, this is a very hard one because I'm not really sure. There's a couple of Lee Sin skins.
Okay.
Like for example, this is not my answer.
Timer?
Five seconds.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say
4, 3, 2,
T1 Lee Sin Owner Edition.
T1 Lee Sin Owner Edition. Is it on there? Owner winning the World Championship, deciding to go.
Oh my god, it's that Owner! Thank you! Owner is my goat! My boy right there.
Are you disrespecting Bengi? Are you? I think he is.
I mean, okay,
oh my God.
me out.
How can you do that?
Wow,
There's
crazy.
so many Lee Sin skins though, because there is one from
Timer.
Wait! Hold up!
2 more left. These are the 2 least popular answers here. Yankos.
The
Need an
2
answer.
least popular. Okay, it has to be.
I mean, they're popular, but the least out of the 50. 5 seconds.
Oh my god!
4, 3, 2, 1. Need something.
Acolyte Lee Sin.
Acolyte
It's for sure not there.
Lee
There is
Sin.
no way it's there. It's so bad, the skin.
Acolyte Lee Sin. Is Acolyte Lee Sin on there?
Oh no! I lose a life.
There's 5 answers, or 5 participants in these 2 answers.
Oh my god, I got one.
He's got one.
Too late.
He's got
Wait,
one.
wait, I have 2 more lives, and I
You
can
got 2 more lives.
Okay. So I don't know the exact name. That might be a problem. But it's the football Lee Sin, and I think the name might just be the football Lee Sin. Oh no!
If you don't get this next one right, Wadid just needs to get 1, and he'll get all the points.
Okay, so I should think about the one that is the most popular.
The one that is the most popular still left on there. Go ahead.
Okay.
1 life left, Yankos.
I'm gonna say again, I don't know the exact name, but I mean we can if I describe it very well.
If it's close.
If it's close. So it's the one with sunglasses, and I think it's it's like a Bruce Lee kind of, like he wears a
Oh, I know what you mean.
sunglasses, and he is
Gonna need some help from the back here. The one that looks like Bruce Lee with sunglasses, is that a viable answer?
Please, no sound. Oh! Dragon Fist! Yes, bro! Dragon Fist, listen! Dragon Fist right there! That was my OG skin when I started playing League of Legends many years ago. This was the skin that I fell in love with.
All right.
This is separate.
This is the
skin that I fell in love with! And I love Lee Sin! And I love Owner!
All right, well, here we go, Yankos. There's 1 left. Out of all the skins that are on there, this only got 2 answers. Again,
2 answers?
2 answers. So it's more popular than Acolyte and Striker.
Okay, but I can I protest?
No.
What do you mean?
I want to protest. Because if I name one more Lee Sin skin, then Wadid will have to only name.
No. If you name it, you get all 50
Yeah,
points.
I get that. But what if he names only 1?
Yes.
But he has 3 lives to name 1.
No, he only gets 1 life.
Oh, he gets 1 life. Okay, so okay.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Need an answer. And X amount.
Please, Wadid.
Hit him with the buzzer.
Just Wadid, for the old time's sake.
Ooh.
I feel bad.
This is our first choke so far in LCK feud. No answer from
It has only 2 answers, Wadid.
But now
take it easy.
But I think I know the answer.
I think
because I'm playing with a lot of casual players.
Okay.
So it has to be
No, it's not.
Pool Party Lee Sin.
Oh my God! He's right.
Can we?
There you go! Yo!
All 48 points. We'll head on over to Yankos, as there was only 1 answer left. and they were not able to get it was what did. We asked 50 members on what the most.
Oh, the Bang! You disrespected him! You disrespected Bangy
What did? You said it in
You
your
said it!
answer.
You were the first one to say it, was it? SKT T1 Bangy Scan!
What did? What are you doing?
I'm so cooked.
You're so cooked. You're so cooked. Oh no.
You just got chopped, my dude.
Oh no.
How do you feel?
I don't know. I feel wasted.
How do you feel that you lost twice now?
No, it's not
There's
done
one more
yet.
question.
It's not done yet. What
Not done yet. All right, so let's reset back on up here. Even though Wadid yet again has let his opponent score 48 points and still looking for his first points ever across 3 questions, 2 episodes in LCK. It's Wadid.
Okay, but maybe what did is just a nice guy because he could guess all the skins I guessed, but he chose to give the question.
I don't know. I think Pool Party was a good guess, but you had already brought up SKT Bengi skin.
I guess.
But I feel like Pool Party is actually quite popular. The coconut.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I thought.
Go on the
That's
queue.
what I thought.
All right. Well, that was an exciting question number 1. Time for an exciting question number 2. We asked 50 survey members who are the greatest EU junglers of all time. Yankos buzzed in first. Need an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna
I'm
answer the name by yourself.
Okay. To not be too cocky, I'm gonna answer somebody else's name first, and I'm gonna go with Diamond Progs.
Diamond
Very
Progs.
OG jungler. Very OG.
Gambit Gaming, Moscow 5 before that.
I think he started all the way in 2012. He was part of multiple IMs, multiple runs at.
I think you're too old. I don't think they will remember the name.
All right.
They must.
Let's
He was
take
like-
a look. The greatest EU junglers of all time is Diamond Prox on there.
Oh, there you go.
He's
there
number
you go,
7.
Alex. What do you mean I'm too old? What do you mean I'm too old? We are the same age.
He's the innovator of
Yeah,
Evelyn
same
Jungle.
age.
He's the innovator of counter jungling. What?
Yeah,
Oh,
like, okay,
no.
the Western players remember him because he's the one who popularized Shyvana Jungle and Perma Invaded.
Yes.
And this is why I think his name is, he should be on the board. If he would not be on the board, I just stand up and leave.
All right. So with that, Yankos, it's your decision. Do you let Wadid try to answer the last 5 questions with 3 lives, or do you want to answer all 5?
Okay. I'm gonna let Wadid answer all of the questions. Listen, Wadid, listen. I think there is one name that you know over in that list, and it should be easy for you, Wadid. So
That's brutal.
5.
I don't know, man. I don't care about the EU junglers anymore. So let's see. Let's
6
see.
greatest, Wadid. Go ahead.
All right, Wadid, need an answer. We asked 50 survey members who the greatest EU junglers of all time. 5 answers left. Give us one.
All right. I think this one is really obvious. The one that I like the most. I actually looked up him for so long. He's so friendly. He's so nice to everyone. He's just amazing personality, and I just love him as a person. And I think it's Broxa.
No! I knew it's Broxa.
Broxa on there. Yeah,
Broxa is on there.
Number 5 with 3 votes. Pretty far down there. But again, Fnatic, longtime jungler, spent some time.
Wait, but how Broxa is 5th though? He was in finals.
Yeah, he was.
Multiple times, actually.
Multiple times.
Oh, man.
We did 4 questions left. There are 40 survey members still on there. Go for it.
There's one more player. He's known as really good EU jungler.
Yeah.
He's the savior of EU.
Savior of EU, yeah.
And I think most people likes him.
Yeah, most people like him, yeah.
I think his name is Inspired.
Oh my God! He's right though. He probably must be in there.
One of the few junglers to win in NA and in EU.
There you
Inspired.
go.
Number 2, he's got 10 points there.
Damn, Wadid!
20 so far cleared off. He's rolling.
You are clearing the easy names. I think the last one is gonna be the hardest, honestly.
Oh man, famous junglers.
Famous EU junglers.
Wait.
Number 1 is still there.
Wait. Okay, I think it can be. He's he's one of the talent who play for G2, and people loves him so much. Everyone likes him, and I think he's also icon of the EU. And I gotta say, it's Yike.
Yike! That's not. Gone to internationals twice. Actually, EU. It is incorrect. Yike was not one of the answers from survey participants.
Yang is a great jungler though, and he
All right.
was here in Korea last year for the first time tournament.
Okay. I have one more though.
Okay, one more though.
Really famous G2 player.
Really famous G2 player.
He's probably considered as a greatest all time.
Yes.
I think it's Skewmond.
Skewmond! G2 jungler currently there, reaching high heights in 2020. But not one of the answers.
I think if you
here today
consider the current meta and the current, how good Skewmond is playing, I would definitely put him out there. Like, he's an amazing player.
But I don't have any G2 players left, so I'm not sure.
I actually have one more.
Do I have one more?
That used to be that won at least 4 titles with G2 Esports, and he was there. One of the OG junglers.
I don't know.
Did you forget?
Started
Did that person
winning
forget?
for the first time ever?
I don't remember. I remember one player.
Yes.
He's really he was also my teammate, by the way.
Okay.
And I think when I'm playing with him, I felt like the games are really easy, He helped me so much. Every time he passed towards the bot side, I felt so safe. And the name is Max Lore.
Okay, you just gave up your life, Wadid! You gave up your life!
But then, is it Max?
Wadid, you gave up your life because you couldn't name me! What the heck is wrong with you?
So now, there are still 3 answers left as Wadid has gone through all of his lives.
Wait, and I just need
You
one.
just need one, Jankos. You just need one.
Okay.
And I think it would be pretty troll if someone named themselves that was on there without respect to all the other great junglers.
Yes, absolutely. I agree
time.
with you. There is 2 guesses that I have,
But you only get one life.
But wait, but I kind of want to say the guess that I'm not guessing.
Okay.
Can I share my opinion?
You can share your opinion.
Okay, so my opinion is I was thinking about Trick because he won so many. But it's not my answer.
It's not your answer.
It's not my answer. I was thinking Trick because he won multiple times with G2. He was there to start the OG dynasty, and he's gonna. Wait, I cannot say it, but he's a nice guy and he's great, and he was there for a long time, and he was also coaching in.
That was a great save. Great save.
And my actual answer is we are going back to the very. Yeah, we are going back to the OG times.
5 seconds.
I'm gonna name
4, 3, 2, 1. Cyanide, Fnatic jungler, going back, was there for quite some time. Is Cyanide on there?
Oh my God!
Cyanide is not on there. All 20 points go to Wadid. Let's reveal these answers, shall we? We asked 50 participants who the greatest EU junglers are of all time.
Elyoya
is
there
Jankos.
for sure. Why didn't I say?
Let's go with number 6.
Oh,
Reignover.
Nah,
Right
I could
team,
never guess.
wrong era, Reignover again, then moving to NA and dominating there as well. Number 4, Elyoya. How many times have Mad Lions, now MKOI, gone to internationals with that man on the leading foot? And of course, number 1, both of you playing well. It was Jankos, with 22 of the votes going to Jankos, which means 10 people think there are other junglers that are better than you in terms of, or I guess not 10, 28 people think there are other junglers better than you. But either way, that is number 1.
That's not bad. I take the score. I can't believe it. I mean, okay, you are supposed to think about the greatest, and I understand that. I didn't buff the bot lane enough times back in the day, so you couldn't name me. That being said, I can't believe we both didn't come up with Elyoya. He's there for so many years. He's one of the greatest, definitely. And he's taking MKOI to internationals year after year after year.
You're very strict though. I guess it's an EU jungler, so they might
What do you mean?
But
Reignover's there.
But Reignover was there for 1 year and he dominated and then he left.
Well, just like Wadid, if you think these answers aren't quite accurate, you have the opportunity to fill out in our next survey. Make sure to check out the LCK Twitter for more information. Let's total up the scores, shall we? And show our victor based off of question 1's points. It's Jankos!
I like it. I came around, I won, and it's great. I gave you your first points though, so you should be happy. You actually got some points. Did you get any points last week?
And for the second time in as many episodes, it's a big L. With a 0 there, but this time with a 2 in front. 20 points for Wadid. Let's give him a hand, everybody. Any final words here for you two?
Thank you for inviting me. I was happy to crash Wadid. I could have won harder, but I chose to give Wadid some points.
I don't trust social media anymore.
I deleted my application, so I don't care about the surveys. Nah, I hate this show. No, I can't win.
Again, maybe we'll get better responses from our contestants, but probably not. This is the game show where you survey and we play. It is LCK Feud. We'll see you next time, everyone. Good night.